with the religious fanaticism and zeal of your most outspoken orthobro. In his name, they have erected statues, painted murals, and most importantly, burned sections of major cities in his name. Masses of people have gathered and attacked police, robbed and looted businesses, and destroyed neighborhoods. The most destructive riot since the Rodney King incident, and that included the officers being found innocent. You cannot compare Destiny to this demigod of destruction and defilement. I do appreciate our opponents for offering up this near self-flagellation of a fight, and very much look forward to the indignation party at the dumpster fire after. This is going to be fun, guys.
Thank you, Benjamin. And Steve, to you.
Yeah, sure. So thank you, Sarah, for hosting. Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Marte. It's nice to see you again. Um, Happy to be here and looking forward to what comes of this. But, I mean, that we're even here debating whether Destiny or George Floyd is worse for society speaks to the sad nature of the lives of the terminally online. And I know this may be difficult for the ortho bro community to absorb or the lefty community to absorb, but there's much more to life than internet spats and attempt to go viral from the rhetorical stomping out of degens. It is vastly easier to tell a whore why she's a whore behind a screen than, for example, participating in your church organized post riot cleanup of a burned out mom and pop store. For some, it's way easier than even opening a jar of olives. Now, there's nobody on the panel tonight that will argue against Destiny being just a crap human being. He's a degenerate. He funds his degenerate lifestyle by engaging in divisive rhetoric designed to elicit highly emotional responses, both in the affirmative and the negative, from an ever shrinking audience. You guys are keeping his career alive. Destiny does share a trait, though, with George Floyd, in that they both got way too high on their own supply. The obvious difference is that Destiny's fame has faded over the years because of his overindulgence, whereas George Floyd's fame, influence, and martyrdom has increased posthumously. Social decay and societal collapse are measurable things that not even refined rhetoric can dance around. While there may be overlaps in some areas, George Floyd as a person, and even more so as a corpse, is immensely more reflective and representative of social decay and societal fragmentation leading to collapse that we're currently living through. Cursory examination of these characteristics will put to rest for anyone with a couple of brain cells left to rub together, and maybe we can end this debate early and open it up to the chat so that we can all pick on the degenerate lefties here to defend Destiny. Um, let's quickly benchmarks for social decay include a decline in ethical cohesion and shared values, increased crime and poverty, breakdown of essential services and infrastructure. Fellas, what are we doing here? By every metric, George Floyd lived and took part in each and every aspect of these characteristics of social decay, and is currently the only person we're debating about whose death has increased the levels of these metrics being prevalent in our society. We're talking about a person in George Floyd who was a career criminal. We're talking about a person who was engaged in drug sales and trafficking, participated in pornography, extortion, robbery, and assault, even in death. We've witnessed in his name justification for an estimated $100 million in property and infrastructure damage. We have the single largest post riot insurance payout in recorded history to the tune of $1 billion. Mass arrests, mass injuries, and full of deaths. Um, oh, and the defining moment for racial and social division at the onset of this decade. There is that. Nihilistic grifters like Destiny certainly capitalized on the decline in social cohesion and shared values, but he simply can't be looked at as the lightning rod for this decline. The gentlemen making the argument tonight are effectively playing the role of Rachel Maddow or Amanda Seals when they go after Tucker Carlson, or their whatever online hooker is currently calling Andrew Wilson a stochastic terrorist. That's their job tonight, to be Amanda Seals. So again, just so we're clear, stochastic terrorism, broadly defined, as when a person of influences uses his or her rhetoric to increase the likelihood of violence. But hey, since Destiny and Captain Olive Jar are buddies, this all does track. It does.
Thank you, Steve. Marte, to you, please.
I mean, the Ozempic God of War basically handed me half of my argument here. The thing that I want to point out, though, that Balderman was saying is he was saying a lot of great highlights from George Floyd. They made statues and great monuments and things like this. I don't see how this is negative because we have George Droid memes and all this other stuff with culture. George has actually made a lot of good in society. Federal and state laws have changed, actually. The George Floyd Justice Policing Act was introduced in 2020, aimed to ban chokeholds and all this other stuff. No-knock warrants, I can go on. Convictions, oversight. Chauvin was convicted, right? But now they're reflecting on the oversight of New York and Los Angeles, thus changing law enforcement for the better. So these changes made policy more transparent, reducing impunity for excessive force. How can this be bad for society? Corporate and education responses. Over 1,000 companies like Nike pledged $2 billion for racial equality initiatives as well. Media and cultural shifts that happened that were actually good. 300% increase of streams, which benefited Balderson. I appreciate the spirited debate and beginning of the intro from Wayne's World and Company, the reunion over here, but let's move on. The heightened awareness has normalized conversations and privilege and bias, right? So this has helped a lot for tolerance with racism and everything else. Mental health funding has increased. Community-led initiatives, health outcomes with the CDC, as far as Fent. George Fent is now a meme. That's awesome. How can this be bad for society? There's so much good right now when we can talk about the aftermath. There's also diversity, leadership. I can go on with all these metrics, but here's the thing, though. When we talk about whether or not George Floyd was good or bad, I would say in short, George Floyd's murder did not cause the riots in a direct, I would say, antagonistic sense. It exposed and accelerated a boiling frustration in America. So blaming or crediting him for personally doing this oversimplifies a broader societal reckoning. He was a patsy at best. I've heard several people saying this, something to point to at an already boiling American society full of racial tension. People look for a mascot to place blame in. How can this not be the case for him? And accountability is a catalyst. Now moving on to Destiny. I don't see how he's a good for society because I can argue for how George Floyd was good. George Floyd, my bad. I keep saying that. Destiny was way worse for society. His ongoing actions, including inciting fear and violence, harassing critics, and amplifying toxic debates. Let's get to the real stuff. That's why we're here. I'll wrap this up real quick. He called for white redneck militias to mow down dipshit protesters. This is literally what he said. He also escalated this by saying, I've moved full to the political violence level. Literally said this. And with the Charlie Kirk offing on Piers Morgan with Andrew Wilson, he refused to condemn the murder. How is this not influencing a massive amount of society through Reddit forums and everything else? He's basically said, you need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events, so that way they look to leadership to turn down the temperature. I've seen the Reddit forums. I don't think you guys have seen this. It's literally people mirroring what he's saying. He added, if you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for a second term. How is this not inciting violence? He also led to a Twitch ban for hateful conduct, including promoting violence. Elon Musk, matter of fact, because you're saying that it's such an isolated incident with Destiny, Elon Musk petitioned for him to go to jail. He's that bad, right? This is a massive appeal. In other instances, wrapping this up real quick, Destiny has repeatedly called for the, I would say, offing and self-deletion of specific individuals, at least half a dozen by name, threatened streamers with, I would say, implied physical violence who supported hypothetical violence against physical leaders like Brian Thompson that also backed Trump, or if they back Trump's. So I'm going to wrap this up by just saying, I don't see how you can say that Destiny is least worse than George Floyd when he was a passive bad, right? A passive bad, when Destiny is a active bad to society that continues this rhetoric right now as we speak. I'll concede my time and give it to my partner, Rob Noor.
Perfect. Thank you, Marte. And Rob, to you.
Well, I would be belied if I allowed someone to thank Sarah more than me here to get suck-up points early on. So, Sarah, thank you so much, as always, for hosting this debate. My two opponents, who I've never interacted with to my knowledge, we have Benjamin Balderson, who looks like a failed extra from that show Vikings, which isn't all that much of an insult. And then, Steve, I'd make some comment about your looks, but I can't see you with that big black dick of a mic in front of your face there, so I can't really, see exactly what your face looks like. But nonetheless, I'm no looker myself, so what do I have to say about any of this? I'm looking forward to this. I think it'll be a fun debate. The topic's a little silly, but I actually think there are serious implications here. Now, the specific wording of the topic, I think, is where our opponents are going to lose the debate. The specific wording is George Floyd worse for society than Destiny? Now, the implication here is, I think Balderson gets to the heart of this, that you could look at it in two different ways. One is who they were as people, as far as the direct actions they're taking. And second is the overall effects they have on society. I think that, though, the way Balderson's looking at this, I'm not even going to get into a lot of the sexual dalliances and allegations against Destiny unless it really comes up. I'm looking at more of what he symbolizes and the effect he has on sort of our political discourse going forward as a country. And I think that's much worse than what George Floyd did. George Floyd can't be blamed for how people used his death and then used it to justify bad behavior afterwards. But people that are listening to Destiny and going out and doing things, or listening to people like Destiny and going out and do bad things, I think we can put that at the feet. Let me give you an example of how. I'll ask Balderson this when we start the open panel, or maybe this is the first question that he would like to answer. Ben Carson's a black man. If he was killed brutally by a police officer and a bunch of black people decided to riot for 3 months, would you say that Ben Carson was a horrible person? Even though he didn't live a life of being horrid. In fact, he was a neurosurgeon, seemed to, by all accounts, be a very good Christian man who did a lot to help as a community. I think he would say no. And yet, if we said, but people did bad things in his name because they looked at the footage and did bad things, we wouldn't say that that meant that he was responsible, Ben Carson. Similarly, I don't think you could say George Floyd himself is responsible for all of the negative actions people took after his death. You certainly could blame George Floyd for the way that he died, robbing a store, overdosing on fentanyl, not complying with police, etc. You certainly could blame him for all the heinous actions he took in real life. But at the end of the day, this is a run-of-the-mill scumbag. The idea of billions of dollars of damage, hundreds of people hurt, dozens killed in the George Floyd riots, these are riots that would have occurred with any number of black people anytime there's an excuse that there's a police interaction. You could see it with Trayvon Martin, that wasn't even a police interaction, or the Hands Up Don't Shoot live Michael Brown in Ferguson. So I don't see how you could lay that. And if it's just going to be the societal impacts versus, George Floyd was a shitty guy. Sure, George Floyd's a shitty guy, just like a dozen other people you could throw a rock at and hit anytime that you're crossing the liquor store in an inner city and finding people that are sitting outside drinking 40s. Destiny is no slouch in the being a shitty person himself on actions that he's alleged to have done, but I'm more interested in what the societal impact of these things are. We'll talk specifically about the societal impacts of Destiny himself, but more importantly, people like him and what they represent. We live in a world now where increasingly, particularly Democrats, are thinking violence is more and more a solution to their problems, even if they won't directly doing it, that they wink and nod and cheer on violence. Destiny said on Piers Morgan the other day, a fundamental truth, I think, which is with the Democratic Party now, that they want Republicans to fear for their lives to go into public. And that's absolutely true. And people like Destiny represent a key voice in that occurring. Let's not pretend that Destiny is not someone without clout. He is someone that was interviewing several members of people that were vying for control of the DNC apparatus itself. He's talked to Congress people. He's one of the most influential, probably number 2 when it comes to streamers, influential with the liberal or Democratic Party. And so this is someone that's hugely influential. We can see increasingly political violence from people that are malaligned, particularly young people that are going to make up a large, substantial portion of Destiny's audience. You need only go to his Reddit and see what his followers are saying if you think what he's saying is violent. I'll remind you, in addition to the comment I already said, he said that he was ready to off, in as blatant terms as possible, Republicans. He also said that the worst thing that could have happened was that bullet not taking out Donald Trump. Now we live in a society where 55% of Democrats say they could somewhat justify the murder of Donald Trump. The issue of our time that that we see going on right now is rabid left-wing rhetoric, which is leading people to think that they are morally justified in using violence against their opponents, who they consider followers of that Austrian painter. And as long as they smear you as that and say that it's always justified, that will be far worse than anything George Floyd ever did in his personal life, and even will have a lasting legacy worse than the Floyd riots. Last thing I'll say is this. I'm more than happy to talk about how Destiny directly leads to the upgrading in this tension, but I think more importantly, there is a question to be had here of what's worse off for society in general. Someone that George Floyd represents, a career criminal that did really shitty things, or someone that Destiny represents, a person with a large following and voice that's putting out harmful political rhetoric that's justifying violence. And I think that it is easy to see, as bad as we could say career criminals are, what Destiny represents is by far more damaging to our society.
Perfect. Thank you, Rob. And for the record, I only accept suck up points via donation, super chat, cash. Thank you, gentlemen. And as a kind reminder to our audience, we're going to get through our debate. Then we will move into closing statements. Then we will read and respond to your kind super chats. And of course, our favorite part, we will move into open panel dumpster fire per usual. Gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
Balderson, would you like to answer that question about Ben Carson?
I would. This is why it was divided into two sections, because oftentimes the person that a movement is started behind doesn't necessarily, the ideals don't match the movement. This happens historically over and over again. So this is why I said while we're determining this, we look at two factors: their actual person and personal life and the choices they made, and then the movement that spawned. Now, in George Floyd's case, the movement is bad and his personal life was bad. Now, what I would like to ask you is, who has ever done anything in the name of Destiny besides play video games and make bad videos? And I would like to ask Marte why Fenny Floyd isn't what you call him, and you keep using this roid word. I don't know. Is it a roid a thing with you? I don't understand.
No,
Right,
it's George Droid, just to clear this up. I mean, I know that you're using a steroid reference. So, but anybody could see this clearly that, George, when he passed, there was a huge swath of memes that happened that I mean, I'd hate to say that I thoroughly enjoy kind of, and I bet you do too. When you see this, you're kind of humored by this. But here's the thing though, let's get this straight. When he did pass, we could say that this is very passive as far as the violence, right? And he didn't put his name on this. He wasn't even here to put his name on this. And like Rob mentioned before, Destiny is actively doing this. He's an active version of, I would say, verbal and political violence. Matter of fact, we have numerous amounts of NGOs that fund these people. And by the way, this is the Democratic Party, which I know both of you don't support at all. But if he's inciting all this violence and George Droid is not with us anymore, I don't even see what you could even use as an argument right now, because his whole response, what I was saying with the question about Ben Carson, it's really true. It rings true because you haven't really even reconciled this. And I've yet to hear reconciliation of like how you can even map this onto anything else, because if it could have just been another black person that died in society and this would have happened and they would have made it the George Stevens riot or the Bob Wilson riot, this would have been anything else. And this movement wasn't his movement. People just made him a patsy. That's what it was.
And if I could just piggyback on that, if I could piggyback on that real quick, and then I promise, Steve, I'll let you go. If you look at the wording of this topic, is George Floyd worse for society than Destiny? Not, are the actions took in the name of George Floyd worse than the actions people took in the name of Destiny? I concede your point, Balderson, that there's multiple ways we could look at this, both who they were as individuals and what it meant to society. But it's not just what their legacy meant to society, it's what we would hold them responsible for leading to society. And in this situation, if you concede the Ben Carson point, it's not that George Floyd went out there and said, I want everyone to riot if I die, blah, blah, blah. He didn't say that. People took upon his death because there was a unique circumstance where, one, you had that the Democrats wanted people to riot because we were going into an election season. And if you have everyone with one of these, right, inevitably someone's going to be able to film an interaction with police and a black man that they don't want. So right place, right time. But with Destiny, we could actually see that the rhetoric he's using is rhetoric that's being used by people people committing violence now. And so you can't argue that George Floyd himself was bad for society. You could say that his death and the excuse that people used for that was bad for society. But again, you've already conceded the point. If this would have happened to a good man who happened to be black like Ben Carson, you wouldn't be sitting here. I'll ask you point blank. If the topic was, if that was Ben Carson that died that way, and we had similar riots, and the topic was, is Ben Carson worse for society than Destiny? What would your argument have been? Yes, because of the riots? You would have said, no, it's not Ben Carson's fault.
You want to take a swing at this nonsense, Ben, or?
I was waiting for your turn. I'll get it after you.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, this is if, my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle type of argument. And that's okay. It's what I would expect from Rachel Madcow and Simone Van Jones. I would expect that. It's par for the course when your only point of view, the only way you can attack this argument is from a place of feelings and from a place of words scare me and I don't like them. And there's words that we have to get rid of. And the same kind of conversation that we had earlier before we went live. If you guys get your way with this, we're going to be having over and over and over, because when the argument comes from an emotional place, especially when you're making the exact same leftist argument that I always hear from, the mad cows of the world, or, any of these clowns. I think I said Amanda Seals earlier. When it's from there, there's no satisfaction ever. There's never enough. Now, if the idea is, hang on. If the idea is that what Destiny represents is worse to society, then we can definitely argue what George Floyd represents, and the amount of damage, and the amount of bodies, and the amount of incarceration, and the amount of destroyed neighborhoods that represents. So either way, you're going to lose. Ben, did you want to add to that at all?
I was wondering which martyr exactly went into it wanting to be a martyr historically, because that's what you're expecting. That's what you're trying to transfer over Russell Brand. Yes,
he hasn't got to the conclusion yet.
Jesus Christ!
Somebody take care of it.
Jesus Christ was a martyr that went into it expecting it.
Well, outside of
there's others like Joan of Arc.
We had St. Ignatius walking to a pit of lions and get massacred. He knew it was going to happen.
Joan of Arc did not expect to be murdered. I would give you.
I mean, she knew she was going to be put
in the Christian fan fiction tale. I would give you that. Yes, he believed he was going to be a martyr.
How about maybe something a little more down to your size? Braveheart. Does that fit you, Scottish looking ass little bit?
William Wallace.
Movie, yeah, that was not well done.
It's a great movie. Now you're really blaspheming here.
Really bad historically.
Okay, you're right. I mean the character in the movie. Like Steve, I don't know what to say. Like, it brings to mind that scheme from Billy Madison. Your insane ramblings have made us all dumber. I award you 0 points. What the fuck are you talking about? We're talking about something quite specific.
Can you have your own personality?
Yes.
Does it have to just be bad movie quotes?
No, that's part of my personality.
Even the non-funny guy next to you is desperately trying.
Can you have your own personality, or is there just a phallic black dick in your face so that we can't see it? Either way, I guess we're still going to be making the arguments, right? I guess I get. Oh,
bring it back around, boys. Bring it back around.
That's awesome.
Sounds a little like you're upset, like a lefty
it's
here.
On your mind.
Anyways, the point that I'm
say about me.
Point that I'm trying to make is what you said was insane rambling that meant nothing, right? We're making clear points that have nothing to do with left-wing points. We're merely saying an argument that you can't deal with. That if we're asking who we fault for negative actions, we wouldn't say people taking actions on behalf of someone who never advocated those actions are responsible. If Ben Carson was in the same situation and he died in the same way and riots sprung up, would you say that Ben Carson was worse than Destiny? You all can't answer. Instead, you ramble on about like, this is the same as Rachel Maddow. You haven't given one distinction as how that's... Explain how Rachel Maddow makes that argument.
I would say that in the William Wallace movie, in the Braveheart movie, where they all charged, yeah, that was on William Wallace. It was inspired by William Wallace. In this case, a good thing. And so, yes, inspired by William Wallace. Well, I'm still waiting for you, though, to answer my original question to you, Rob, where who is Destiny inspired to go do horrible things outside of the people that he gets to touch his pee-pee or he touches theirs, or
Well,
whatever that fucking
we
dude
don't know
does.
specifically. For example, if someone went out and took a specific negative action, they might not say, I did this because Destiny told me to. We know that he's adhering to a conversation that is getting people to do these sorts of things, though. For example, the person that killed Charlie Kirk was probably someone that's listening to the same types of rhetoric that Destiny's espousing, that his opponents are fascist, that Trump has declared himself God King because the Supreme Court said that he's beyond reproach, that we need to do everything possible, that Republicans should fear for their lives, that Republicans could be offed because of these things. That's the type of rhetoric that the person that writes on a bullet, catch this fascist, and then takes out someone like Charlie Kirk would be espousing. That's at least a better connection than George Floyd happened to die, and then people use that as an excuse to go take terrible actions.
I do have a question.
Any statues to Destiny or murals or
Alderson,
signs, or has there been
those are
one
good
riot?
things.
One
These are good things
riot.
that you're fighting right now. Those are good things. Murals, police reform, all the good that's happened with education, racial equity that happened after him. I can name a bunch of good things for George Floyd to happen.
But
I
you're
can't
lying
name
about all of them, and everybody knows it.
I can't name
It's
anything
just
good that
sarcasm.
Destiny is espousing. Nothing. Can you name one thing that's good?
That's not the debate.
The debate is societally affecting it, good or bad. That is the debate. What are you talking about?
Worse.
If we're gonna go from your point of view, sure, dude. If we're gonna do the sarcastic, I don't have an answer for this. I'm
We
just
have
gonna
to create
clown.
some kind of distinction because
We could
I
do
don't
the
think
exact
George
same
Floyd is
rant.
that bad. Did he utter anything that was charging violence to speech or through speech or any other metric? Did George Floyd ever utter this on a societal level by his mouth? Did he ever spark racial tension by his mouth or any of this?
We're talking about what both of them represent. That's the argument that you guys presented. Right?
Correct. And this is my beginning,
Yes,
because George
if we're
Floyd
going
is
to
active.
do that, then yes,
Destiny
George
is
Floyd
active.
is inherently responsible for vastly more violence that's actually taken place in his own life by the way he lived and what that lifestyle represents. There is a
As opposed
massively
to
higher
maybe-
body count to drug dealer, human fucking trafficker, porn actor, fucking assault and battery, armed robbery. All of my homies got bodies on them.
Steve, can you tell me how it couldn't have been another black man if it wasn't him?
That's
Can you
not
tell
the
me that
argument.
they would
That's
have
not
been
the debate.
another
The
patsy
debate's about
besides
George
him?
Floyd. So yeah, if
How would this not have been another patsy?
Okay, so there's
you
a
like
patsy
us to call
here.
it-
Hang
would you
on.
like us to
There's a
change the name
patsy
to
here, but
Toby or
there's not a
something?
patsy
Hold on,
in
you're both
Orange, Utah.
talking.
We have
No,
to
I think there's-
no. The argument he's making is that we have to believe the official narrative about one thing, but if George Floyd is being used as a patsy, then we can't believe the official narrative about what happened about George Floyd. Like, I don't really understand.
If I could try to clear it up, I think there's two separate arguments going on here, right? The first is the argument that I'm making with this Ben Carson point, which is if we're looking at the damage that occurred post George Floyd's death and we're putting that on George Floyd, Marte is saying that seems to be erroneous because George Floyd never advocated doing any of that stuff, and it could have been any other black man like Ben Carson. And you guys seem to have conceded you wouldn't say Ben Carson is worse for society than Destiny, even if he would have been
a human being. He's not every other man. Period. Black, white, whatever.
Wait.
Is Cuba Gooding Jr. going to play you in a movie? Is he going to play you, Marte?
Probably not. What's that have anything to do with
Wait,
it?
what does this have to do with the point, Steve?
Like, that was before his presidential run. What I'm saying is your example is based on skin color, not on what type of person they were.
No,
right?
that's because
So
that's
you're
because
what
the
makes it
actions that
nonsensical. You're
people
like this exceptional human
Hold-
being. If people
Hold
do
on.
this, how does that? Why would you even bother? It's
Go-
totally nonsensical.
Go ahead, Rob.
Okay, because the justification that people gave for the mass amounts of riots and stuff that we saw was because a white police officer killed a black man. People weren't rioting because they were like, we're rioting because George Floyd stuck a gun in a pregnant girlfriend's stomach. That's not why they were rioting. They weren't rioting because George Floyd tried to pass fake money. They weren't rioting because George Floyd did fentanyl. They were rioting because the narrative was, here was a black man that was abused and killed by police. That's why they were rioting. And so the point is, That's not George Floyd, that because people took that narrative. In fact, you would blame people like Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson that drummed up these sort of racial tensions year after year after year for the riots more than you would blame the individual George Floyd. The same with Michael Brown, the same with Trayvon Martin. And my point is, if it would have been Ben Carson or a person like Ben Carson, who was a good moral black man, who was killed by a police officer and then people rioted, would you say that person's worse than Destiny because you're blaming them for all the riots? I would just like a straight answer to that question from either of you.
I didn't ever concede that point. I explained how there's a division between a personal life and the effect that they had on a society, and that the two don't have to match. That
he also referred to it as a giant propaganda operation.
If there was horrifying riots in Ben Carson's name, his effect on society would still be bad, even if Ben Carson in and of himself was a good man and only took good action.
And so then you would defend the prompt saying that in that world that Ben Carson was worse for society than Destiny.
I would say that he had a worse effect on society.
I don't think so. I think that the words don't match up with what you're saying. He had a worse effect. That puts some blame on him. But we would both agree that none of the blame would be on Ben Carson.
No, your reaction to me is your reaction still. That's
do you agree that the moment you're dead, you have no say-so in what your legacy is?
Pretty much.
And how you're remembered?
Yeah.
Then 20, 30 years down the road, it is just as likely as your hypothetical that Ben Carson would be remembered more negatively than positively.
True. So given what you know about Ben Carson, would you say that he's worse for society than Destiny if people change the meaning of what his life was about?
You, from that point of view, you would have to say yes. He would be.
I would say no. I would say that no. Yeah. That's not what we would do, right? I think that it's outlandish. The other point, though, that I think there were two ships passing. We were talking about two arguments. You, Steve, then seemed to make a different argument, which is the representation of what the individual's life meant, right? And so you're saying, look, if we look at what a drug dealer, a assaulter of women, someone like George Floyd, that type of person. Those types of actions is worse for society than what Destiny's representing. Is that fair? That's sort of the argument you're making here?
Yeah, that's definitely the point. Yeah.
Okay. My argument to that is, well, that's sort of concede. It doesn't concede, but it doesn't argue the first point of this as the individual's Destiny and George Floyd. But even if we accept that we're just saying the stereotypical drug dealing shithead guy that beats his girlfriend, et cetera, versus the stereotypical bloviating large audience lefty that's out there at least giving dog whistles to violence. I think even in that world, certainly what Destiny's doing is going to be far worse for society merely from the fact that he has such a bigger reach. The truth is there are millions of people like George Floyd. And so one individual, while they may be a shithead and they may have the ability to influence a direct person, such as the woman who had the gun pointed at her pregnant belly's life worse, he's not going to have a massive reach. The guy that's beating the shit out of his wife is a fucking terrible dredge of a human, but at the end of the day, he's beating his wife, and his effect is going to be on a smaller circle of people than, say, a corrupt politician, for example, that's negatively affecting millions of people. So which one would be worse for society? Well, we would say even though the individual that beats his wife, that might be an individually more heinous action, what would be worse for society was the person making terrible decisions that were worse off for the whole of society. In that sense, Destiny's way worse in that sense as well.
You already conceded, though, that there's, well, tens of millions of George Floyds out there, right?
Okay.
That's your point. Yeah, the interchangeable black dude, right?
No, it's not just black dudes. I'd say drug addicts, people that abuse.
Because the argument about Ben Carson was based on skin color. So interchangeable black dude. Okay.
You understand why I made that point, though? The riots were because he was black.
Yeah, I understand how rhetorical traps work. I still think it's nonsense.
It's not a rhetorical
trap. That's not the point. The point, though, is if it's interchangeable black guy, and there's tens of millions of them, then that is a much larger impact societally than the dwindling audience that Destiny has.
Well, that's admitting that it's not an individual. You're saying that
rooted problem in society. Currently.
You're saying it's not an individual. This is a bunch of other people. Now this changes the whole argument. You're saying that this is a massive population, not one person's influence on society.
I'm responding to your arguments.
No, we never made that argument.
No, you made the argument that you could interchange anybody, and I don't disagree with that part. Again, a martyr doesn't control the movement after the martyr.
No,
I'm
Rob's
not
never
sure-
said
I'm not
that.
sure
what are you
how-
talking
how
about?
that's-
You
how-
literally did.
that
That's the whole
Mr.
thing. And you
He didn't
yourself
say he was
said any
interchangeable.
black
He used
guy.
an example
One
of
at
a
a time,
person,
please.
right? Because we understand that this was racially motivated by other people. Ben Carson wouldn't make it racially motivated. George Floyd wouldn't do this. It was happenstance because this is a powder keg that was waiting to happen. This could have been any black person. That's what Rob is saying. This could have been anybody. This isn't saying, oh, let me just put in black person. This was something that he's talking about that was racially motivated by a situation. He's using an example. That's what he's saying.
Right. For
But
example,
that's
let
not
me
the
say Tony
situation
Timpa
according
was
to
a.
the police report. But
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Steve. I didn't mean. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, according to the police report, everybody had already had prior contact with each other, so it's not,
It
as
wouldn't have mattered.
random.
I don't
Yeah.
think it would have mattered. So again, the reason
Right,
that I'm
'cause it was
talking about
flooded.
interchanging a black person dying there is because I assumed that it sounded like Balderson was making the argument that there's two ways to look at this: the heinous individual actions in the real world that these people took, and then what happened as a result of what these people existing were. Now, I'm arguing against Balderson saying, but look, we don't blame George Floyd that post his death where he had no control, people took a bunch of heinous actions. We wouldn't blame him, just like if it was Ben Carson. The reason I used Ben Carson was because it is undoubtable that the justification for the riots was a cop kills a black man. So I was merely pointing out a black man that I thought we could all agree wouldn't fall into the same category as George Floyd. You're trying to impugn me that I'm making some racial point here. I'm not. I'm literally just trying as best as possible to have an apples to apples comparison by choosing someone that I thought it wouldn't be a matter of contention that we would all agree is someone we wouldn't blame like that. I'm shocked to hear that you guys are seeming to say that you would still blame them. But to your point, Steve, about the interchangeability, right? You're right. Let's just say that there are millions of people, using your words, millions of interchangeable people to commit these crimes, violence against pregnant girlfriends, drug addicts, et cetera, et cetera. So then the question should be reworded as such. If we removed George Floyd and we removed Destiny and neither of them ever existed, where would society be better off? Well, with George Floyd, he's one of millions. And with Destiny, he's what, one of a dozen? So wouldn't it mean that Destiny has more of a negative effect if there's a million other people that are doing what George Floyd's doing?
Are there millions of Destiny followers doing the exact same thing, like criminality wise? Are there millions of them? Are there 10 of them? Are there 6 of them?
That's changing the question.
No. I mean, it's the same comparison.
It's not.
Yeah,
What you're comparing, no. What you're comparing
wording of the way that you said.
The way that you're talking about it is Destiny inspires people to go do gay crimes or something like that, right?
I didn't say that necessarily.
Destiny's words, his rhetoric, inspire people to go out and commit violence.
I didn't say that directly. I said that could be a case. Okay. I said
so
what I said was that
stochastic terrorism argument.
That's part of it, but there's more than that. For example, Steve, are you a fan of gay marriage?
Not particularly.
Okay, or I just don't know. Would you consider yourself a conservative? Just give me a quick rundown of where you're at politically.
I think those isms are absolutely are slurred.
Isms.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now who sounds like Rachel Maddow?
Yeah. No. She probably wouldn't put it that way, but yeah. No. I think conservatism is very.
Who'd you vote for in 2024?
Oh, I do not participate in rituals for bloodline PDF.
Of course.
I could have guessed. I could have guessed that you're a complainer who doesn't vote. Okay, who'd you vote for in local elections? What party are you more likely to vote for?
The last person I voted for president was the Libertarian candidate in 1996.
All right. Not Libertarian in 96. I don't know who that would have been. You didn't vote for Perot?
No.
Come on.
No.
You vote for Perot. No. Anyways, I was too young to vote back then. Nonetheless, the point
Perot
is,
was prophetic.
Yeah, I like.
Oh yeah, no, I mean it does fantastic, but yeah, no, I saw what they were doing to him. Anyway.
I don't have to make just a stochastic terrorism claim of Destiny. I don't need to make that. I could say that people that share Destiny's political ideology, even if they aren't engaging in acts of violence, are worse off for society. For example, people that want open borders, people that want to legitimize a lot of the LGBT shit that's indoctrinated to our children, people that want sort of more socialized policies. I could say that people that want to adhere more to giving more money to Israel. I could say all of that. None of that's a crime, but all of it would still be more negative to society than an interchangeable felon that does what millions of other people in this country do.
So I want to speak first to your assertion that I'm blaming the person for the movement that follows. That absolutely is not the fact. You cannot hold the person to blame for something they had no specific control over. That doesn't mean that the societal impact isn't what it is, right? And Destiny is one of 1,000 Democrat mouthpieces that are forming this rhetoric. And when you're saying that type of rhetoric, if you're saying that translates into action, all the right-wing speakers that as soon as the recent Charlie Kirk incident happened, I don't disagree. The left wing, especially Destiny, the things he said were horrifyingly offensive. They were like, are you even a person, dude? But the right wing then said, this is war. If we're going to take everything that everybody said at their word, what does war include? I've served in the military. I remember what they taught me about it and what they trained me for when war comes. So if we're going to say that the rhetoric that they are giving out to any effect, because you haven't in any substantive way proved that anybody's done anything in the name of Destiny besides drop their pants and sit down on a chair, that unless you can prove that, I'm not sure how words aren't just words. And if they are more than words, why doesn't that apply to the right?
Okay, so first off, when I say blaming, I'm not saying whether or not you blamed. I said in order to win the prompt, is George Floyd worse for society than Destiny? You would have to prove that George Floyd, the actions he took are worse, not what people did in his name. Similarly, we would not say Ben Carson is worse for society than Destiny if a bunch of people erroneously went out based on footage they saw of his death and decided to riot. You wouldn't say that Ben Carson was worse for society than Destiny. You could say people that misinterpreted the life of Ben Carson were bad, but that he himself was not worse for society. That's the point I'm making there when I say with the blaming. Secondly, when you talk about this false dichotomy, when I look at it, this both sides do it argument, I find it to be one of the most intellectually devoid arguments that I hear. The violence is overwhelmingly coming from the left, and it's shameful that people even try to both sides this argument. Nonetheless, if we're going to accept that and say, well, because we see overwhelming amounts of violence directed at right-wingers from left-wingers, including them mocking and laughing by the tens of thousands the murder of Charlie Kirk in front of us all, when they say, well, prepare for war and things like that, that means they're equally to blame as Destiny. Well, a couple things wrong with this. One, I thank you for your service very much. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I know we're having fun arguing with each other, but I do truly mean that. But one, just saying prepare for war doesn't necessarily mean an act of violence. For example, we say prepare to fight, things like that. That doesn't mean that we're talking specifically about physical violence. A lot of the people talking about this are talking about, like, we need to balkanize. We need to understand that people are going to use violence against us, and you should be prepared to defend yourself. I myself condemn all forms of political violence unequivocally, including those actions on the right. But second, even if we did say that this was somehow negative, it's in response to what we see from the left, and fine, so what? You blame those people as well. Few of them will individually have the reach of Destiny, although there are some that would have the reach of Destiny, if not bigger. What we're talking about specifically is Destiny vis-a-vis George Floyd, a person who you've already conceded that would be interchangeable with millions of other people based on the criminal actions that he took. And so if we're talking specifically about the exact inflammatory rhetoric that Destiny uses, it has to be near the very top when it comes to people that have a massive reach. And I'd like to ask Steve, he keeps talking about Destiny's dwindling audience. What do you think his audience is now? How many live viewers does he have now? Do you have any clue?
How many
Wait,
live
Steve,
are we counting
Steve,
the gamer
before
stream?
you answer, I wanted to just sum that up. That was like the auctioneer version of, yeah, but theirs is worse and I like it less. So it's a problem.
No, that's not true. We can talk about that. I'd be happy to debate you on this specific subject.
I want to answer your question here. Are we talking about the gamer years or the political debate starting years for how long Destiny's been doing it? Because I did look it up before we came here tonight.
Well, I don't know. In general, what was his peak versus what it is now? How about that?
Oh, yeah. More and now less. I don't know.
But how much?
By several 100,000. He's dropped off quite a bit.
Based on what metrics? Like total views on each YouTube video?
Or any other platform that he's allowed on. Yeah.
Well, I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the bulk of Destiny's influence would be the live viewers that he has. And he still routinely has over tens of thousands of live viewers on his videos. And that's with diversifying, like he's partly on Kick, he's partly on YouTube.
that's also, you know, how many people are hate watching, how many of them are bots, how many it's so that's okay. Yeah, sure. There's kind of an argument to be made there, but then you'd have to turn that into proof of influence, and that doesn't exist.
I think that
How is
I
live
disagree.
viewers more influential than overall viewers, except for that you get super chats during the live, but how is the person interacting live getting somehow more out of it than the person that watched it at 3 a.m. or whenever the fuck people
A
watch
live viewer is someone that's tended to be more supportive or more interested in what you say than someone that's just catching it casually on a short form video or a video that happens afterwards. I think even Sarah would be able to speak to that. At me as a streamer, I could speak to that myself. For example, my influence has gone up. I'm very small, but my influence is going up precipitously. And yeah, if you look at my videos, I'm only like 2,000 people that'll watch a short form video of me. A lot of people have these huge million view videos. What it is people watch 30 to 45 seconds of it. The live stream viewers tend to stay there longer. I only bring it up because he was talking about a dwindling audience as if Destiny is only talking to a paltry amount of people now. And it couldn't be further from the truth.
I was curious how you were quantifying that, because in my opinion, if you ever watched chats on half of these videos, they aren't even listening to you. Not you personally.
Sure.
I'm making
So
up.
You bastard!
Just for
the fact
clarity
that-
purposes, I mean there are vast differences between a live streamer and a vlogger, a video uploader type of person.
Yeah.
And the chat, yes, the chat usually is entertaining itself, and half the time they're not even paying attention. But that's their social circle. You know what I mean? So
That's
I
what
think there
I'm
are
saying.
two very big differences between that and what happens during and after a video is live, and then post production send outs and how that operates too. So there are a lot of differences.
The reason I bring this up is because I could be wrong. By no means am I a prolific Destiny watcher, but doesn't he put most of his videos, he unlists them after he live streams them now, right? I don't think that was always the case. And he's streaming in other platforms as his primary source, such as Kick, which is a little different. But the point, like to answer the other point here about show his influence, I don't think that Destiny's words have ever been more far-reaching when Marte already said it. You literally have people like the Vice President of the United States talking about him. You have people like Elon Musk. You have him on mainstream platforms like Piers Morgan saying this shit. You have him talking to Democrat members of Congress, people that are vying for the leadership of the DNC. And so I think it's erroneous to be like, oh, the way that Steve's sort of saying it's like, well, Destiny's this has-been that used to have a big reach and now it's dwindling. I don't think that could be further from the truth.
Now he's a lol cow.
He represents the Democrats
it's
quite well.
similar to the way Alex Stein came up, where he made such a crazy asshole out of himself. I mean, don't get me wrong, that Putin put a bullet in Putin's brain song that he was singing at city council meetings dressed up as a crazed leftist. Hilarious. But he went and made an asshole out of himself. And then the way he actually got fame was then the right wing started posting his videos as, look at this crazy leftist. And he wasn't even a leftist. And then it was really a troll on both sides. Next thing you know, he's got a right wing job. It's the same thing as going on with Destiny.
Marte, real quick. Name me the bigger left wing.
How many people are watching him just to see the train wreck?
Okay, name me a more influential left wing streamer than Destiny. Hassan, then go next.
I don't follow left wing.
Right, you can't name one because
Destiny's Steve on this one. Ask Steve. I'm not the guy.
Go for it, Steve.
Well, okay, so I would say that Crystal Ball probably has more influence than Destiny.
It'd be close. Let's say I say that it's close, okay?
You know, and you said name one, so I named one.
Okay,
after Hassan, which you already conceded. So that puts Destiny further
Wouldn't
down
Rachel
the list.
Maddow count? Does she count?
She's not a streamer, and I don't even think she has the influence or reach of Destiny at this point. MSNBC's in the shitter, right?
You
but
know,
the point is, and even if
Rachel Maddow's little Barbie Kindle, Kyle,
how about
what's
that
his name?
Pac-Man kid? What about
blonde
that
dude
kid?
now? He has an equal, if not greater, audience. Kyle Kalinske.
Okay. Okay. Now that's fine. Let's take that. So here's the ones we have.
The Young
Crystal
Turks
Ball
have a larger audience than Destiny.
Crystal Ball.
I mean, it's we could still go. Like what I'm saying is, he's not as influential as you guys are claiming, and the only people that are keeping his name in the public's mouth are the Ortho Bros and Piers Morgan.
Like, okay, real
the
quick,
only
Go
people I
ahead,
ever
Rob.
hear talking about it.
Go
real
ahead,
quick,
Rob.
the idea that Destiny's just a lol cow. Let's look at the people you said. We'll set Crystal Ball aside from now. Kyle Kalinske, Hassan, right? Like those people are lol cows. Hassan's one of the only people that has calls to violence more routinely than Destiny. This
And
is representative of the average Democrat at this point, of the people that are out there and have voices in this party. That's Destiny's not a lol cow. He is a good representation. 55% of Democrats polled said they could somewhat justify the murder of Donald Trump. Right? Like this isn't some fringe radical group. Aha, Destiny's just a lol cow. No, he is representing. There are millions of Democrats that agree with Destiny. Republicans must tone down the rhetoric first. They are followers of the ideology that evil Austrian painter was. That's who they are. They should fear for their lives to be in public. These aren't fringe beliefs. And Destiny's in the top 5 most influential of streamers that's talking about this shit. Compare that to George Floyd, who you've already admitted that there are millions of people just like. Now, which one do you think, if we took out of society, would society be doing better with?
Well, does the rest of the millions of people that are also George Floyd go with them? Because then, it would be way, way easier to go visit major cities. It would be. But look, man, I guess the crux of the argument, because you tried to make it a very narrow definition of the prompt, but then use much, much wider arguments around it. I guess I'm just trying to figure out if we can both do that.
No, you can, but the difference is I'm putting blame specifically on an individual. I'm saying blame George Floyd for his actions and his rhetoric, and blame Destiny for his actions and his rhetoric. There's 2 ways that we could look at it: the actual physical crimes, etc., that they're alleged to have done in their lives, and then what their actions and rhetoric have led to in society. George Floyd just having to have happened to died on camera, and then people doing shit, you could interchange him because he never said, if I die, riot. People didn't riot because they listened to his words and went out and rioted. They rioted because of his death. And I'm not saying that George Floyd's worse for society because of those actions. Even then, if you would like, we can have a debate as to whether or not George Floyd and what he would represent would be worse than what Destiny would represent. I'm fine with having that discussion. I would just like a concession to the words of the specific prompt of who is worse for society, George Floyd or Destiny. It's not even close, because George Floyd was a pissant that people were going to find an excuse to riot over, and they just rioted because his death was on camera, whereas Destiny's one of a unique few that has this much influence and terrible rhetoric and policy that's infecting the Democratic Party in a mainstream way. It's not even close.
Right.
So to use your example that you provided, William Wallace, who it didn't pan out like the Braveheart movie in any way, shape, or form. I think Mel Gibson hated royals or something, but after his body was dismembered, he was not even there. It angered the people so much that they uprose, and that was William Wallace's effect on society. Now, in that society, we would call that effect good, and it's good that got put to him. And it's in the Ben Carson example, if Ben Carson's suffered the same fate as George Floyd, and that in and of itself sparked off riots in the similar manner to George Floyd, it would be unfortunate that the legacy of this good man was such a horrible thing, but it would still be the legacy of his life.
But you would say, so just to be clear, then you would say you would defend the following sentence: Ben Carson was worse for society than Destiny.
If you replace Ben Carson with George Floyd, then yes, the influence or legacy he left to society was worse.
Yeah,
than
in
Destiny.
order for that sentence to work, you have to follow the
give me one
hypothetical all the way
example
through in
of
the
somebody that's done anything for Destiny outside of drop trout.
No, that's not true. I don't have to say that people did something specifically because of Destiny. What I have to say is the idea is that Destiny,
because of George Floyd.
what I have
Go
to
ahead,
say
Rob.
is Destiny is an influential person that is at the heart of what I believe Democrats are now, and what they're doing is far worse than what George Floyd himself did. Now, going back to as ridiculous as this is, but I'll admit I brought it up first as a martyr that wanted to be a martyr. I meant in the context of the fictional William Wallace in the movie. Nonetheless, because you kind of look like a Viking, that's all I was getting to. But nonetheless, if we want to use William Wallace like the real person, William Wallace, right? The reason we would say that, well, we say he inspired people to go out and take these actions, and we sort of blame him. Blame, not a good word, because we'd say that's a positive thing from our context. Maybe not if you're English, but from our context, a positive thing, right? But that's because that's the type of rhetoric and what William Wallace was pushing for in his life as well. He was pushing for revolting against the English and taking their land back from English rule. And so when he's dead and he's murdered so brutally and he becomes a symbol of that, then we'd say, see the legacy that he left that we give credit to William Wallace for. If William Wallace was just a dude walking down the street, like in the beginning of Tale of Two Cities, and he's mowed down by a carriage of royals, right? And then people are inspired, we wouldn't say from the context that that was a negative thing if we were, like the French Revolution, which was a bad thing, right? We wouldn't say, the nameless child that was mowed down was worse for society than Destiny. Because look at the French Revolution and look how bad it was. And in the book, The Tale of Two Cities, if that's a true telling, like you would say, well, no, the people that took that action and then used it for their own heinous, nefarious goals are fucking absolute dog shit. But we're not saying that this poor nameless kid is worse for society than Destiny. That's outlandish. You could say the legacy that people used in the name of was worse. Now, I'm willing to say that once I think Marte and I have sufficiently won this argument on the prompt, I'm willing to go a step further and say, okay, without assigning blame specifically to Destiny or George Floyd, do we think that what they represent is which one is worse? I'm willing to have that debate as well, because I still think that it's Destiny that's worse than the legacy of George Floyd.
I agree, yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
What they represent, like if they were to write out, I want this for society, that Destiny is worse than George Floyd. Is that what you're proposing with that?
My proposal would be that it's an effect that, like, George Floyd's like a shitty foot soldier that's a grunt on the ground that something bad happened to, that people lionized around, where Destiny's more in an upper class of people that's inspiring people to take those heinous actions.
So how much does it cost? How much does it cost to house a prisoner? Just average,
It's like $50,000 to $80,000 a year in the United States, depending on the facility.
And George Floyd spent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years of his life in prison. That has nothing to do with any of the property damage done in his name afterwards. He was responsible for various different destruction of lives in his own community by being a drug dealer. All of those lives.
Give Destiny time. He may be in prison too.
What's
correct. Yeah.
What's that?
I said, give Destiny time. He may end up in prison too.
Sure.
As far as I know,
it hasn't happened yet, so it's irrelevant. Now, the lives that George Floyd personally destroyed, is there a comparison in terms of that you could pull out of your ass, possibly, to compare the amount of money that people already spent because of George Floyd, the lives that were personally ruined by this individual, the amount of damage and destruction that he caused, not just in his community in Minnesota, but in various different communities in Texas? Is there any kind of comparison for that to Destiny? No, of course there's not.
Destiny is direct, right? So he's currently influencing society right now, so much so that prominent figures like Elon Musk are telling him that he should be locked up for his rhetoric. We have other people. You already mentioned Piers Morgan. He's actively doing this. You haven't reconciled this right now with the passive argument. So right now, I'm just telling you right now, Destiny is actively not only doing this, but amassing I would say even an army. I can't give you metrics or numbers right now, but I would say right now, even if I was to ask you who is currently creating more destruction in society, I would say Destiny, because we have nuclear families going downhill. Is Destiny promoting this with his previous relationships that are on the front line and being displayed? Him denying the if somebody should be martyred or not on camera, to me, this is also we're also having an admission of allowance having this, because if he's omitting this and refusing to, not call for speak against the violence of Charlie Kirk, to me, that's like almost like a pushing of this and his social acceptance that he's pushing by his own rhetoric. Right now, we're witnessing propaganda that's ongoing that Destiny's currently continuing to promote. And it's like, so when Rob says things like he could be in prison, he could be in jail, but it's like, give give him time. But right now, he's eroding the American family as far as values. He's eroding structures. He's calling for violence, and even more. George Floyd didn't call for American violence towards the dismissal of the nuclear family. He didn't call for this verbatim or say this out loud. It's like society used a patsy. They wanted to hang something up and say, hey, this is the guy. This could have been anybody. Meanwhile, Destiny's actively doing this through different avenues. He's weaponizing X, weaponizing YouTube, and weaponizing various platforms, including like debates like Surrounded. This is putting him up on a more, I would say, a higher hill to be viewed at by everybody else. Whereas George Floyd, he had to be pushed to be on a hill. Destiny's doing this and actually creating work to even be harder, as like hard work to create more of a monolithic entity of destruction on the left of himself.
So interestingly enough, I'm not sure if you understand how words work, but you are a catechumen ortho bro, so I understand that you're being trained to not know how words work. And so when you're saying real effect is damages that have already happened in the real world. It damages that overpass any other riot in our country's history. People have actually been killed. Police have actually been attacked. That's actually happened.
That's really a bad argument. That's
what you're trying to propose is a fiction that you've made up because you don't like Destiny's rhetoric.
No, he has promoted abortion, things like this. He's promoted all this. How many abortions have we had in society?
Not fighting you with that one.
Right. You're not going to do this when it comes to the deletion of babies, things like this, right? So if he's promoting this and debating that this should be a thing that happens because he's pleading for women's rights and decreasing men's, I would say, reproductive rights, that's so much death in America that's also being propagandized to promote for our future society. That's further deconstructing, I would say, traditional values, traditional nuclear families, and other things. I mean, this guy's a propaganda machine. He's a slogan machine as well, too, when he says the bullet should have hit Trump instead. I'm thinking that this has been clipped, shared on thousands of channels, and we've seen this. You know what this rhetoric is. You've heard statements by him before, but you've never heard a statement uttered by George Floyd be a propaganda, meaning George Floyd's slogan written everywhere. Meanwhile, Destiny's slogans are written everywhere, being repeated in mass through YouTube videos, propaganda through X and everywhere else. And he's continually doing this right now as we speak, and he'll do this long after this argument.
Because Destiny's slogans come from his superiors who are actually in charge of things.
Okay, real quick, just out of curiosity, like either Steve or Benjamin, you guys can answer this. Who would you say is worse for society, George Floyd or like the leaders of BLM that inspired people to riot over George Floyd? Which of those two would you say is worse for society?
Well, the leaders of BLM and George Floyd were absolutely intertied, so I'm not sure how you could even separate the two things. That was the cudgel that they used in order to promote the things that they wanted.
So you say that they're equally to blame?
Oh, I don't think George Floyd in any way, shape, or form is to blame for the movement that followed him.
Okay, let me ask you this.
That's still his legacy. It sucks that his legacy is so horrible.
Okay,
but
let's go a little further with this. Do you think Derek Chauvin's guilty of murder?
No.
You don't. Who's worse for society, Derek Chauvin or Destiny?
Why is that relevant?
Because you're saying it doesn't matter what George Floyd actually said. It's the legacy he left. Well, if Derek Chauvin, if you don't think he's a murderer, but let me finish.
Is worse than Destiny's.
Oh, so Derek Chauvin, not his legacy. You would say the following statement.
That's what we're talking about.
No. I remind you
as
again.
A person. I don't know him as a person. He's probably a dickhead like most cops. But
I know this thing. You keep adding words to the prompt. The prompt was, is George Floyd worse for society than Destiny? So if I said, is Derek Chauvin worse for society than Destiny? You have to say yes, correct? Because if it's not for Derek,
yeah.
Okay, now let's go a step further. Is the person that hired Derek Chauvin to be a police officer worse for society than Destiny?
The person that hired him doesn't control his actions.
that doesn't matter. George,
any of us can have an
Thank
employee
you.
that does dumb things.
I agree. Thank you 100% for proving my point. And George Floyd didn't control the actions of the people posthumously.
If we
He
change
didn't
the
control
Trump
their actions.
entirely, I'd
They
have a
also
point
didn't.
to
They
that.
also didn't riot in the name of George Floyd's boss.
It doesn't matter. The
Derek
point
Chauvin's boss.
the point you're making
The point is the
no,
person.
no.
the
I'll finish
person-
my
the
point.
person with the statues, and that they went around going, "Say his name, say his name." Had like a little girl up there, like, "Say his name," and all that. That was centered around George Floyd. That's his legacy.
Okay, so the point is, what they admitted here on this side of the ledger, it doesn't matter what an individual does, even if it was Ben Carson. If his death results in people doing things outside of his name and what he wanted that he never called for, that ends up being disastrous, we would say that Ben Carson's worse for society than Destiny, because there were actions that were taken because of what his death resulted in that led to terrible things. Then they say, yes, the same would be true of Derek Chauvin, who they don't think's a murderer. Then we should be able to go through the list of everyone. We should be able to say, Derek Chauvin's parents, by giving birth to Derek Chauvin, was worse for society than Destiny. Because had they never given birth to Derek Chauvin, well, then Derek Chauvin would have never been there when George Floyd died, which means George Floyd wouldn't have died that way, which
That's
means that we
absurd.
wouldn't have had the riots of George Floyd. The point is,
Super
this
absurd.
is what we're
That's
talking about
hilarious.
is, let me finish, please. We're talking about second order consequences. We don't blame people because people took heinous actions, not in their name, if those people had no control over that. Destiny specifically saying heinous things that if people act upon are bad for society, and they are at the heart of mainstream democratic ideology now. George Floyd and the terrible things that resulted after him were not that.
You do got to
Okay,
appreciate.
so
how
hang on. In order to make that argument, you'd have to show that the Democrats
One at a
that
time.
are
One
in
at a time.
Congress are echoing Destiny.
They are.
They're not.
Okay,
They're not.
for example, Jay Jones, he's running for Attorney General of
Running
Virginia.
for.
And what's that? Attorney General of Virginia, right?
Yeah.
running for.
Elected
Right,
or
running for. Okay, running for said
Not
that
Congress?
he was cheering for Attorney General of Virginia. Said that he was cheering for the death of political opponents' children. Right? He is
Yeah,
still
totally.
endorsed by the entirety of the Democratic Party, including those in Congress.
Yeah, because they
Jesus,
kinda
they're
sign
children?
contracts saying
That's
they have
wild.
to. But
Yes, he
that's,
did say
that's
that.
ancillary to the argument. Doesn't mean they have to support them once they're in there, and it doesn't mean that's how they govern when they're in there, because they certainly don't. Now,
It doesn't- what do you
Destiny
mean it
does
doesn't
say
matter?
we should give more money to Israel, but that's the party line for a segment of the Democrats, just like it's a party line for a segment of the GOP.
Okay, your
That's not
point seemed
Destiny
to,
influencing Congress. That's Destiny's paychecks influencing
Destiny
rhetoric.
influences Destiny, and people like him influence voters, and those voters vote for people that share their ideology. And what the Democratic Party politicians are doing right now is saying things like this: Donald Trump is a fan of that Austrian painter guy. That's ubiquitous to the entire message of the Democratic Party. Something that Destiny's been saying since 2018, 2019. Destiny said that when it came to the Floyd riots, that rioting is the other side of the coin to voting. That's what Destiny said. So when you talk about people whose voices were out there cheering on riots, that's what Destiny said. In fact, when I asked him specifically about this, he said, "This is America, baby. That's what we do." What do you think things like the Boston Tea Party was? There are people out there that were justifying the riots of George Floyd using that exact same rhetoric, right? So the
Didn't
idea
you
that,
make
like,
didn't you make the point, though, that out of that same guy's mouth, he said that right-wing militias should shoot the protesters?
Marte said that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then
but
he's an inconsistent blowhard. and
That's
people should
right.
discount him further.
he's someone who cheers for violence when it suits his purposes, much like the problem with the George
So he's
Floyd
an
rioters.
opportunist.
Let me ask you a question specifically, Steve. It's something you said in your opening statement. You said the only thing keeping Destiny's rhetoric alive are people like Marte and me, and then you tried to insult like Ortho Bros or some shit like that. Correct? That's your stance?
No, I didn't say only.
before you
But
go
yeah,
in,
you're
Steve,
a
let
huge
me-
part of it. Yeah.
Before you go in, Steve, let me answer him quick. It's on his other statement. You know what's funny is this also works in the opposite way. So if the more recent stories that have come out about Martin Luther King are correct, he was a horrible person, but an awesome movement got, and so many great effects are his legacy, no matter how bad of a person he is, no matter how much Gandhi was a PDF file. The movement that stemmed from him, even though he was a trash human being, it's a good thing. The legacy that follows does not necessarily match the person. So trying to pin it on them like they're personally responsible, nobody's doing that. But what they are saying is that George Floyd's legacy, the things that stemmed from him in his name, way worse than anything Destiny could have. Rob has been conceding this the whole night, where he says the whole DNC said this. Did the whole DNC take their marching orders from Destiny? Was he sitting there with his blue hair and his jaw going, I can't even do it, like, hey, Democrats, I'm Destiny. Like, and they all just kind of marched to what he was saying, or is he just a cog in the wheel and just repeating the things that were said before him?
Okay, so two things. One, to answer that latter point, if we would agree that Destiny's not the single person that's making decisions with the Democratic Party, but Destiny certainly as an individual has more influence on the direct policies that the voters that support the Democrats than George Floyd did on anyone that was doing anything in his name. Secondly, when you give the example of someone like MLK, yes, it's true that all sorts of people in history are known for representing something that maybe means they're a good person. For example, Mother Teresa. But if you look into their personal life, you might say, wait a minute, they were infidel. They treated women like shit, etc., whatever it may be. The reason that we would still say that someone like MLK is responsible for his legacy is because that legacy isn't about the adultery and shit like that necessarily. It's about the things that he was saying, that he was claiming, the direction that he wanted society to go in, right? We don't have any of that with George Floyd. We don't. Again, you can't get over this. It would be like blaming that kid in The Tale of Two Cities that got ran over by a carriage and saying he's worse for society because his death led to the French Revolution. That would be asinine. It would be asinine to blame that kid and say that he was worse. That's just asinine. Now, to get back to Steve's point,
real quick, I never said you're the only people keeping him around. I said you are a big part of it. Never
okay,
said
but
only.
you said, but if it weren't for people like Marte and me, granted, you're not saying just us. If it wasn't for people like us, then Destiny wouldn't have influence, correct?
He would have significantly less because it's a problem reaction solution thing with
who picked the topic
with every other mouthpiece of every other political organization, and that's what Destiny is. He doesn't better make policy. He's a propagandist. He's a paid propagandist, and that's it. And all of those people are interchangeable. Regardless.
Who picked the topic for this debate?
Marte. I was giving him shit on giving him shit on X, and you know, we've debated
about
before.
George Floyd.
We're doing we're frenemies, you know, so we've debated before, and we were having fun with each other on X about George Floyd and Destiny. So and he said, let's debate it. And I said,
Ozempic door, we get the point.
No, wait. Who brought up George Floyd, though? Did Marte bring up George Floyd to you?
It was Marte's X posts where he was making this claim.
He made the claim that Destiny was worse than George Floyd.
Well, he was making the claim that of how horrible Destiny was for society. I don't remember exactly what it was.
And then you said George Floyd was worse or something like that?
Ago. Yeah, I argued that George Floyd was definitely worse.
Thank you. Now, the point I want to make is if you say that we're responsible for keeping Destiny's name in the limelight, who the fuck is talking about George Floyd other than you two?
Everybody.
Yeah. Who? Name them.
I just saw where Cori Bush is running for Congress, and her opening commercial, again, because she got ousted, her opening commercial for I'm back in the game is I fought hard on behalf of George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter movement.
Okay, so you got Cori Bush.
So that's
BLM. It's their band.
BLM's waned it. They have almost no influence now. Everyone accepts they're a fucking joke.
There is a George Floyd memorial day amongst the community that is celebrated in communities and schools throughout the fucking year after year now. Like it's not that it's gone away. It's that you're not hearing it in your feeds, and everybody lives in their own little algorithmic bubble.
What I'm saying,
but if you go on Black Twitter right now, I guarantee you'll find several thousand posts.
What I'm saying is the idea that you could somehow impugn us in any way by talking about the things that a person in real life is saying on mainstream platforms about wanting Republicans to fear for their lives when they go into public, which is a mainstream view in the Democratic Party, and saying, well, that wouldn't have any power if people like Marte and I didn't notice and talk about it, while at the same time you guys incessantly going on about George Floyd, someone that basically the Democrats are fucking running from at this point because they understand what a PR disaster it is at this point. It just kind of shows the double standard of what you're employing here. You're actually guilty of the very thing that you're accusing us of.
I do got to ask, are you guys scared of the blue-haired, tuck their peepees in between their legs army that just plays video games out there? I just got to ask. And also, Marte, to answer your question, I don't know where to get bulk baby oil in 55-gallon barrels.
What was the first question?
Wasn't on the show. That's my bad.
What was the first question? With being serious about about blue-haired? What? Do I play video games?
I'm asking if you're scared of the army of blue-haired video gamers that tuck their genitals between their legs. That army of destiny.
Do you think Charlie Kirk was afraid of him?
No, Charlie Kirk definitely wasn't afraid.
Oh, well, maybe they should have. His security should have been a little more, huh?
Well, you know, I don't know that has it been shown that guy followed destiny? Is this going to be your first example of Charlie Kirk? Is this going to be your first example of a real world implication of something Destiny's saying causing an actual reaction? Was the Destiny follower that did it?
Hold on. Destiny promoted this. He actually omitted and denied, basically refusing that this was supposed to happen. He didn't. He literally was saying this on Piers Morgan. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. He's doing this in front of a massive audience.
It doesn't matter.
I love Destiny.
It doesn't matter, Balderson. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. It seemed to be that the intent of your question, I'll steelman your position, is like, you're afraid of some transsexuals that have their hair blue and play.
Taking a position. That was me just asking a question.
Let me finish my point. It seemed to be that was the thrust of what you were suggesting. We shouldn't be afraid of these fucking loner weirdos that just play video games and dye their hair blue. That's the exact type of guy that killed Charlie Kirk. That's the exact type of people that right now are attacking ICE. That's the exact type of guy that killed 2 detainees trying to shoot at ICE officers. That's the exact type of guy that went into a Catholic school here recently and shot up a bunch of people at that school. The exact same type of people. So I understand it's popular to say, they're a bunch of pussies. Who's worried about them? They're committing acts of terrorism in real time.
Yeah, it's true. Completely. And he's inciting violence currently alongside this happening in real time.
Right wingers committing same-sex violence in the name of
what?
Name them. Recently, go ahead. Name them.
Steve, he's the political guy.
Let's hear it. Let's hear the right wing equivalents to the left wing violence.
I'm not going to defend that one.
Thanks, Steve, for being wise there.
What I do notice is lots and lots of patterns. And what I've seen is that while there's been a pendulum swing in terms of who's doing the domestic terrorism now over the last 5, maybe 6 years.
I disagree with that, but go ahead. There's been no swing. It's been the left the entire time.
I don't know about that, man.
Cite me. Where are you going to cite? Where are you getting your evidence?
John Hinckley.
Well, I'm going to
make bad music now too, which might even be worse.
Was that the last 5 years? I'm not very good student of history.
Well,
I thought that was outside that scope.
He
said in the last 5 years.
Yeah, in terms of left-wing violence, yeah, absolutely.
No,
absolutely.
I think that when you're looking at these studies that are saying, okay, it's a new thing that left-wing violence is more, when you look at those, they're outlandish. For example, most of those studies will say that there was almost no acts of left-wing violence in 2020. That's despite the fact that you guys are arguing the point that George Floyd led to all this left-wing violence.
Yeah,
they don't count that as left-wing violence, though, in those studies.
Yeah, I'm not talking about studies. No.
Right. So then my argument is that it's been the left, at least since the election of Donald Trump, that's more likely to use violence. Not just lethal violence like the shooting of Steve Scalise or, the assassination attempts of Trump, which led to the death of Corey Competore or the death of Charlie Kirk, but also low level of violence. People that have Teslas being vandalized, the cheering on of Luigi Mangione, assassinated the United Healthcare CEO, people, pro-life centers being attacked routinely, Republican centers, people wearing MAGA hats being attacked. all of this shit, the assassination attempt of Brett Kavanaugh. Everybody knows that with the election of Donald Trump in 2016, the reason that shops were boarding up their businesses was because the fucking left was going to lose their minds in riots. And they did. Over and over and over. So I think you're mischaracterizing to say that in the past 5 years, the pendulum swung to the left being more violent. I don't think that's true. I think that's been the case since at least 2015.
So 10 years. That,
my guess
we're old. Them extra couple of years don't make that much difference. But
so
growing up,
I will say this: each and every time,
one at a time. You're both talking.
Abortion clinics getting bombed, and
when was the last one?
Outside. Again, I don't keep up with it, but that was a pretty prominent thing. I lived through the Satanic Panic. That was some crazy shit. That was all very right wing.
Did you live through the Weather Underground as well?
Did I what?
Did you live through the Weather Underground as well?
What is the Weather?
Left-wing terrorists that were basically promoted overwhelmingly to areas in academia. Bill Ayers was one of them, who was Obama's mentor. These were left-wing terrorists that were committing acts of violence all through the 70s.
So far afield from 10 years ago.
Right. So, your partner brought it up, not me.
And I don't think he was around in 72 yet, but maybe.
No,
I don't know how old you are.
Fucking old. Fuck y'all.
Yeah.
Dye your beard, you old fucker.
So what I've seen is that every time there's an event on U.S. soil, regardless of what party is in office, it is always used as an excuse to limit rights, limit privileges, and further reduce people into ideological corners where all they're going to do is red team, blue team, bark, bark, bark. While all the while, regardless who's in office, the rights of the individual decrease, the surveillance increases, and the propensity for state violence increases. It's a problem, reaction, solution, ordeal. And right now we have the current president talking with cheers and applause and massive support to send in the National Guard and the Marines into U.S. cities to go after anyone, citizen or otherwise, that they deem is inappropriate in that moment. That is a massive constitutional overreach. And I know that's not the original, but this is what happens every time.
Okay, so if that's the case,
wait, what is shocking to you, Morte?
No,
go ahead, Rob. Go ahead.
So here's the point, Steve. Can you show me post George Floyd riots where that occurred?
Where that occurred? Absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
More and more surveillance cameras went up. We have a
like police body cams.
What's that? No. No. Like I don't know if you live near a major city or not, but surveillance in terms of cameras mounted absolutely everywhere have increased exponentially
by the government.
2020. What's that?
By the government,
city, state, yes.
But like not just by private entities, but by government
entities.
Oh,
no, they don't happen without private entities. And in fact, the private entities maintain ownership. They just get approved at a government level to be installed. Third party maintains the ownership of the equipment, and then that equipment is sent to something called a fusion center. Do you know what a fusion center is?
Sure.
Okay.
So let me logically go through your argument here then. George Floyd is worse because after his death, people decided to mass riot, which caused billions of dollars in damage, which then caused business owners to get surveillance cameras because of all the looting and death and destruction. And that somehow we should say that's bad, that surveillance increased.
Business owners also did increase their personal ownership of
surveillance.
State surveillance increased massively as well.
You just said it was all private that got permission through state.
You said you knew what a fusion center was. What is it?
A fusion center is fusion centers are areas that we send this data to that sort of looks into this data and interprets it through sort of different lens of investigators. Who gets the data?
Yeah, what are the entities at the fusion center that look at the data?
You have law enforcement that's looking at data, but it depends on the type of fusion center. There are also private fusion centers. Like you could make the argument that a lot of the collection in places like social media are also fusion centers.
Well, they're also private entities.
Right. So you just asked me who it was. Yes, it could be law enforcement or private entities.
Public-private. Government and private-facing. public.
The point is, I think that the effect of the George Floyd riots were actually, in general, the opposite of what you're suggesting, which were criticism of law enforcement and their powers. And so what happened both after Ferguson and the riots we saw there and after the George Floyd was we saw a pulling back of police resources, which predictably led, and you can see this in 2020, to more death, destruction, violence, criminality, etc. Now, what we see is if there are right-wingers or certain groups that commit acts of violence are alleged to, then yes, we see that government overreach. I argue with the left over and over again in the Summer of Love, if there's one right-wing riot, you people will lose your fucking mind. And they said, no, that wouldn't be the case. Then we saw January 6th, and my channel got struck all the time because of January 6th, and you weren't allowed to talk about whether or not there was malfeasance in the 2020 election, and then you weren't allowed to talk about certain things regarding the flu that came from the country of China. You couldn't talk about those sorts of things. So yes, I do agree with you. I do agree with you that oftentimes acts of violence do mean that the state usurps more and more control. However, the point I'm trying to make is the people that are in positions of institutional power actually like when these lefties go out and commit acts of violence. That's why they allow it to occur with near impunity. That's why Seattle had a Chaz zone that there was almost no effect whatsoever. That's why we see places like Portland that there's riots and insurrections that occur on a nightly basis and there's almost nothing that's ever done by law enforcement. The truth is that it's not a both sides do it. And by the way, this isn't even the topic of the debate, but I'm more than fucking happy to take it here.
The point entirely, though.
I don't.
I didn't say both sides did it. I said regardless of who's in office, both of those sides capitalize on that to use it to limit our rights and all of our civil
it's a point that I would be interested to talk about, like, on a different debate. I don't think it's germane to this topic whatsoever. Yeah. Suffice it to say, right, like, I think that the left-wing violence is how we got on this has been overwhelming. But if we want to get to, because I keep getting accused of, I think that I already made the point that we're winning the way the topic is worded. If we're going to say people that did things as a result of the symbolism of George Floyd versus the symbolism of influential people like Destiny saying what he is, I think that it breaks down quite simply. The people on the ground level, the George Floyd type people that may be killed by police, that people then use their name to go out and commit heinous actions, are less culpable and less damaging to society than people like on the higher tier, like the influencer tier, that are encouraging people to take acts of violence because of those deaths. Will you concede this, that you could find dozens upon dozens of footage anytime you want of what looks like police involved in a terrible interaction with black men, or for that matter, any race that you would like?
Oh, sure. Yeah. If you see it clipped, yeah.
So then the point is
100% of the time, it's usually the individual who's getting the shit kicked out of them by a number of cops. It's usually their fault.
I would say, for example, when it takes the LA riots, someone like Al Sharpton's more responsible than Rodney King himself.
This is the argument for stochastic terrorism, which again,
do you disagree with that claim?
Definition for, but in reality, what you're saying is the what if influencer A says words that I don't like, and then I can relate some violence to those words. What if that happens is more dangerous than the hundreds of millions of dollars of damage that has already happened, that currently happens, is more dangerous than the ideology that runs through, BLM and those organizations, as opposed to the neocon type liberalism splashed with hedonistic dumbfuckery that Destiny promotes.
Okay, that I think you misunderstand the point. Allow me to talk about in a non-hypothetical situation. Who's more responsible for the LA riots? Rodney King? Rodney King?
Like a double speed?
Rodney King or the black leaders that told people to go out and riot or encourage them to? Who's more responsible? Simple question.
By the time that you heard a single black leader utter a single word about that, there were already 35 cities on fire.
Okay,
so that's a nonsensical point. That's
not true, because black leaders have been drumming up people to these effects for years.
You just said, what about the black leaders? Who's more dangerous, Al Sharpton or Rodney King, more responsible for the LA riots? There were no black leaders in the wake of Rodney King, except for like a couple of crazy people down in LA that were like, yeah, let's go do this.
First off, I think you
don't have them in the moment, just, rolling up in the church bus with Reverend Al up at the driver's seat going, get in, we going looting. You don't have that.
I think you're mischaracterizing what happened, though I have to admit that I don't 100% know for sure. Your argument is Rodney King happened, and right out of the gate, people were rioting like that night before any black leader had a chance to comment. That's your claim?
No, when the innocent verdict came in for all the officers, because one of the differences between the Rodney King incident and the George Floyd incident is there was no justice in what happened to Rodney King. In the George Floyd incident, even though that officer was found guilty and so said justice would have been delivered, there was still a violent reaction that was taken, and cities burned and things were destroyed, even though the system worked as it's supposed to work in that incident.
Again, the point that you're making a differentiation that's not germane to the point we're asking here. The point I'm asking here is a guy who got beaten by police. By the way, Balderson, I'll ask you specifically, do you think that Rodney King was innocent and was beaten inappropriately by police?
I don't think he was innocent. I definitely think he was beaten inappropriately. I've seen the video and remember from back in the day, and the police had him on the ground surrounded, and they were jumping in, smoking him with billy clubs and then jumping back out. And the dude was just like a fucking pinata. It was insane. And I don't disagree that if you're being violent yourself or you're uncooperative and forcing them to up the force, that is a thing that will happen, and you are definitely responsible for that upping of force. But at some point in time, they're also responsible, no different than if you came up and punched me in the jaw and I got on top of you and just started pounding your head into the ground. They would absolutely say you put undue. At some point in time, it went from you defended yourself to you were now the aggressor.
Who's worse for society, Rodney King or Destiny?
Whose effects on society were worse? Rodney King.
That's not the question. The question is, let me word it specifically. Is Rodney King worse for society than Destiny?
His effects absolutely were.
Okay, so who's worse for society, Rodney King or the cops that beat him?
The cops that beat him would be equivalent because they also brought about that entire reaction. I don't remember their names.
Wait, so then how's their legacy worse?
Furman, he was the lead.
Mark Furman, yeah.
Wait, Furman was OJ. Was he also in Rodney King?
Yeah.
You don't remember the legacy of the names of the police officers. You don't even remember their names.
I realize I don't remember the legacy, but they it's equivalently their legacy for sure.
Again, the point is,
but everybody knows Derek Chauvin's name, don't they?
They do, right? The point is, the point I'm trying to make, if you're saying that by the actions that someone had aggressed upon them by law enforcement, that if people go out and choose to riot because they saw that person's legacy is to blame, or you would say that person is worse for society.
They chose to riot because the system was broken. The system was broken. Anybody that watched that video can't justify the last 20 minutes or whatever it was of them just mercilessly beating this guy.
Okay, if that's the case, then why is Rodney King worse for society than Destiny? If they were rioting against an unjust system.
Well, that is a valid point, that the societal changes that derive from that.
Yeah, that's
I wouldn't say that the means to that were great. I guess the means justifying the end. So that's
you're all over the place.
You do have a valid point.
Yeah. Right. You're all over the place here. And let me just say this. I stand by my claim that the person, like when you had the Crown Heights riots and you had people like Al Sharpton that were like sort of inflaming people to do that, they're more responsible for those riots than, say, some black person that was negatively affected. In that case, I think it was by Jewish people or by police officers or something like that. And so given that, I think that you would say there are multiple tiers of people. The actual on-the-ground shithead that's looting a store or rioting, probably less damaging to society as a caricature or as a symbol than the person that's sort of gaslighting those people to go out and doing that. That's saying the society's systemically racist and you're owed reparations and violence is the language of the unheard, and this is mostly peaceful. That tier of people is worse for society, right? Because they're actually causing the framework that allows more individuals. The low-level people, just the grunt on the ground, might be much like you might say in a war. Well, yes, it's the grunts on the ground that are actually inflicting the most lethality on their opponents, but any one of those grunts is easily interchangeable as opposed to the leadership class, that next tier up, the people that are leaders. And then when you go to the next tier up as the generals, they're even more responsible than the colonels, or more influential for the way that system's working. The same would be true here. Destiny's a higher tier than someone like George Floyd as a symbol, because he's the person that's influencing tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people to create this framework that violence is justified.
Then why isn't Destiny causing riots and causing actual actions to happen?
Neither did George Floyd.
Why did Al Sharpton need George Floyd or Rodney King as a figure? If he had that power to do it all on his own, as you're trying to make out, why did they need him? Why aren't they just, because you're telling me that's what their rhetoric is.
That point makes no sense, Balderman. Balderson, that point makes no sense. Destiny is using his power. George Floyd was given his power from people that weren't George Floyd. They handed him this. They used him as a patsy. This was handed to him, whereas Destiny, he's utilizing this massive platform to go ahead and incite violence right now. So you have somebody who's active. Like my point again, George Floyd is passive. This was handed to him. This could be moved from goalpost to goalpost, one black guy to another black guy. When it comes to Destiny, oh, you can't move this around because it's specifically one leader. How many Destinies do we have? One Destiny. You have 1,000 George Floyds out there. This is crazy.
We've already conceded the point that there's literally, we all have cameras, and so you could literally, I used to say this all the time, you could pick a race. I want to see someone of Asian descent being assaulted by police officers. You can find it. If you look for footage, because there's so many people in the world, or in the country, so many police officers, and everybody has a camera now that can record. Of course, if you wanted to paint a picture to cause people to do acts of violence, I'll remind you, during 2020, now I might be slightly off on the years, they polled Democrats and said, how many unarmed black men do you think are killed by police a year? And over 50% of them, I believe it was, said over 1,000. The real answer in 2020, 12. Right? So it's not George Floyd that was the problem. It's how he was represented. What people said about, oh my God, it's systemic racism. Look what police are doing. They're out there killing by the scores, unarmed black men. That's the problem in what's going on here. That's what justified. Hell, the riots weren't even limited to the United States. There were riots in places like the UK. Right. What the fuck do they have to do with policing in the United States? This is because it was primed by people that want to push this racial division narrative. All they had to do was wait until it was close to the election, find an example that would fit into their narrative, and bam, they ran with it. It happened to be George Floyd. He is interchangeable. The people like Destiny, while you're absolutely correct that there are other people like Destiny, it's not the thousands of thousands, if not millions of interchangeable people like George Floyd. He is, as you've conceded, amongst the top 5 most influential Democratic streamers.
Yeah,
I didn't concede that because I have no idea who the top.
Well, your partner did. How about
that?
Yeah, no, I think I named at least like 5 or 6 different people that would put him below top 5.
Okay, name them again. Hassan, Crystal Ball, I'm not so sure it's true. Kyle Kalinske, I'm not so sure it's true, but fine. Let's say we accept those. Who else?
The Young Turks.
Okay, that's 4.
Let's see, Jimmy Dore is definitely.
Jimmy Dore does not have the influence of Destiny, nor is he a Democrat at this point.
Yeah, not even close. That's crazy.
You don't think? Okay.
No,
I mean, he's vehemently anti-Democrat.
Yeah,
the mainstream Democrat.
He's still vehemently progressive policy.
True, but he's not. He's not like the views of the Democrat.
And all of Rob's. I do appreciate he says it so fast. I swear to God, he's somehow on 1.5, and we're all on like.
My brain works faster. Sorry,
but my tongue don't even move that fast. I mean, dude, your wife, happy woman. I get it.
She doesn't watch me, so she's not going to hear that.
But all of that
came
out for him to say half of fame is just being at the right place at the right time. We all agree. So George Floyd was the lucky one who's got to be the martyr. I mean, William Wallace, I'm sure he was sitting there going, God, I want to be drawn and quartered and my body parts to be delivered to major cities so that way I can inspire more people to come fight. Or he just wanted to keep fighting. So being the martyr, I get it. He doesn't choose to be the martyr. Outside of your mythical Jesus, nobody does. Nobody's like, You know what?
You don't believe
God,
Jesus existed as a person?
I want to get ruthlessly murdered today. That's my goal for today. Nobody says that.
I mean, again, I don't understand what the relevancy is to this, other than saying you've conceded. Do you think that had the George Floyd thing not happened, the Democrats would have found an excuse to riot over racial matters in the 2020 election?
100%, and then that would be the martyr. But they still needed a martyr.
So then when we're asking what's worse for society, wouldn't you say that it implies that if this person was taken out, society would have been marginally better?
If nobody had rioted over George Floyd and he had just remained a nameless fentanyl addict that committed a lot of crimes, and some other person had been killed and they used his name, then his effect on society would be worse than Destiny's, and George Floyd's effect would be not, because nobody would know who the fuck he is.
What we're ultimately talking about is what's worse for the propaganda operation, the catalyst or the people that push it.
Right. But again, when you're admitting that there was inevitably a catalyst anyways, it'd be the equivalent of saying, like, let's say that we're talking about specific types of firearms, right? And some heinous person uses a specific type of firearm to commit an act of violence. And we say, if that firearm didn't exist, then that wouldn't have happened. And I said, but don't you all agree you would have just used this one? And you're like, yeah. Well, that's what we're talking about here. There was an interchangeable. They planned on doing these sorts of riots, right? And you're all acknowledging that. You're like, yeah, that's exactly what happened. So what we're asking about, what we're saying is that because George Floyd is interchangeable, right? And they would have just used some excuse to riot no matter what. They would have eventually found what they were looking for here and did these same sorts of riots. Then no, we wouldn't say that Floyd himself, who by the way, never had any connections to calling for these riots or anything like that. It was the people behind him that were intentionally setting up the riots that wanted these riots to occur are the ones that we are blaming and should say are worse for society. And again, we see this all over here. Like, again, like you could go ad infinitive down the list and say, well, even people that aren't George Floyd, Derek Chauvin, you could say is worse for society than Destiny. The police chief is theoretically worse for society than Destiny because he theoretically had Derek Chauvin trained. Derek Chauvin's mother's theoretically worse because if Derek Chauvin would have been there.
Ridiculous thing again?
What's that?
We're doing this ridiculous thing again?
No, the point is you can't give a differentiation why that wouldn't be the case.
Because his boss didn't actively have involvement in the incident.
Did George Floyd actively have involvement in the riots of George Floyd?
He actively was the spark of the riots.
He was not part of the riot. Show me one riot he was at.
He was the spark of the riot.
Okay,
you might have noticed that because they had like signs with his name.
Are you denying the possibility of the spirit of George Floyd's
name?
Like, I don't know what to say. It's just absurd. Do you think Derek Chauvin's worse for society than Destiny?
Yeah.
Okay, no one was saying his name when they were rioting.
Right. Well, a lot of people brought him up in each and every speech.
So I just want to be clear.
So yeah, his name was said a lot.
No, it wasn't. It was not.
Derek Chauvin's. Oh, he was
used
as a catalyst.
Really, you know his name?
Every organizer, every activist, anybody with a bullhorn shouted out that dude's name. Oh my God!
What percentage of the rioters do you think knew George Floyd's name?
I would say a solid. Any given riot, it is conservatively 80%.
What percentage do you think knew Derek Chauvin's name?
Equal, if not greater, because of how often it was on the news.
I mean, that's the dumbest thing that I've heard amongst a bunch of dumb things.
They never said Derek Chauvin's
No,
name
wait. I just want to. Let me
that
repeat
dude's
what
name
you
and
just.
face wasn't being pushed out through every single media outlet.
No, listen. I know when
time.
I know when you say something stupid, the idea is to filibuster so people can't hear what you just said. You just said the following, that more people rioting for George Floyd knew Derek Chauvin's name than George Floyd.
You're lying through your teeth right now.
You said equal or more knew Derek Chauvin than George Floyd. That's what you fucking just said.
Equal or same. Yeah, same.
No, you didn't say equal or same. You said equal or more.
Steve. You might not have meant it, but
right. They were pumping out Derek Chauvin's name
by your own people.
Fucking media outlet. I guarantee you they knew who they were mad at. I guarantee you.
They did not. They knew they were mad at a cop. George Floyd's name was ubiquitous. His name was said almost everywhere. That's not the case with Derek Chauvin. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It wasn't even close.
That's why you know it. Do you know
I knew it after he was
the names of the guys who beat Rodney King?
I do not.
Weird. Why?
They weren't. Well, one, because it was a long time ago. Maybe if you asked me like 3 or 4 years afterwards, if I was an adult at the time, I would have known. And secondly, because they weren't people that were found guilty. That's now one of the most important prisoners in the country.
Or,
Who, by the way,
because their name wasn't said everywhere by everybody.
it wasn't said by everyone at every
Whichever
time.
one, I mean, you got that bunch of nonsense you spieled out like a whole
Balderson,
bunch of
did you
words.
stream at the time?
Streaming was not available in the 80s.
Can you answer
No.
the question?
I mean George Floyd, 2020.
Yeah.
Oh,
You did.
yeah.
And so if I went back to like the day after George Floyd died, when we saw Minneapolis on fire and they burnt down the police precinct, you knew Derek Chauvin's name?
100%.
I did not know either name.
You didn't know George Floyd's
I
name?
actually speak on alchemy and different religions and things like that. I'm not a political guy. I honestly
Yeah,
didn't
no,
find
It
I
shows. It shows.
I did. We were.
Steve.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a joke. Everybody knows that more people knew Floyd's name than Derek Chauvin. Everybody knows it. What were some of the other? There were other officers that were found guilty. What was their names?
Bobby Lee.
Is that true? Or is that a comedian?
Little column A, little column B, but I do believe the dude's last name was Lee.
Now, I will say you're not doing it. Do you know what Bobby Lee's, I don't know if you knew this. Someone told me this. I was hanging out with a comedian the other day. You want to know what Bobby Lee's, the comedian's final joke's been for like the last 10 years at his stand-up? So it's interesting that you said his name. He actually shows his butthole. So
Yeah.
Steve, I'm assuming you're a big fan, like based on the positioning of your mic there to your mouth.
I've
So
yet to go see Bobby
Oh
Lee in
my
concert.
God.
Yet to be there.
he is funny
Yeah.
though, I'll admit that. Nonetheless, what I'm saying is there were other officers that were found guilty. We don't know their names. So I'll ask you, Balderson, Officer B that was found guilty. Are they worse for society than Destiny?
Officer B did not actively have a part in the actual actions. That's why they were not convicted of actual murder, but being either being an accessory or some such other thing. They weren't actively doing it, so of course nobody knows their name. Also, most
That's
people
not the
don't know the
question.
names
That's not
of
the
all
question.
band
Are they
members,
worse?
just the lead singer.
Are they
That's
worse
how that
for?
works.
My question wasn't why do people not know their names. My question was, are they
Because
worse
nobody
for?
talks about them because they were accessories.
That's not
They
my
didn't have
question.
their
Again,
neon
you
tag.
repeat an answer to a question that I didn't ask. My question is, are they worse for society than Destiny?
Are those guys worse in
Correct.
society than Destiny?
Correct.
Oofta, that's a tough question. I do think that cops that let other cops do things that they shouldn't, but I don't really think Chauvin was doing anything that he shouldn't have been. So no, them other cops were also just following procedure.
So is
I
Derek
would
Chauvin?
say
So
that they're
Derek Chauvin.
fine.
Okay, so given that, if Derek Chauvin didn't do, and in your estimation, Derek Chauvin didn't do anything outside the book, is he worse for society than Destiny?
His legacy is yes.
Himself, not his
Him
legacy.
himself, no. As a person, well, I don't know. Probably not as a person.
Okay.
Again, we have to divide it into were they as a person what we in this society consider a good person, and then what was their effect on the society? Just like I've went through numerous times.
What?
Martin
We
Luther
got you.
King
We
may
got-
have been a shitbag,
It
but
took-
his legacy is a good one.
It took 2 hours and 15 minutes or something, but we got you there. So I'll ask one last time.
You got
the
me
prompt,
where?
The
Were you
prompt of
trying
the
to
One
get
at
debate.
a
me in the
time,
line
one at a
again?
time. What,
Let-
gentlemen,
Wow.
you were doing so good. Go ahead, Rob.
The prompt reads, is George Floyd worse for society than Destiny? Not, is the legacy of George Floyd worse for society than the legacy of Destiny?
Yeah, it's
If
George
you say the legacy of Derek Chauvin's worse for society than Destiny, but you wouldn't say that Derek Chauvin's worse for society than Destiny, then the same argument would apply to George Floyd.
Yeah.
You lose the
True.
debate.
Oh, that's it, bro.
George Floyd's legacy.
Yes, we
And
just
it's
got
worse
done
for
saying
society.
Yeah.
the prompt doesn't say legacy; it says the person. You said that Derek Chauvin's legacy is worse for society than
If
Destiny,
you're not,
but
if you're
Derek
not,
Chauvin
if
is
you're
not
not
worse.
looking at the legacy or the things that they've done to affect the effect of society around them, well, then guess what, buddy? You lose so badly because the guy that is just a bit of a sexual deviant and has a couple civil suits against him, way better than the guy that ran around slinging coke and robbing people, putting guns up to pregnant women's bellies. Unless you're telling me that that's a better person. I mean, I don't know where your moral set is. I don't think you're an ortho bro, Rob. So I'm not 100% sure where your moral set is on that. I don't know if it's an objective thing given by God where they have to turn over your own. I don't know what metric to use for you. Maybe a gun to a pregnant woman's stomach is a more serious infringement on society than getting a BJ by another dude or giving a BJ to another.
Alderson, can I ask you a question right now? So if Floyd never passed, do you think that he would be worse for society than Destiny?
Then the effect would not have taken place, and no, he would not. It's same as if it was filled in by another
this is
person.
Oh, you're so bad at this. So let me
Wow.
tell you what, Marte, great question. So what you just said was,
That's
when
insane.
I pointed out, let's go step by step with what just happened. You said, look, Derek Chauvin's legacy is worse than Destiny. But if the question was, is Derek Chauvin worse for society than Destiny, then the answer is no. And when I say, well, notice that
I didn't debate that,
let me finish. I said, notice the prompt says, is George Floyd worse for society than Destiny? Not, is George Floyd's legacy worse for society than Destiny? You counter this by saying, yes, but can't you see George Floyd was this drug addict and he was this terrible person and blah, 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 blah. Is he worse from society than Destiny? Then Marte, what was the question you just asked?
I said, if George Floyd never died, would he be worse than Destiny?
You then say no. He wouldn't be, thereby refuting the previous thing.
I know you're on team. I know you're on team.
I'm
team Crucible, so you might have some of that ortho.
Let me finish, and then I promise. Let me finish.
Hold on, Ben.
I promise you can finish. I'm wrapping it up. So you say, well, if it was just no legacy, if it's just the person, then George Floyd, the person, is worse than Destiny. And then Marte says, but if he wouldn't have passed away, would he have been worse? And you're like, clearly not. That just refutes everything you just said prior to that about George Floyd, the person, being worse for society than Destiny. Now you're going to backtrack again.
You're trying to compare apples and oranges at that point, and you're saying, "Well, Destiny, yes."
We just changed the prompt entirely.
You're saying Destiny's effect on society, i.e., the things other people are going to do in Destiny's name, potentially, which you've never come up with one. That is somehow worse than George Floyd as a person. You're trying to do apples to oranges, and I get it that you guys don't know how to keep things straight like that. I get that. But you can't take the things that people do in Destiny's name and then say, well, I'm measuring that against George Floyd as a person. We're either taking George Floyd's legacy or the things people did in his name and the things that people did in Destiny's name and measuring them against each other, in which case you severely lose.
Alderson, no.
We measure Destiny against. Hold on, rub some baby oil on.
One at a time, gentlemen. We're almost there.
It's okay. Or we say, is George Floyd as a person better or worse than Destiny as a person? And you lose in both categories. And I get that was always a losing proposition for you guys. I appreciate you taking it.
That's not what was occurring. We argued this at the beginning, that the reason that what you're saying is erroneous is the individual actions of Destiny. We didn't get into it, and I'm glad we didn't talk about the sexual dalliances, the allegations of Destiny, whether or not he was with an underager. I would argue, hypothetically, and I don't know if this is true, but there are allegations that Destiny was with someone who was underage. That hypothetically is a more severe crime, depending on the age of that person, etc. I haven't looked into the details, to be honest, but that hypothetically would be more severe of a crime than pointing a gun at a pregnant lady's stomach and not pulling the trigger. I guess we could debate the nuances of being a PDF or someone connected to that versus being an assaulter of women and what would be worse. Nonetheless, it didn't really delve into that because the point we were making from the get-go is we actually should look at the influence that people have and where that's pushing our society in a direction. Where you get confused is you're saying that even though George Floyd was never connected other than just pure happenstance of his death to the terrible things that happened in his name and that he would be interchangeable and they just would have used someone else if not be it for him. We're saying that proves that he wasn't worse for society as opposed to Destiny, who's actually saying these things. The equivalent would be this. If I sit here and say, hey, I got a strike on my YouTube channel and some lunatic says, I like Rob Noor, and because he got that strike, I'm going to go and I'm going to vandalize YouTube's studio for that. I don't think that you say I'm bad for society because someone did that even though I never suggested it. Whereas if Marte's saying, I got a strike and therefore someone should go vandalize YouTube's studio and someone does that, we would say that Marte's responsible for that rhetoric and what went there. That's what we're talking about when we question whether or not someone's good for society. So when we're talking about their quote-unquote legacy or what they influence people to do, we're talking about a prominent left-wing streamer that is saying that they should have an environment where Republicans are afraid for their lives to go in public, that the worst thing that could have happened was that bullet not taking out Donald Trump, versus George Floyd, who didn't say any of this shit about rioting or anything like that. He merely happened to pass away in what you say is a legal action done by Derek Chauvin, which you're admitting that they would have taken any number of incidents like that captured on film in order to justify their rioting anyways.
So, that was nice and emotive.
I'm very good at that.
How much money has Destiny cost taxpayers? How much of
Well,
a drain on society in real life has Destiny been?
I think so. Let me answer this in two ways. One,
No, just answer it one way real quick, just in terms of dollars. Can you quantify that?
I would not know specifically other than to say I know he took a PPP loan, which he ended up not having to pay back, which I would say would be a drain from our coffers. I can't speak to if he took other sorts of things that were financial detriment to society. I don't know. Perhaps he was responsible for getting people elected that significantly hurt our economy. I don't know. And you don't know exactly how much money George Floyd cost.
On drugs.
What's that?
How many people would you say he personally hooked on drugs?
I have no clue. How would I know?
Okay. Okay, that's
Destiny or
fair.
George
That's
Floyd?
fair. How many homes do you think he broke into?
I don't know.
Huh.
I mean,
Okay.
he did publicly,
So in
apparently,
terms of
allegedly, he
actual
said one time,
damage,
he allegedly said one time that he was arming himself to take care of someone that did a DDS attack on him. I don't know if that's true, but I've heard those allegations.
Hinges on things that you can't point to.
Okay, how many people did George
Hang on,
Floyd?
hey, just let me. I'll land the plane. It's your turn, Rob. I promise. Okay. Your entire argument is contingent on what people are talking about or saying online. And what we're saying, or at least what I'm saying, is that in terms of real world damages, by far George Floyd was a worse human being and much worse for society in terms of what people already had to cough up in order to house him, in order to feed him, in order to freaking pay all of his different baby mamas, who, as far as I know, Destiny doesn't have any children that he's not supporting. Maybe he does. I don't really know what the dude's up to. Yeah, but I know that George Floyd did. And I know that George Floyd was personally responsible for a number of abortions because he had different baby mamas testify to that fact. I don't know how many abortions are under Destiny. I don't care to, but I would imagine it's pretty low. You know?
So this was addressed at the beginning of the debate where we said that as heinous as an individual could be, like someone who beats a woman, they still wouldn't be as bad for society as a politician that leads to negative outcomes due to their corruption, because that politician has the ability to affect millions of people as opposed to the person. Nonetheless, he's an influencer that has the ability to influence voters that are doing these things. And so we would say that please, you haven't even given me a chance for the plane to take off talking about landing it. So please give me a chance. So when it comes to that, we can see that rhetoric that people like Destiny push. He is one of the top streamers that's streaming and influencing that tens of thousands on a nightly basis and hundreds of thousands that would see his videos in perpetuity of young people that if you go to the Reddit, you could see people suggesting that they're possibly prepared to use violence. We could see people actually using this violence more and more against law enforcement officials, against politicians, etc. That's going to be worse than what one drug addict does. And so we already said when it comes to the individual, like, sort of crimes that these people have committed, what's more important is the societal impact, because Destiny's reaching tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, where George Floyd was only reaching the circle around him. But since you want to ask me specific questions about how many people, things like how many people did Destiny allegedly get hooked on drugs, can you name me the exact number of people that George Floyd got hooked on drugs?
473.
Show me the proof.
You go read Mariam Hanein's book, The Real George Floyd.
Okay, what chapter does it say he hooked 473?
8.
You're full of shit.
I know, I'm fucking with you at this point. I really am.
Of course, that's all you have in the debate.
If you go read the book, she does go into that in a lot of detail.
So, like, yeah, you think it's some sort of gotcha that I can't say whether or not Destiny got someone hooked on drugs. I don't know, but neither do you know how many
It's
people.
not a gotcha. It's real world proof of the character of the person.
Okay, Balderson, then I'll ask you. I'll ask you, Balderson, how many people did George Floyd get hooked on drugs?
Well, just quickly, the argument you're making is that Destiny is influential.
That's the question.
There's no the Destiny as a person, nothing without his influence. George Floyd as a person, nothing without his influence.
I'm sorry, you're coughing. I think translating what you're saying, if we don't look at their influence and we just look at their personal actions, then you think George Floyd's worse. There's two things I'll say to that. One, the influence is far more important than the direct actions, as we've been saying this whole debate. But secondly, even if we would accept that we're just looking at their personal actions, we don't have the complete and total list of what Destiny's done. There are, as we speak, alleged court cases that are out there alleging some pretty fucking heinous things, including like some of the things that are being alleged is possible sex trafficking of minors. I'm not saying that happened. Destiny deserves to stay in court. And again, I'm not someone who right
That's
through
not being
this.
said for real, is it? Are you
Sure
just
it
blowing
is.
shit?
No, that's certainly being
I mean,
said.
is it just some dickhead blowing shit, or is that like a
No.
legitimate thing?
Define sex trafficking.
Well, I would say you're either a pimp or trading a sex slave.
No, that's not. Sex trafficking could be that you paid someone for intercourse across state lines. That qualifies as sex trafficking. And so if this person was underage and you say, hey, I'll offer to pay for you.
And you're calling that sex trafficking?
That
How
is what the law
how is
says.
that fucking worse than holding a gun to a pregnant woman's stomach?
That's what the law says, that it's sex trafficking.
And
That's what it
that's
says.
not a violent crime. Violent crimes are absolutely worse than normal crime.
Okay,
Well, can I ask you a question? What's being normalized more right now? The rhetoric by Destiny saying that, hey, this is what's happening. His current case right now, is that normalizing this in society more, or him holding a gun to a pregnant woman's stomach? Which one was more influential on society to consider?
I would say
you guys
overall
are trying
the
to do this
degenerate life.
apples to oranges things where you're like, I want to measure Destiny's influence on society against George Floyd's person, and George Floyd's influence over society doesn't count. Whether he chose that influence or not is an entirely moot point. The influence weighed against the influence, or the person weighed against the person. You guys got to quit playing this game where you're trying to measure apples against oranges.
No, it's not. I will agree. I agree. If we're
time.
just looking, Marte is again making the point that the influence on society is more important than the direct actions. If we're just playing the direct actions game, though, if we're just saying straight line direct action to direct action, I think there's a serious question that you might be able to ask. Would you say, at what age would you say someone having intercourse or getting nude photos from a person is more heinous of a crime as putting a gun at a pregnant woman's stomach but not pulling the trigger? Is there a potential age that you would say, yes, that crime's more heinous when it comes to the underage person?
A prepubescent person, I would imagine.
But like a
13,
so a 13-year-old, you'd say is not worse.
Is that how some kids reach puberty anymore? It's 13. I don't fucking know. It's not something I've put a lot of deep thought into, but you know, if this girl, and I'm going to presume that this is actually just a bullshit smokescreen from you, and that Destiny's not being accused of.
He's not being, to my knowledge, he's
minor. It's probably like a 16 or a 17-year-old.
That is the accusation.
I think that having intercourse with somebody that's prepubescent is absolutely horrifying. You're destroying a life, and not only their life, but the life of their children, most likely generationally, through that. That's absolutely horrifying and worse than something that. But do I think that doing that with a girl who, not saying she's
get a little mealy mouth here,
and and the other person should have been an adult, but is she going to go through a giant emotional trauma because she had sex with somebody that society considers to be too old? No, she's not. Those girls seek that out very often.
No, so wait a second. Wait a second.
Here's what I want to do, because we are towards the close. So I'll let you guys go for maybe 3-4 more minutes, and then we'll move into closing statements. Okay, go ahead, Rob.
This is an interesting line of questioning that's sort of running tangential to what we're talking about here, but my goodness, like, it seems like you're pretty mealy-mouthed about saying that about a potential 14-year-old. Like, I think that, like, we could say, like, assault, a violent crime could be like someone punching someone at a bar. That's a violent crime, right? You seem to imply violent crimes are worse than non-violent crimes. So if someone brings a 14 or 15
between a felony and a misdemeanor, right?
Sure I do, yes. Okay. Nonetheless, we're not talking about just the legal standard. We're talking about a moral standard and what's worse for society. And oftentimes, someone could plead down from a felony for doing grotesque actions to a child, and we still say, well, that's not a felony, but it's still more grotesque than someone getting in a bar fight, for example. So I think that you're mischaracterizing the idea that a violent attack or a violent crime is always worse than a non-violent crime. It depends on the nature of that. Nonetheless, let me say, just so we're clear here, for a point for you, no one, to my knowledge, is accusing Destiny of being with a girl that young. I believe the allegations is that this potential person that a lawsuit may be around is someone that was 17, and I don't think that there's anyone that's saying that he definitively knew she wasn't 17. So I think that those are both marks in your favor when it comes to this specific thing. But it is interesting that you struggled so much with that question, because I wasn't trying to be tricky. I was just trying to outline the point. Well, there are certain crimes that we say, although they may not be considered violent in nature, or more heinous than other crimes that we consider to be violent. That's all I was trying to get. You act like it was some sort of crazy fucking gotcha. I was just trying to get a baseline to say that's not always the case.
It wasn't a gotcha. I was just trying to give you an honest answer, and that honest answer includes, when would you consider a girl more responsible for her choices as opposed to less responsible for her choices? Would I blame 8-year-old for doing something stupid in the same way that I would blame a 15-year-old for doing something stupid? At a certain age, I would blame myself more for not being a good parent and letting that child do these bad things. But at some point in time, I expect my kid to make the good choices.
Let's say that George Floyd has a cousin named Jim Floyd, right? And let's say he pointed a gun at 2 pregnant ladies' stomachs, and he sold drugs to 1 more person, and he passed fake bills 1 more time than George Floyd. Is he worse for society than George Floyd?
Okay, you're harping on the gun to the stomach point, but the actual rap sheet is incredibly extensive. So that does incorporate to who the person was. So if you're just going to isolate it to one incident, I don't believe that's fair.
Okay, whatever that rap sheet is, let's say we add 3 more crimes to it of a similar nature for George Floyd's cousin Jim Floyd, right? But he didn't die at the hands of Derek Chauvin and there wasn't riots. Is Jim Floyd worse for society than George Floyd?
Again, we're talking about which part of the propaganda operation. Don't fucking hold your head, buddy.
Why can't you just answer questions?
Yeah, this is crazy.
Just answer the question, because it seems
it has nothing to do with the actual thing. If we change the entire nature of the prompt, then I can prove a point. But
it's not changing the nature of the prompt. Let me explain what I'm doing. It seems that you're trying to have your cake and eat it too. When we're arguing, when it comes to the societal,
that's rare in a debate.
When it comes to
you're unfamiliar with having cake.
Hold on. Let him finish.
Now listen, it is true as a fat guy, I eat cake, though I managed to keep it out of my mouth during this debate, unlike you and that black phallus in front of your face. You couldn't even hold out from there. So let's not talk about what's putting what in people's mouth here. Nonetheless, I'll finish my point. What you're trying to conflate here is 2 things. When we argue about societal impacts and we're saying, look, Floyd shouldn't be blamed for people that are rioting, but the things Destiny is saying are germane to what we see political violence that are occurring now. And you're like, yes, but the personal. So we're trying, if you're saying that there are 2 things, the societal effect and the personal, what I'm trying to do is use examples to see which one of those you think are more important to saying what's bad for society. If there was a person that didn't result in riots due to their death, but they committed more felonies in real life, is that person worse for society than George Floyd? It's simple. It's not some gotcha. It's not changing the prompt. That's it. And you're incapable of answering because you've been slippery the entire time, and you're incapable of just truthfully answering something so that the debate can move forward based on the standards that you've set forth.
No, I've been real clear about it the whole time. If this dude did more personal things than George Floyd did, then personally he's worse. If nobody's ever heard of that dude, then his effect on society
That's not the question.
Is not worse. You guys keep trying to do this apples to oranges thing, thinking that's somehow getting you point.
All right, so then
everybody sees it now.
So just to be clear there, what you just said, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we finally got to it. You were like, personally they would be worse, but as to the question of were they worse for society, no. Okay, then when we're talking, when you're like, but George Floyd did this, he did all these crazy felonies and Destiny didn't. Who gives a shit? You're already conceding that that's not the metric we should use for what's worse for society.
His legacy to society is worse than Destiny's.
Right,
also.
Okay, then who gives a shit about his felonies? Yeah. Why are we even talking about it?
You lose both parts.
No.
His legacy to society was riots.
No, Benjamin, that's not even the case, bro. No, not even close.
This.
Name me one cop attacked in Destiny's name.
Let's put a pin in that that little error that's going on. I see what you're saying, Rob, and I don't know how else to translate that over. I'm not sure if I could say it in any other direction, but I do understand what the both of you are saying. I think there's a disconnect in that moment. But I think maybe open panel, somebody else can possibly come on and try to explain a little bit better, because I'm not sure how else you could put it. All right, let's go ahead and move into closing statements. Rob, if you'd like to kick us off.
What do we got? 4 minutes, roughly?
Yeah.
All right, whatever. I won't need a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting debate. I think that what comes down to, you can see there at the end, like all the questions about the personal sort of dalliances, crimes, etc., that these people committed are sort of irrelevant when we're talking. Remember, the exact wording was, is George Floyd worse for society than Destiny? Of course, individuals can be terrible people and go to prison and commit terrible, heinous felonies. But if they're only doing it at a local level to people directly connected to them, we wouldn't necessarily say that they have a broad reach on society or are worse than society than someone who's doing things that are affecting hundreds of thousands of people. In this case, we could see that in their lives, Destiny certainly affects in a negative way more people than George Floyd through his various felonies could have done. And that's without even getting to the alleged crimes of Destiny, right? So instead, we should look at that second scenario. I think that what you saw was our opponents kept trying to divvy back and forth between them because they knew they weren't doing so hot on that second part of what was good for society or what was worse for society, as the prompt says. They are so confused that they're saying things like Derek Chauvin did nothing wrong, and of course George Floyd never advocated for these riots, etc., etc. But we blame George Floyd in the sense that we say he is worse for society if people went out and did negative things in his actions. One, we argue significantly that that's not the case, just like it wouldn't be the case if Ben Carson was killed or if I was or anyone else, and then people went out and committed heinous acts, even though we never inspired them or suggested that we do that. You wouldn't say that we were worse for society because of that. And they really don't have an answer for that to just say, yeah, your legacy would be worse. But that's clearly an absurd way to look at it. I think the clearest way we put it is from the book, The Tale of Two Cities. There literally starts the French Revolution because a nameless kid was ran over by a carriage. At least I think that's how it went. And they're like, yes, that nameless kid would in fact be worse for society than someone like Destiny because it inspired a heinous action, which was the French Revolution. That's nonsensical. Furthermore, we go further than that and say, even if we just take the symbolism of what's inspired, the people on the street level are the people that are martyred, their names are martyred, are less damaging for society than the people that are actually out there suggesting that or gaslighting or laying the groundwork for things like these riots occurring. They've conceded that if it not be George Floyd, it would have just been someone else in the summer of 2020 because there would have been another black person that was negatively affected by police. It would have been on camera and they would have used that as an excuse to riot. This shows that if we take George Floyd out of society, we would have had very similar outcomes for society, whereas Destiny's a person who they've conceded is one of the top 5 to 10 most influential Democratic streamers at this point. He's reaching hundreds of thousands of people in real life. We argued how his rhetoric is actually indicative of what the mainstream Democratic views are right now. They do want Republicans to fear for their life. 55% of Democrats say that they would somehow justify the murder of Donald Trump. This directly imitates rhetoric that Destiny had that said the worst thing that could have happened was that bullet missing Donald Trump. They don't have an answer for any of this. They're just like, yeah, but the Floyd riots were bad. The people that were instructing them to riot, and Destiny himself said things like rioting's the other side of the coin to voting. It doesn't matter if I could draw a direct line that someone uniquely took this because they listened to Destiny. Symbolically, these people that are saying this rhetoric that's leading to sort of this violence and this division in society today is worse than what George Floyd is doing to society today, particularly when George Floyd himself never advocated for any of these things occurring. It's clear as day that that's how we would judge this. I mean, I don't even understand it further how to go. It's clear that they're confused all over the place, even going as so far as to saying Rodney King was worse for society, but actually no, Rodney King apparently had a good legacy because the police were corrupt, etc., etc. I mean, it's just nonsensical. They're all over the place when it comes to these sorts of things. The last thing I'll say is we need to look at where this is going to further go. Regardless of this silly debate topic or things like that, I actually had a good time. I'd like to thank both of our opponents and Sarah for being here. I thought it was an enjoyable debate. I really did, and no hard feelings to anyone here. There is a serious conversation that need to be had about sort of how commonplace it is to cheer on violence, to ignore violence, etc., particularly coming from the left that we now see. And I think Destiny is the voice that is the resonating the most out there in the mainstream by people both celebrating it and by people condemning it that we see. be. He is the focal point for what we see of people saying things like Republicans should be fearful for their life. All Republicans are effing around and finding out if they get killed, making fun of people like Corey Competore, making fun of Erica Kirk, making fun of Charlie Kirk, etc. We see tens of thousands of people that don't have the influence of destiny that are out there repeating this same sort of nonsense. And we're going to see these violent attacks get worse and worse and become more and more frequent. We see the attacks that are occurring against ICE. We see mainstream politicians repeating some of this very rhetoric that people like Destiny have been having for years, using terms like, you're a fan of that Austrian painter, etc. Something that was basically written on the bullet that took out Charlie Kirk, one of the ones that wasn't shot, but that was there that took out Charlie Kirk. So this is rhetoric that we're going to have to deal with, and it's worse than anything George Floyd, the common thug criminal, did. Lastly, it's interesting, despite all of this, for them to say Derek Chauvin did nothing wrong, they can't even articulate why the second order of consequence of George Floyd inspiring people wouldn't also mean that Derek Chauvin inspired. They say, okay, yes, but the other police officers, they're like, well, we don't know because we don't know their names. And then the people that did things like train Derek Chauvin. There's no logical point that we wouldn't stop. They just say, well, because they erected statues to George Floyd. Okay, that doesn't mean that George Floyd himself did anything. The legacy of George Floyd is the legacy of Michael Brown. It's the legacy of Trayvon Martin. It's the legacy of who the next person will be when these people like Al Sharpton and these race hucksters that want to cause division and want to divide us by race and want to encourage these sorts of violence, when they inspire for the next person for this to occur. There will always be tragic incidents involving law enforcement of people of any gender, of any race. The truth is, the real people responsible are the people that are intentionally causing this division and laying the groundwork for these sorts of riots and things like that to occur. Although the George Floyd riots were heinous and horrible, I think the people that justified them said they were mostly peaceful, while at the same time locking us down and saying that the pandemic was so bad we couldn't leave our homes. But you know what was worse? Racism. So it was okay to go out and leave your homes for that sort of shit, are more at fault than George Floyd himself, who would have been replaced by someone else. I think we clearly win the debate in this matter. Our opponents were game to try it, but they were outclassed in every possible way by Marte and I. But that's not surprising. We all knew that was going to be the case from the get-go. So thanks for your time, everyone.
Thank you, Rob. Marte, to you, please.
We have so insert the cases of Tyree Nichols and Philander Castile that happened. How come there was no riots after that? So these people had passed away. We call them martyrs, things like this. So all we're witnessing in this argument is moving from goalpost to goalpost because, we have blacks dying on camera, by police custody. That happens all the time. I think it was just a time and a place for somebody to be the patsy, and that's what's going to happen. So to Rob's point, when we look at the autopsy report, fentanyl was the main cause of his passing away. Why aren't we saying that fentanyl is worse for society than George Floyd? If I was to ask you this, if we was to say fentanyl is bad, you are conceding in this debate, well, George Floyd's worse than fentanyl because of his, well, hold on. So then you're admitting that something that was the cause, and you don't even know what the origin is of this. We're just pointing to a patsy, whereas Destiny, we have the origin. We can point to an exact figure in society who's weaponizing social media, X profiles, YouTube, and everything else, right? Not only this, but he's weaponized an arsenal of influence. George Floyd hasn't done this. Where's the influence for Philander Castile? Where's the influence for everybody else? Matter of fact, the damage for Eric Garner's thing was so small that happened. It wasn't massive citywide scale. So if we think about this, it's like all you're doing is pointing fingers, but you don't have an exact origin for what's causing really massive bad for society. And we've been trying to put our finger on this the whole debate on their side and try and figure this out. Meanwhile, we have the causation and the instigation and the catalyst in front of us by the name of Destiny, Stephen Bunnell, the third or second, whatever his name is. So it's like we have this. We have causation in front of us. We have the words. We can actually have quotes, things like this. We don't have quotes for George Floyd or anything like this. We don't have an active, I would say, a propaganda machine from Floyd himself. Now you could say, yes, he passed away, but that proves my whole point. So Floyd's influence was passive. So it's like, what's stronger? Something that's active as far as a call for violence, or something that's passive, meaning this can go with time. We could say that, but we can't even determine, on the other side, it's like we just had a passing of Charlie Kirk, which he couldn't even condemn this. He never condemned this on Piers Morgan. So to me, I think that if he's amassing a large audience and they're saying this, What Destiny's doing is normalizing death in America. How is he not normalizing death right now? How is George Floyd normalizing death in America right? Oh, he wasn't. He was the guy that passed away. Meanwhile, Destiny's normalizing death by omitting this. He's not even condemning this. When questioned by Andrew Wilson, we can replay the footage right now. And he was weaseling his way, just like you guys, out of this whole conversation because you guys don't have a real point of origin, whereas we do. That's it. You guys are dead in the water. Your argument never moved, and there was no traction on it, actually. And I'm just done. You guys are cooked. On to Steve or whoever else.
Thank you, Marte. Steve, to you, please.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Sarah. And thanks, you guys, for, giving us something to laugh at occasionally. It's been pleasurable, and maybe sometime we'll do it again. I had fun. At any rate, their entire argument is 100% based in stochastic terrorism is the only thing that matters. Nothing else. There's no real world consequences, and that's okay because we delve in the imaginary, and the imaginary is scary, and we don't want to be scared of destiny. We want to be comfortable, and we would like the words that scare us to go away. And there's no acknowledgement whatsoever from either of these clowns about the real world consequences that exist because of George Floyd. You have to remove the crux of the argument from the argument in order to make the argument. And that's their whole game right now, is we have to do little bit, cutesy rhetorical traps. I refuse to acknowledge something that's going to be absurd. They have to do little, okay, if we take away the entire prompt and then create a brand new prompt, then we've got another point. And that's what matters. And the gish galloping that surrounds it is a distractionary device in order to lead people away so you can spike the football right about the 2-yard line. Because you've never actually proven that destiny has this influence that you've given them. You've talked about numbers. You've talked about tried to insanely somehow link the Charlie Kirk assassination to destiny, which is, look, I'm no fan, but that's a pretty heinous allegation, and also pretty wild. You've tried to say that the influence is what matters, and that's the only thing that matters. Well, if the influence is the only thing that matters, then destiny is as interchangeable as the tens of millions of Black Americans that could be interchanged for George Floyd. So it's not destiny, the person, that is the issue. It's destiny, the numbers that people can look at who are just absolute mouth-breathing idiots and go, oh, their numbers there, that must mean they're right. They're popular. I'll go look at that. And then they'll go, oh, that's a bloviating Adderall-ridden idiot. Hopefully, God willing. Or they'll go, oh my goodness, I need to hear more of this 1,000-mile-an-hour doing the exact same partisan hack grift that Ben Shapiro and freaking the rest of the Daily Wire does. Because they're just mirror images of the same bullshit narrative management operation. And destiny, the persona, is an interchangeable character, just like George Floyd, the reason that people went to war, is an interchangeable character. There's nothing that distinguishes destiny from anybody else other than he was elevated to that position, just like the memory of George Floyd was elevated to that position. If we're looking at them as individual people, George Floyd is by far the bigger scumbag. If we're looking at the narrative management operation and the influence campaign that was being ran on both individuals or through both individuals, George Floyd does way more damage in terms of damage to infrastructure, damage to neighborhoods, damage to storefronts, injuries caused, lives lost. George Floyd is by far the bigger scumbag. And I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Steve. Benjamin, to you, please. You're muted.
Can't hear you, Ben.
Sorry about that. This was a good time. I appreciate you guys coming and debating. Unlike, and I know the super chats are coming up, but unlike that one super chat said that we put too much energy into it. You know what? Are you not entertained? But
love you, Ben.
so we put in an honest debate for 4 guys that didn't really, you know what? All 4 of us think that both these people are trash. With that said, our opponents tonight, they spent their entire argument was trying to switch things around, similar to the way the leftists have pinned down racism to where one race can be excluded from the racism thing, so that way all the racism can fit their definition. They tried to do this in this debate also, where they tried to compare the influence Destiny has had on the people as opposed to the person George Floyd was and not his influence. I was fine with arguing either side. Just compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. I do get that George Floyd did not intentionally cause the influence that he had. That has no bearing on the point. It makes no difference. His influence is still his influence, whether he wanted it or not. Other than that, fantastic debate. Would like to do it again about something a little more serious. Had a gas to you guys.
Thank you, Ben.
I'm gonna head to the restroom real quick, if that's all right.
Sure, take your time,
I broke
Rob.
the seal first. I felt real bad. I was like, damn it, I'm
That's
old.
okay. I broke this. I always break the seal, usually around the hour mark. Thank you to all 4 of you. This was actually a very nice debate. I didn't feel the need to really play referee or mom a whole lot, and you guys were able to get through the actual conversation and move through the discussion and talking points very smoothly. So kudos to all of you, and thank you for giving me an easy night. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and drop the link into the chat for the open panel dumpster fire. If anybody would like to join to add on to the conversation, please feel free to go ahead and start heading backstage now. The link is pinned in the top of the YouTube chat. Shout out to Twan, Jack of Blades, Jay Putsy, and Levano, I think I said it right, for their new memberships. Welcome to the Mater Nation. Kokomo drops a big 15 and says, I have to pay for the Wayne's World comment. I will agree. You guys were all killing me. I was crying through the opening statements, absolutely crying. That just, I don't know. You guys win. Great Scott with the big 5. Here you go, Tomato. Thank you kindly, Mr. Great Scott. And of course, this was a perfect win. Unforged EGO sent the big 50 and said 50 suck-up points for Rob and Marte. Thank you, Unforced EGO. I think that was the ultimate win. The chat always wins. So Marte and Rob, you guys automatically have an extra 50 points for the suck-up side of things, however that's going to work. But thank you. Lord of the Nerd said, please ask Black D-Face if you didn't have breakfast yesterday, how would you have felt? Personally, I don't see the Black D. It's clearly a fudge pop. Shots fired. Steve just stepped away, so when he comes back, I don't...
That would be a proper size fudge pop, because we all know fudge pops is bullshit. That's like a half a fucking bite. You're like, I need to eat 6 of these. That would have been proper.
Fair enough. And Anthony says, paying my tomato tax and showing Rob some love, not one step back. Get him, Rob. Love your content. You're welcome to respond if you want.
Oh, yeah. AGC's awesome. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. I hope everyone enjoyed, even if you thought we lost the debate because you have a head wound or something like that. We still appreciate it, and we hope that you all had fun. We really do.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. And a kind reminder again, the link for the backstage is dropped in the YouTube chat. If you want to join the conversation, I've got 2 back there so far, which is kind of odd for debate night. So
they don't want to get wrecked. They know.
But maybe that's the case. Okay, now I got 3 back there. It's just odd. Normally it's just like pop, 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 pop as soon as I drop that link. So maybe they didn't hear me the first time. Texas Bully Mom says, with a big 10, taxes theft, or did we skip that debate?
Texas theft.
Because it's I think I said tomato tax for the goal.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
fair.
no, taxation is theft every time.
Fair enough.
Every time.
And Just Gerald says, "You poors disappoint me. Give Sarah more money." Yes, I gladly accept lots of money, all of your money, or most of your money. I'm very grateful for that. So thank you. Marathon Kev making a little drive-by with the big 50. Sister Sarah. I always love the way he says it. This should be salacious. Thank you, Marathon Kev. Beaningtons says Destiny's actions erode civil discourse more directly than Floyd's passive role in history. Floyd is irrelevant without BLM. Steve or
Balderson.
Ben? Yeah, I'm assuming this is directed more towards you if you want to respond.
Yeah, and Destiny's influence is as artificial as George Floyd's. So I don't even know what we're talking about really ultimately, because they've both been weaponized in an influence operation. I don't think that there are real world consequences in any way, shape, or form that are remotely close to that from Destiny than what happened with George Floyd. But
I think
you just can't make the argument if Destiny's whole persona is the thing that matters, then Destiny as the person doesn't fucking matter, and you can replace him with absolutely anybody, just like you could with George Floyd.
Yes, but the difference is that there are a far more number of people, because George Floyd was literally just a body that died that could literally be anyone, where Destiny does have some amount of rhetorical ability and talent that causes to influence people. I could give you a great example of this, right? Before Destiny got kicked off Twitch, other than Hassan, he was by far the biggest left-wing political voice on Twitch. Now, you had a bunch of people pretending to be Destiny after he got kicked off. Can you name who the most influential person is? That like was just interchangeable with Destiny? Who is it on Twitch?
Pretending to be Destiny?
Yeah, just interchangeable with Destiny. Who was it? Who filled Destiny's shoes on Twitch?
I don't Twitch, man. I have no idea. I've never been.
Well, there's no one. It's a bunch of people that are trying to emulate his style, but they weren't as successful as it. Whatever you may think of Destiny as a person or like his political beliefs, etc., he is someone that's entertaining and gets a lot of eyeballs, and he's a competent debater who there are people that are drawn to him because of that. So although you're right that they could astroturf someone else, like, you know, a Parker or a Dean Withers or something like that, to theoretically fill Destiny's shoes, it's not as simple as just having another one of, you know, a black person that has a violent interaction with law enforcement. What you should have said, what the topic should have said to benefit you guys too, is what happened to George Floyd worse for society than Destiny? But George Floyd, the person, is nothing. He did nothing. Like the user said, he was passive.
Yep.
If it's,
So it's not
individual
interchangeable in
to
the same way.
individual, he's a scumbag. If it's influence to influence, George Floyd is still the bigger scumbag. Like there's you have to make it very narrowly, but still somehow not totally getting the point argument in order to make your argument. But if we go person to person, George Floyd is far worse. If we go influence to influence, George Floyd is far worse.
That's
And
not,
I got a
there
couple
were
questions here, Rob. I got a couple questions.
Sure.
Did the DNC give Destiny money in order to help his operation?
I don't know. He was part of Progressive Victory PAC for a time, I believe, but I don't know if he received monies from them, nor do I know if he directly received money from the DNC.
Was he
Get a
receiving
drink,
money?
man.
Yeah,
Was
right.
he receiving money from the left wing?
Like I said, I think Progressive Victory PAC, I believe he worked with them. I assume he didn't do it for free. I'm unaware of what the exact monies were, but sure.
So now, secondly, do you think that these institutions that are left wing that are giving him money are also not pushing him?
No, I would say that he's definitely being pushed by certain platforms. Sure.
So there could be other influencers and are that say the same things that he does.
Who? Name one.
They chose their pony, and now they're putting their pony out.
Name
there.
one. Name the influencer. Go ahead. Name the influencer that says what. Name the influencer that said the worst thing that could happen was
the one who is taking the exact same money from the
who?
Hassan Piker.
Okay, Hassan is actually at odds with Destiny on a great many of things.
Sure.
He's approaching things through more of the progressive pro-Palestine side.
Yeah.
Destiny's approaching it more from the pro-Israel sort of like establishmentarian Democrat side.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
And they're
who else
all
is
getting
saying?
funded by the same people.
Okay, let's assume that's true. I could name a lot of people that were getting funded by the exact same organization as Destiny who don't have 1/100th of the reach of him. And what's the point you're trying to make here? I don't understand.
Well, your question was who's more influential, and I answered. So now you just danced. So I
That
don't
was-
know, man.
first off,
I mean, cardio's good.
the question was directed at me from Balderson, right? And so that's why I'm referencing this specifically. I asked you previously on Twitch who came in, and your answer seems to be, well, he got money from Progressive Victory. Cool. That's irrelevant to the conversation.
I thought he
So
got
did a
that
lot of other
USAID
streamers
money.
that
Didn't
don't
he
have
prove
near
that
any of the
like 8
reach.
months ago?
What's
Did he
that?
get the USAID money too?
He got the PPP loan? Is that what you referenced?
USAID.
I don't know. Show me. You're making the allegation. Show me.
No, that's what I'm saying. I thought that was something that came out like 6-8 months ago when they were.
I didn't see that. That could be the case. Nonetheless, is the claim that you're trying to make here that Destiny wouldn't be anywhere where he was except in the 2024 election? He received money from Progressive Victory PAC?
No. I'm saying he's been propped up for a better part of a decade, if not the full decade.
Okay, by who?
I'm saying he's an artificial creation.
Okay, by who?
Well, for a start, National Endowment for Democracy.
Okay, Ned, did they push anyone else?
Certainly.
Who?
To varying degrees. Definitely pushed the Young Turks. They definitely pushed Kyle Kalinski's show. They definitely pushed.
So just to be clear, all of those people are totally interchangeable. None of them have any talent whatsoever. None of them are influential whatsoever. It's just national endowment.
Not denying.
The argument, it's a nonsensical.
Have you ever heard of Hollywood, Rob?
I have heard of Hollywood, right? It's a nonsensical argument. The point that you're trying to make is this. A passive person like George Floyd that was just a career criminal being killed, and what you're admitting would have literally been interchangeable with literally dozens of other people that also could have been passive and just victims of police violence. Like, that's as interchangeable as one of the top 5 streamers in the world from the Democratic position. It's a joke.
Yeah,
Everyone watching can see it's a fucking joke.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and move on. Our panel is waiting for us backstage. Naomi sends a big 5 to say love to the Tomato Queen. Love you too, Naomi. Horses in the chat for our darling Naomi mod. Wicked Wally says it's the effect of a corrupt official versus an institution. Officials are corrupt for their terms. Institutions are corrupt in perpetuity without
Perpetuity.
thank you. Perpetuity without form.
Reform.
Or reform.
You're muted, Ben.
I don't know if he was talking. We can't see. The mic's blocking his face.
I was talking. There's no mic in front of my face. It's an interesting thing because what you're saying, and I agree, because you see all kinds of people when they get out of the position that they were in, personally then talk about their disagreements and some of the things that they saw in the system as bad. And one of the first things a rational person would think is, well, why didn't they say something while they were in the position? But the position comes with certain expectations that it's almost like when you get caught in a path of snow where somebody else kind of veered off too far to the left. And if you get caught in their path, you're all of a sudden veering to the left also. These positions that have been built have certain expectations and things that you have got to walk through. And they might not agree with that as a person, but it's what the position demands. And so, like on the farm, I have things like that all the time. Because I'm the head of my farm, I have to do fucking things that I hate. Like I had a goat that her leg went foul. You could smell death on her. And she's sitting there alive, and I don't want to go over there and fucking shoot her, but she's going to die either way. So I can either let her go or go necrotic and die horribly, or I can be a fucking man and be the guy who runs this farm and go do what I got to do and not bitch up, but the position sometimes does not equal what you want personally.
I'm not saying your answer was nonsensical in answering this point. I just don't understand what this point who I love, Wally. Wally's the man. I don't understand what the point has to do with the debate. Sure, you could have corrupt individual officials and also a corrupt institution. Both of those could be true. Is trying to compare like George Floyd to the corrupt official where Destiny represents a corrupt institution.
I don't think it had anything to do with it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know what it's so. But
Okay.
I'm just making the point. I don't understand what that has to do with the debate.
That's
Well,
fair.
I would argue that Floyd would more represent the corrupt institution and Destiny, the individual. Yeah.
No, I disagree completely.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Dusty says, which race/ethnicity is the worst for society, though? Y'all pussies don't want to ask the hard questions.
We like having channels that don't have our TOS
It's true.
violations.
Pussies
It's
not.
true.
You know. Go. I believe you're looking for like the Nameums, their channel. You can find
I'm
them.
not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that on Sarah's channel. But you
Right.
can find me on Rumble Monday through Thursday.
There you go.
And 10 a.m. Let's
Tom
go.
Carpenter says, I'm going to watch football. Sorry, Sarah, this one's just got too much energy for such a topic. Can't stop laughing at how passionate people are getting about an argument like this. Riots equal bad, destiny equal bad. Enough for me. If only it were that simple.
Well, let me say this, Tom Carpenter. Thank you so much for your $20. We don't really give a fuck about your opinion, but we'll take your money. You can send in another 50 to bitch about it. How about that?
Fair
Are you
enough.
not entertained?
Powder Dusty says, stop being broke, chat. Yes. Again, send your moolah. How long, Nate, who is backstage? Balderson, it's good to see you. Rob doesn't even care about tonight, but he walked you to the butcher like a Judas goat.
And you just brought up a goat too. So yes, it rings true.
That's
It rings
hilarious.
true. Yeah.
A question for Rob. Why do you think only the left has ever acted
I was the
violently?
butcher, bro.
Dusty got booted from my channel today for falsely claiming a short of me said that the only the left acts with violence, which is untrue. I've never made that claim. So it's sort of a callback to a conversation he had with me this morning. No, I've never said that only the left acts with violence. They're disproportionately doing so now, but they're not the only ones.
Fair enough. Evan Lord says, congratulations on the Floyd earning his nickel for Narcotics Anonymous. Also, bring up / protect Flow State for an open panel dumpster fire. He is backstage and he is queued up in line, so I will add a $10 credit to his name. Dusty says, Marte, this isn't a photo shoot. You have to do more than sit there breathing up all our air. You're welcome to respond.
Well, here's the thing, though. He gets destroyed every time I'm on these panels anyway. So, I mean, bring him up. I'm ready for this guy, too, to get destroyed. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
Sun Tzu, when your opponent's defeating themselves, you don't interfere, right?
That's true. Yeah, true.
I
From
know that's why we
Rumble-
let you get like as many words as the whole rest of the panel in.
I'm the only one saying anything intelligible when it comes to us three. Marte's just like, yeah, Rob knocked it out of the park.
Only
he
people
did.
that listen
And
to
it would
True
be
Short
called the Gish
understood
Gallup.
half of what you said.
Gish Gallup. You guys sound like Destiny now.
Oh, goodness. From Rumble, Werbs sent a big 10 to say they just lied about the length of the Rodney King video. He said the last 20 minutes where they beat him when the total video length was only
9:37, I think.
10 minutes long.
They were scant on specific details on much of this.
That
debate.
was specifically at me, and no, I did anybody expect me to fucking off the top of my head, just like Rob said? It was a long ass time ago. I was throwing it out there that it was a very long time. Also, 10 minutes getting beat up by cops. Pretty fucking horrible. I don't know if you've
With
been beat
weapons.
up by cops or hit with a billy club. It's not great.
Balderson, finally, you say something that the whole panel could agree on. No one expected much of you, and you delivered. So,
Ooh. Dusty says, question for the panel, which has the most closeted feelings for Destiny and why is it Rob?
Dusty, little butthurt about the wrecking you got this morning, huh? Hey, I'm more than happy for you to keep sending money, Sarah, to like let your feelings about me be known. Maybe you'll come on this panel and get wrecked again, and it'll lead to more money going to Sarah. I'm all for it. So,
He is sitting
Yeah,
Yeah,
backstage.
he's kind of sour on Destiny now, so he needs somebody else to take that place.
who me?
Come on up. He's got,
Yes, is that
looking
it?
for
Happily married. Thank you.
Fair
The
enough.
transference must
I
occur.
didn't say anything about you not being married.
And Dusty says, I became a corn star because of Marte. Marte's such the influencer.
Now, watch out. Dusty told me today, watch out, Marte. He used to be a proud boy. Whoa, he got in fights. So watch out, Marte.
Gavin McGinnis?
Whoa.
I'm so scared of
Now
Gavin
he doesn't like them because, I mean, Marte might as well have said, I used to be cool. Or Dusty might as well say, I used to be cool. I don't know why you'd brag about used to be cool and now being a little bitch about it. But, just tell you, watch yourself, Marte.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you could like beat him in any kind of a fight. Like Marte is a beast. But the other thing I gotta say is nobody could catch that guy in like a grease pig contest. I mean, oily as fuck. Like nobody's getting a hold of that shit.
Listen up. I mean, you look like the guy from Deliverance with that alopecia right now, with the squeal like a pig thing right now. I could go on a little diatribe about that, but I don't want to. Let's continue.
Balderson must be a good guy. That cat seems to like him. Animals have a good taste in people, so I'll give Balderson that. The kitten seems cool, so.
And Tom Carpenter sends the Big Ten to say debate topic, meh. Happy wife comment, legendary.
That was a great joke. I got to give it up. That was great.
Fair enough. All right, gentlemen, are you ready to meet your panel?
Yes.
I'll bet they're unattractive. I'm just throwing that out there right now.
You know, I didn't see as many leftists in the chat as I was hoping for.
If you build it, they will come. All right, gentlemen, you've all gratefully been here before, so thank you for coming back one more round. You all know the rules of this panel. Keep your interruptions to a minimum. Mind all of your TOS. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 streams connected right now. We are all over the place. So be mindful what you say, how you say it, and who you say it to, because you don't know what stream you could shut down in the heat of the moment, and we will all be very upset and chastise you from the YouTube world. So fuck around and find out. All right, Evan, I know you wanted to make an early exit, so go ahead with your first question, please.
All right. In regards solely with the aspect of kind of like promoting drugs and like distributing it, between George Floyd and Destiny, who would you say is the worst in that sort of aspect? Because from what I know of Destiny, he's been surprisingly open about all of his experiences, and I know that he was in like a lot of circles where he had access to and was in the place to distribute it to some of the other streamers that he was, and girlfriends or whatever that he was around. So
I can't speak to those allegations. I don't know. I'll say that I think there's an interesting hypothetical question here. Maybe someone knows more about these specific allegations. There's an interesting hypothetical to a man that sells illegal narcotics. Like, I don't think any of us disagree. George Floyd was at least charged with those crimes, versus maybe a man that's never been charged or done that, but glorifies their use. And maybe there's an interesting conversation to be had. Who do you put more blame on? For example, if an entertainer, like a famous rapper, is like, hey, everyone should go do fentanyl, right? But he never himself sells it, versus someone like George Floyd that possibly did sell fentanyl, you may make an argument that the entertainer, because he has more of a reach to people, is more responsible for people having that use to a wider range of people. But as to specifically, I just am unaware, Evan, of any allegations. Would I guess that probably the nature of streaming is, if you're the type of streamer that's doing real life events and you've done illegal drugs, that you yourself are probably partaking in that with other people? Probably, but I can't speak to Destiny on that front. I don't know.
That's what my question to you, Evan, was going to be. By distributed, do you mean shared drugs with other people that were also doing drugs? Because, like, as a speaker that goes to live events and speaks and whatnot, most of the speakers are partaking in at least cannabis. You don't see too much other than that. The group starts dwindling quickly, but most.
Are you trying to say that Charlie Kirk smoked cannabis?
He seems like the type.
But that would explain how that dude was so unshook. That
Right?
would
A couple of
explain it,
gummies
but
right
probably
before
not.
debate. Yeah. Straighten you right out.
Nothing could possibly be further from the truth. This is a complete fucking dismissal of Charlie Kirk's morality and his dedication to purity.
Oh my gosh! Stop clutching your pearls already.
Okay,
Nice.
it's
Turn
just
your,
complete garbage. It's complete garbage.
My apologies.
Nice.
Your mic
Listen.
is hot, Flo. I'm going to turn it down on my end.
Dusty, maybe if you weren't holding that cigarette in the most effeminate way I've ever seen, the phrase clutching pearls would come across stronger.
It didn't look like an alternate lifestyle Tom Selleck over here dressed. Like we would have a different opinion
Sure.
of you.
I don't need somebody who with your background telling me that I'm gay.
I don't know you,
That's
but you do
absurd.
kind of look like Jay Dyer's stunt double.
Except I wear it better than Jay Dyer.
I mean, wow, we're getting into fashion.
I want to make sure, Evan, did you? Okay, his question must have been answered. And then
Evan's the man, by the way.
Love Evan.
Cheers to
And
Evan.
then-
Cheers to Evan. Evan's good people.
Pardon me for just a moment. And the gauntlet is officially open. You have 2 minutes to make your way over to the gauntlet before I shut down the tomato side. Otherwise, you're going to catch the raid. I will continue dropping the link in the chat. Mo, I think you had a quick question as well.
Yeah. So, Rob, I'm gonna come at you here and
Sure.
don't take this too serious. I'm
We're
just doing this
having fun.
I'm just doing this to throw some count, to test your logic. Okay.
Sure.
So don't hold this against me. So, Rob, let's have a hypothetical here.
Okay.
Let's say George Floyd is alive, right?
Okay.
And he's in custody. He's outside a small little town. This town is a very quiet town, good people, white picket fence, all that shit. It's basically Mayberry, right? You have to press one of two buttons. First button, arrest Destiny for whatever charges you think he's guilty of. The second one releases George Floyd on that town. Which one are you going to press, Rob?
Releases George Floyd in the town? Is that what you said?
Yes.
I would not arrest Destiny because I don't know that most of the things I have a problem with Destiny saying are necessarily criminal in nature. Nor do I think that crimes are the only thing that could be detrimental to society. In fact, there's an awful lot that people could do that's more detrimental to society than simple crimes such as.
Which one are you going to press? Which one are you going to press, Rob? You got to press.
So
one.
I'm saying I wouldn't arrest Destiny, so I would prevent George Floyd from being released.
You prevent
Someone who's a known
George
drug
Floyd.
dealer who's committed violent
So
crimes.
you would admit, on a local level, a local society, George Floyd is worse. You can see the debate, Rob. This is clear evidence. You can't.
No, I just explained to you. Like you asked me to do two things that are relevant to the overall question. Like for example, I wouldn't.
You also said that George Floyd was interchangeable. Let's say I grant you that. Let's say I grant you that he's interchangeable. If you have a George Floyd in this town, you have another George Floyd in another town. Before you know it, all those towns add up, and it affects all of society, Rob. So,
Well, that's true, but that would be like saying this, right? What would you rather get rid of? One person that committed a speeding infraction that led to the death of someone, or a major politician that shattered our healthcare system and ended up resulting in like economic crisis? And you'd say, but that person that killed someone, even though they're interchangeable, right? And someone else would come in and do the same thing, right? Still, wouldn't you say that that's hypothetically worse for society? I would say no.
Destiny
Right?
ain't that scary.
but here's the thing, Rob. Would you rather your child meet a dangerous idea or a dangerous man? That's really what it comes down to.
And before you answer, Rob, everyone watching on the Raging Tomato side, I am shutting down that side officially now, so move over to the gauntlet. Thank you. Rob, go ahead.
It depends on the circumstance. For example, if meeting a dangerous man would be done in a context where the man had almost no ability to do anything negative to him. For example, if my child meets a dangerous man because they were sitting in court.
You're changing the hypothetical. I'm just
No,
saying.
I'm not changing the hypothetical.
Yes, you are, sir. You're running from it, sir. You're running from it.
if you listen to me, you'll hear the hypothetical didn't include specifics, right? So I could insert the specifics I wanted. So I could say in certain situations, I would absolutely say that I'd rather my child meet a dangerous man than a dangerous idea. For example, if meeting the dangerous man was in the context of they're sitting in court and a dangerous man comes in, where that man would have almost no ability to get to them whatsoever, I would rather that than meet a dangerous idea like trans ideology when it comes to them being a second grader. In that case, the trans ideology and meeting those ideas would be far more significantly damaging to the person. Nonetheless, this is a non sequitur to the question at hand here anyways, right? What we're talking about specifically, let me ask you this question. Do you have a child?
I do.
Would you leave Destiny babysit your child?
I would not. No, I would not leave them with the Kuma Gremlin. No,
Okay,
but that's
okay.
but that's irrelevant. We're
So
talking
you
about
leave
that is a
your
high
child.
school.
No,
Can I
no,
clarify? Can I
no,
clarify?
no,
I
no,
answered.
Oh, you're
I
changing the
answered-
hypothetical.
I answered in good faith.
hey,
I answered in good faith.
hey.
Can I clarify? Can I
The real
clarify?
question is,
That
would
is
you leave your
an
child
isolated
with
one ratio. That's just one local, just the child, my child. Of course, I would have a preference, but I
would
wouldn't
you
leave it with.
leave
I'm getting
would you
more
leave your
autistic the longer I
child with
see you listen to this
Destiny
shit.
over George Floyd?
Dude, all of this leads.
And
us to
all
more
of the
Um,
Coomer Gremlin's ways and all the things he said, he's never inspired riots. And you cannot prove that. That is assertion, sir, that you cannot prove.
Is George Floyd? What did he say?
Just because someone's a
inspired
dangerous
riots?
man doesn't mean he's dangerous to a certain person.
He was used as a martyr to go and burn cities across the country, Rob. And you know
irrelevant.
this. You've even commented such on many of your streams.
That's irrelevant to the question
much
is whether or not we say this
responsibility-
person is
Society-
worse for
I know
I know
society.
you need it to be, but it's
It's
not.
irrelevant.
How much
Leave it-
responsibility
leave
does
Rob
does
answer
Rob
the-
accept
let's
for
hear the answer.
promoting the dangerous ideology?
I'm talking
of
to
Destiny
Rob,
and
Dusty.
testing over
Shut the
him?
fuck up.
I know. I'm talking passing over you because your questions.
Yeah,
are
because
dumb.
you're
They're
you're
dumb.
coming in here. You don't have anything worth. He's gonna smoke you easier than he's
You're
smoking
so
me. So shut
Okay.
up.
Well, then let him smoke this. Rob, how much responsibility?
All right,
I don't wanna
stop,
smoke
stop,
what
stop,
you're
stop,
offering,
Stop,
Dustin.
stop. Everybody shut the fuck up.
I would
Mo,
hook you up, but George Floyd died, so I don't have a plug.
Mo, continue on with Rob. I know you were trying to get somewhere there.
Well,
Where are you going?
I'm running out of ammo very quickly here. I just came in here to
Okay.
test his
You have
logic
any to
and throw
start
some
with?
hypotheticals at him, but I'm good. Thanks, Rob.
Yeah, no problem. I'll just say this to answer that question real specifically. There absolutely could be someone, like, for example, that there's some, like, maniac bar brawler in town. And then there's, like, a politician that maybe we would say that easily we would all admit it's worse for society, right? I might say, well, my kid, I would rather have meet that politician because that politician being bad isn't because they're going to directly physically attack my child. And yet we could still acknowledge, like, for example, if they get us into some shitty war like Vietnam, that person was worse for society, even though as an individual, I might be more comfortable with my kid being in a room with that person. So although I think it's an interesting line of question, I don't think it gets to the heart of the matter of who would be worse for society.
All right. Well, I tried, guys.
And you failed. Rob,
that's all
how
right.
much responsibility do you accept for promoting Destiny's reach by obsessing over him with your paranoia?
Almost none. I took a debate
Almost
where
none.
this was the topic, right? Nor does me pointing out what someone says that it's bad would mean that I am promoting his ideology in a way that would be negative. Any more than, are you talking to me right now? So are you promoting me who's promoting Destiny, which means that you're culpable for that?
I'm not particularly paranoid about either of yours, Destiny. You're just YouTube streamers. If the
You're not even that.
If the biggest danger on your horizon is a YouTube streamer, there's not danger. You're all right. You can calm down.
What's amazing to me, Dusty, is that might be true. Like, let's say hypothetically that you could say that my life's going pretty good. I agree. I think I'm one of the luckiest people that ever lived. I have a loving wife. My son's awesome. He's healthy. I love my life. I think that I'm incredibly lucky. And so maybe you're right that I just sort of fantasize about things and, oh, that's my big vice or whatever. That's better than you, because what you are you're fucking capable of hearing the words that a person's saying and accurately representing what they're saying. So for example, this morning, you claimed after watching a video several times that I said only the left commits violence,
You definitely
which you were
said
then
that.
forced. Show me. The
What was
video
the
didn't
title
say
of
that.
What was the title of your stream, Rob?
This morning?
Yes.
I can't remember specifically. Democrats
The
using
left
violence?
is the party of violence.
Okay.
I believe.
Where does
The
that
left
say
is
that
the
only
thing.
the Democrats use violence? Let's test your logic here, Dusty. Uh-huh.
Yeah, no, you definitely said it.
Okay, show me where.
No,
I
no,
didn't bring
you-
it
no, 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 no.
I'm not
doing- I'm not
Dusty,
accepting homework
Dusty,
assignments
you
right now.
struggled.
Calm
You
down.
struggled to find where he said it. I watched the after debate. Okay, and I clipped this shit and I sent it to you, Rob. Okay, Dusty was searching.
Why didn't
for
you send
and-
it to me?
And because I'm not trying to help you, I'm trying to help Rob. So
He needs to have more.
at the end of the day, what you ended up saying, Dusty, is I don't know exactly where he said that. I need to go back and watch the VOD, and then oh my God, there it is in the title.
So,
there it is in the title, right there,
do
staring
you
me in
think?
the face.
Do you think that Rob
you
spent
made an
4 hours
You
this
made
morning?
an assumption based
EOD, do
on
you
the
think
title.
Rob spent 4 hours this morning?
You made an assumption
panicking,
based on the title. Is what happened, Dusty.
about
That's what fucking
the left's
happened.
violence. EOD, did you hear the question?
No, I didn't.
Did Rob
you hear
spend
what I
4
just
hours
said?
this morning
you made an
panicking?
assumption based on the title?
Dude,
Did Rob spend 4 hours this morning panicking about the dangers of the left?
I was totally hoping
Panicking.
Destiny was
No,
gonna actually
Rob did not
show
spend
up.
4 hours panicking about the left. Rob spent 4 hours talking to several people across several different spectrums, some of them left, some of them right, just as he always does on his early stream. And you were one of them.
Correct.
Let's say that it was true, Dusty. Let's say that I was, in your terms, panicking. That's not how I would characterize it, but let's assume that's true. Does that mean that I'm saying only the left can commit violence? Even if that was true?
No.
So then you once more you
you
admit
did
that you're
say that.
fucking wrong. And that's exactly what you come in here doing, right? You're like, "Oh, you're saying that Destiny's the biggest threat." I didn't say that. I said
What do you think is the
we
biggest
had a
threat to our
debate
society
amongst
right
two
now?
parties. By the way, just so we're clear, I admitted I thought this debate title was kind of humorous. It wasn't really the type of debate I'd normally take. I really wanted to do a debate with Marte. I thought it was fun. I hope that Steve and Balderson had a good time with it. I do.
No, I
Don't give
totally
a
had a
shit about
I,
the topic,
I
man.
will. Let me preface this to say that the group chat on this was comical to begin with. Between all, I don't think I've ever had four debate. The last time I had four debaters, they were all pretty comical on screen too. But this was like the second group chat where all four debaters were in the group chat, goofing around, being silly, and just having fun with the prompt in and of itself. So I think everyone understood that this was a funsy debate. And not to be taken too seriously.
Yeah, pretty much.
And Dusty, if I
Also, there
can,
were 4 men. And men who know how to give each other shit and take shit and not cry about it.
Dusty wouldn't know about that. But Dusty, your position to me,
I didn't just ban you from my echo chamber.
Dusty,
Oh,
it's his
God's
point is
not
as
happy.
ridiculous to saying, "Oh, you guys are saying Destiny's the biggest threat." As if he came on here and said, "Balderson and Steve, why are you guys clutching your pearls and you're so scared of George Floyd?" You'd be like, "That's not what we're fucking saying. We're talking about how damaging he was for society." But Dusty's incapable of actually arguing in good faith, so he's forced to go with these straw mans that you have to walk him through step by step. Even when I walked him through today and said, "I never said only the left commits violence," he comes back on here, repeats that I did, and I have to walk him through 5 minutes of getting to admitting, "No, I guess that doesn't mean that you're saying only the left commits violence." It's fucking stupid. It's worthless, Dusty.
You
You're
asked me
wasting
two different
everyone's
questions.
time. We
So-
know you used to be a badass Proud Boy, though. So, whoa,
And that
right?
and that
He's got
wasn't the point.
t-shirt.
That
He's
wasn't
got
the point of the
t-shirt to
contest.
prove it, y'all. Show
I
us
do
that
have the
t-shirt
shirt.
again.
I haven't seen the shirt
Dusty-
again. Watch out, guys. He's about to bring out the Klan hood. Here we go. Here we go. Whoa!
I got you an
no,
EOD. Send
look
me over
out.
that link. But Rob,
Whoa!
Rob, so is Destiny a danger to society? Or have you just been being hyperbolic for weeks?
Yes,
now?
I think that Destiny is bad for society and dangerous because I think that there's a solid chance that someone's going to do some fucked up shit because of the rhetoric that Destiny's saying. I think that's bad.
Now,
Do you?
Do you think that your
I'm
fear
asking. I
of-
answered your question generously.
are
now I
you-
ask you.
Rob,
What?
Rob,
What?
Can I ask
think he's
you?
bad for
Can I
society?
ask you, Rob?
I'm not worried
if
about him.
Dustin,
can
can
I
you
ask
ask the question?
I did answer
if
the question.
if the Democrat Party
The
shrunk,
answer is no, Marte.
because of the
I'm not worried about
really
Destiny.
hard-
Hold on,
That's
hold
not
on.
the-
Ben's trying to talk. Go
it- it-
ahead, Ben.
Can I ask you if the Democrat Party did not shrink because of the reactions like Destiny and whatnot, or do you think that it drew in more Democrats?
I think that two things could be true simultaneously. I think that a core base of the Democrats are more inspired and more outlandish with their rhetoric. But yes, people like Destiny, I think, are getting people to move away from the Democratic Party. Now, let me ask you, Balderson, do you think that the riots that were as a result of George Floyd helped lower the amount of people that were Democrats?
I actually think that it made more people Democrats, and it cauterized the a movement of very misguided people.
I completely disagree.
Hang on, let me jump in here for a moment, Rob, because you seem to be one who just believes the official narrative, no matter what it is. So let's say that elections are free and fair.
Sure.
In this country.
Okay.
According to those numbers, in that 2020 election, immediately post George Floyd, it resulted in the election of Joe Biden, who had more votes than any Democrat ever in the face of history. Now, I did hear you mention that you were questioning the election earlier in the debate. I would tend to agree with you on that. I would. But I would.
He had 87. Just Steve, to clarify, he had 87 million, and that was the highest of any person ever by a margin of, I think it was like 12%.
That's what they claim.
Even more than Obama Jesus.
So, I mean, by that alone, you would have to concede that post George Floyd, post BLM, more people voted Democrat than ever before.
Okay, so let me respond to this, right? One, Destiny was still saying inflammatory rhetoric back then, so I could say the same thing. See, Destiny's inflammatory rhetoric and more people were Democrats. Secondly, though, more importantly, let me finish.
Now you're changing
let me finish. Let me finish.
You know,
I'm trying to
stop. Please finish, Rob.
Okay. Secondly, what happened was that immediately post George Floyd, Trump handled things poorly with the pandemic and with that. Trump should have sent in the National Guard to quell this violence. What happened was in the immediate aftermath, when people were still believing the narrative and they believed that BLM was this force for good and they believed the systemic violence from police to unarmed blacks, yeah, it was appealing. That narrative was appealing at the time. But the reason that I say that George Floyd's been a net detriment over time to the Democratic Party is people are fed up with it. One of the reasons that there's not a big clamoring in 2025 about Trump sending the National Guard in, other than some shrill forces like Destiny about it, is because people were fucking fed up. They saw the left riot with impunity in 2020, and then we saw how much bullshit it was and how much people grifted off of it and how they told us we had to be locked down as these people were allowed to do it. And even though people were bamboozled at the time, if we believe the election results, now they're fed up with it. That's why BLM, like as a brand, nowhere near people branding themselves like they once used to. I mean, you couldn't turn on Call of Duty without fucking it saying BLM messages. You couldn't watch like football, and now they're running from it because they understand how poisonous that brand is because people are fucking sick and tired of it.
But your whole point the entire night is that people have been going harder in the paint ever since, and that it's solely Destiny's fault. How can both things be true? How can that kind of rhetoric be toxic? And yet, because of that rhetoric, more
video game developers and marketing directors are the same as political commentators on the internet. And
well, I didn't.
That's how we come to some kind of conclusion as a constituency. The reality of the situation is that 60% of Democrats believe that political violence is justified.
10 minutes ago,
right?
55 believe that the murder of Donald Trump will be somewhat justified. I'm unaware of the specific poll that he's talking about that's something different. Two things I'll say in this just real quick. One, what is it with people that are incapable of like hearing the language that's being said? Show me once in this debate saying Destiny is solely responsible for the uptick in rhetoric.
That. I didn't say he was
you
solely
did
responsible.
Just say
you said you're attributing what he's doing. You're saying he's responsible. Yes, you said that. You said he's not solely.
You literally used the word solely when you said that there. But okay,
let me interrupt to read a few super chats. And don't forget, chat, you do have to complete that goal to keep us continuing on. You have 9 more to go and 45 minutes to do it in. How long Nate sends the Big Ten? Rob is correct. Since I had to drop out, EOD is the best looking on panel. Maybe the best looking redhead. We'll go with
redhead,
that rhetoric. He just forgot to add redhead at the end.
I mean, he's like got almost beard.
And Harry dropping the Big Ten just to send some love. Thank you so kindly. And I'm guessing this is over on Dusty's side. Lauren says, I owe Christine $10. And then, of course, Harry Ludwig dropping 5 gauntlet memberships. Congratulations to you, lucky lottery winners. Thank you. All right, back to you.
Yeah, I don't know if it was brought up on your side, Rob, but because I came in kind of late. But one thing with Destiny too is he does have the ear of the youth, right? So everyone that he's talking to, he's infecting with this toxic ideology that can potentially lead to extremism and eventually action. And you get them at a younger age, it's going to have more of an effect on them as they go into the political sphere.
And I will say, like the idea, Steve, there's not a contradiction where I say that Democrats' rhetoric's getting more and more dangerous, and yet that's getting less and less popular with people in the center. Both of those things can simultaneously be true. There's no contradiction there.
I mean, if you look at actual policy and who's in office and what they're doing, it's serving the exact same neoliberal bordering on neocon agenda that's been in place for decades and decades and decades.
You're talking about the Hegelian dialectic.
Sure, but in practicality.
Do you know what that is, Rob?
I do know.
Okay.
But again, this is irrelevant to the topic. It's irrelevant to what we're talking about. It is, because what you just said was like, well, you said that the left's rhetoric is getting more extreme, but also at the same time that people like Destiny's rhetoric is driving away people in the center. And I'm saying there's not a contradiction. And your response to that is basically, but Trump's team's no different than the Democrats. That's a complete non sequitur. I'm happy to talk about that, but it's a non sequitur.
That's reductionist and absurdist.
Explain to me the connection to your claim that me saying that Democrats' rhetoric is getting harsher, but it's not a contradiction to saying that it's turning people off. It comes around to, but Trump's team's doing similar things to what Biden's team did. Explain to me the connection.
Okay. Well, number one, you would have to demonstrate that. But number two, you would also have to show how rise in rhetoric is leading to something other than what the Trump administration has been promising for the last year and a half.
No, I don't. I don't have to show how the rise in rhetoric is something that is occurring on the left and that people in the center don't like. What Trump's doing is irrelevant to that statement. There's no connection to Trump whatsoever in that statement that I made.
No connection to, really? There's no
connection. Explain the connection.
Do we not have Marines being sent into fucking residential neighborhoods and National Guard?
Explain the connection to. Let's assume that was true. It's not. It's not true. But let's assume
Marines are not going to residential. Marines are not going to residential neighborhoods.
Marines went to residential neighborhoods during the fires.
During the fires?
Yeah, during the LA fires, because Trump was in there.
I don't know that that's true. Let's say that it was true. Let's say that it was true, hypothetically. Explain. I make a statement. I make the following statement. 1, Democrats' rhetoric's getting harsher. 2, people in the center don't like it. Your response is, but didn't Trump send Marines to the LA fire? Explain to me the connection to what I said versus that. What's the connection?
We're talking about two different things, but
yes, we are talking about two different. That's what non sequitur means.
You can't demonstrate. Okay. Show me where this your whole point is that the Democratic Party is moving this direction. Where is the center not embracing that?
I refuse to accept going further with this conversation. I don't know what to say.
That's great. I got to go anyway. I got to wake up at 4:00 in the morning and prep my show.
It was fun, Steve.
Steve, do you want to give any final closing thoughts to the panel?
Oh, just happy to be here. Thanks, fellas. Hope you guys have fun. Sort of. Beating the shit out of each other. I don't usually do like this whole conversation and the destiny point exists in people who are terminally online. There is next to no evidence that anything Destiny said has inspired anybody to do anything other than dye their hair a stupid color and maybe try to convince their girlfriend to let a stranger bang them. There's no tangible evidence that Destiny has any actual on-the-ground influence. If you're terminally online and your whole life exists on a screen, sure, man, he's probably scary. But those of us who have to go do shit and be somebody other than a terminally online personality understand that this is something that exists in your head, as big or small as it may be.
Tell that to Charlie Kirk.
We're gonna need some aloe vera from those burns.
I appreciate you guys, having me on and all that stuff. And yeah, take care.
Thank you.
Or his wife that's been targeted relentlessly by Destiny's groupies.
Here's the thing.
I've talked to Destiny like twice on a panel ever, and it sounds like he has a lot more intimate knowledge and a lot more viewed time on Destiny than anybody else.
And
here,
it's too bad Steve left, because we all know the truth. Steve wasn't saying anything. Balderson's really a ventriloquist, and that's why Steve had that mic up to his face. It was just Balderson changing his voice, debating for Steve all the time. So well done, Balderson. I thought you did a hell of a job.
Maybe he could teach him how to puppet Marte, because Marte you carried our team.
Well, what can I say?
Steamrolling everybody. I refuse to be a speed bump.
Flo,
He's
are you
getting-
trying to fist Marte?
So, yeah, kudos to
I
Rob.
wasn't trying
This
to
is
fist
getting
Marte.
sexy.
Benjamin should
Hey,
drink some water while you talk.
I mean, it
EOD.
sounds like what you're trying to.
EOD, I heard what you were throwing down earlier. It would take over the whole panel. If you want to co-debate Christian morality and all that, you come on over. Deliberating Dog-Faced Dudes. Hit up alanmarcus.com.
Email each other.
We can't see your face,
Email-
Balders. Get in the camera.
Email.
I didn't know who was
each other.
talking
you
there for a
talking
minute.
now?
It's like
You're off center.
Balderson, I'd
And
love
off
to
kilter.
talk to you. Okay, you come join Rob's Discord. You can DM me on Discord. Okay.
You know,
Join
I
Rob's
am
Discord.
the worst person at using computery stuff. I live off grid, and I built my entire system, put in my own electrical.
I'll just get you
the
two in
whole
touch with
line.
each other. We
I
can
touch
work
the
these
computer.
logistics out.
I had a producer
Okay.
for my show.
All right.
So
You live
Benjamin,
off
I'd
grid
like to talk to you about
motorsports?
that.
He's financing you.
No, I'd like to talk to you about off-grid stuff. That's my jam.
But Balderson,
Oh,
if you go over to
sustainability,
to
like that kind of
Rob's,
stuff.
be
Yeah,
very
that's me.
careful not to freak him out because he gets blocky.
Yeah, that's it. What I do is I give people an opportunity to come on and make an ass of themselves. I asked you straight up. I said, let's make a deal because you kept saying that I was lying, that I said only the left commits political
Was
violence.
that really
I
a
said, fine.
request?
Let's
Was
let's
that really
make
an offer? That wasn't an offer. That was a
Yeah.
statement.
Can you
sure it
put-
was an
Rob,
offer.
Rob's
Wait,
Discord.
Rob, can you put the link to your thingy in
I
the
just
tomato
did in the
farm
private
chat?
chat. I put it in the private chat. Come join Rob's Discord. Come to the Discord.
I don't know if my Discord's on the.
God
computer.
damn, Ben.
All right.
How old are you?
Anyways, what I was the deal that I offered you.
Fuck off! I got 8 grandkids, you cunt, and I still look great.
Just put
Get on the
flops-
camera.
You do look nice.
Nonetheless, what I said was, I'll make you a deal, Dusty. If you're right and you keep saying that I'm a liar, and I actually said that only the left commits violence in the short that you were saying I said that I would give you the entire rest of my show to talk about whatever you wanted in front of my audience. If you're wrong, then I was going to ask you to leave the channel and not come back when it came to the debate portion of it.
Right.
You accepted that, and you were wrong.
Well, I don't. That's not really an offer I can refuse, is it?
You can
It's your
say,
channel.
okay, maybe
What
you
you're
didn't
saying, what
say
you're
that.
saying is, I don't like being challenged. I want my
No,
echo
I don't like
chamber.
being lied
This is-
about.
This is Rob's safe space.
No, it has nothing to do with the
I'm
safe
gonna ban
space. In fact, I debate more people, and I have an open line every day. I debate more people that disagree with me probably than almost any other streamer.
Did
It has nothing to do with the
anybody
safe
else that
space.
called
You were
in today disagree
blatantly
with you?
lying. You were blatantly lying about
How many
me.
people today besides me disagreed with you?
None today. And
Okay, there you go.
oh, so your claim is big surprise that people that watch my show tend to agree with me when I open up the calls. Can you name some? Do
You
think that
just used it as an example of how you're out there debating people who oppose
That's
you.
right. I debate anyone
And-
that calls in, and I've probably
Right.
debated more people that disagree
all
with
of
me than
your
almost anyone on
callers
stream.
All of your callers.
Yes,
are
in
people who
one
agree with
particular
you,
day today, most of the
except
callers
for
agreed
what?
with me.
Except
in one
for
particular, right now, let's see. Let's use this logic.
And then
If
what'd you
that's
do with the
case,
one that
let's say,
disagreed with you?
let's say, Dusty. Let's say that there was someone that every day, on average, debated 2 people that disagreed with them. But you watched their show one day, and you didn't see anyone that disagreed with them. Would you say?
So you're saying today is
but
not
I watched your
representative.
show." Now,
Are you
Dusty's
saying
making
today is
the
not
argument.
representative?
Dusty's making the argument. He's making this argument. But
Are you
know-
saying
how
today is
could
not
you say
representative of your
Dusty's
normal
making
stream?
the argument. How could you say that men are usually stronger than women? I know a woman that's stronger than some men. How could you
Leave
say
that
that
straw
men are
man
usually
alone.
taller
Leave
than women?
that straw
I
man
know a
alone.
tall woman.
Rob,
That's the
are you
argument you're
saying
making here.
today's stream is not representative of the norm?
I'm saying that today's stream was similar to the norm, and yet I still. That still doesn't dispute the fact that I take all callers and that I've still debated far many more people, both on my call-in show and through panels like this and other debates, including in real life, in competitive debates in academic sense, in political debates
Rob,
where I've gone out and done in real life, and
before-
on panels and real debate. Those
Before
statements
I
are
even got up on
simultaneously
panel
true.
today, I had new viewers I've never seen before in my chat saying, "I just got banned from Rob for blah 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 blah."
I don't give a fuck.
I'm just. Yes,
I don't
you do.
care.
You're trying to,
I
you're trying to
don't
say
give a
that you're
fuck.
not self-isolating in an echo chamber of
It has nothing to
paranoia.
do with it has nothing to do with self-isolating in an echo chamber. You got removed from
It
the show for
literally-
lying. Did you lie about me?
No.
Yes. So you're still saying that I said only the left commits violence.
Yes.
Okay, show me where.
No.
Yeah. I'm done
No.
talking to you, Sarah. I refuse to engage with Dusty here anymore.
See. Little crybaby.
The thing
That's
I'll
what-
say
I
that
thought
he does.
I thought EOD said it was in the title or something.
The thing
It was in the
Rob
title.
does-
It was in the title.
No,
so
it's
does
normally
he
not.
assume? Does he assume
like
that
in the
Rob
last
made an
few
argument that
years.
didn't exist?
Whoa! I was EOD. Go ahead. I was asking you.
Does he assume that Rob made an argument that he didn't make based on the title of his stream, and then started attacking that argument that he accumulated in his own mind, and then he didn't realize that until after the stream was over that it was only in the title and it wasn't in anything that Rob had
I
anything to
see what
say.
you're saying.
It
He
wasn't even
didn't
the
say
title.
anything that had to do with the title. That whole stream. He was talking about something entirely different.
No,
When is the
Wasn't the
last time
title
you
no,
"Left is a
no.
Party of Violence"?
Firstly, the way that I would interpret
That
it
was the
Dusty, is
title.
that you misinterpreted what the title meant. That you know, all left wing violence, all violence occurs on the left wing, or something to this effect. And yet, at the end of the day, you realize Rob didn't say that only violence occurs on the left wing. You realize that Rob didn't say that, and yet it was in the title, and so that justified your position.
Imagine that Dusty had a video that said this: American burglarizes elementary school, right? And then I came on and was like, how dare you slander Sarah Tomato? How dare you? How dare you say she stole from an elementary school? And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I never said that. And I say, you're not talking about things relevant to the title of your video? And I say, you say, well, sure, I am, but I never said Sarah did that. That's what you're doing here. Yes, I did talk about things that had to do with the title of my video. No, nowhere in the title of that video or anywhere that I've ever said, whether it be today or any day on stream, did I ever make the claim that the only group that engages in violence is the left. You're a fucking idiot. You know that it's can't. And the reason I say won't deal with you is when you ask someone specifically, are you saying that I said only the left could do this? Yes. Can you show me proof of it? No, I won't. Fuck you.
No, I won't.
I have no interest in interacting with you. Now you can see why I don't want you on my channel.
The minute,
you fucking
the
worthless
minute,
sack of
the
shit.
minute I made that claim, you were like, "Yes, here's something. Here's something.
Sarah,
if
let me
it's
know when
wrong,
it's done.
you're
I'm fucking not
banned."
listen to this. So
You're such a coward.
Be gone,
Destiny's
you
gonna
worthless.
get, Destiny's gonna get
Dusty,
you.
okay?
Destiny's gonna
I
get
got a
you.
question for you. Okay, will you condemn left wing violence? Are you capable of doing that?
Yes, sure.
You so say it explicitly.
I'm not a
I
lefty.
condemn left wing violence. Yeah.
I'm not gonna jump through your hoops. I'm not a lefty. EOD. Do you think that I'm out here promoting left-wing violence? I'm not. What I'm doing is trying to calm down somebody who's like going into the beginning stage of paranoid delusion.
you're so worried. Why are you so worried? Wow, why are you clutching your pearls? Why are you so worried?
Does anybody have
Well,
evidence
Rob, it
that Sarah
seems like
did
it's
not
taking a
do
toll
what
on you. It
was
seems like
claimed?
you're worried about destiny.
It was
You're
me.
worried about
I'm-
the future
I
of our
was the one.
country.
Worried about, well, Rob, he's going down
I thought you
paranoia.
weren't
He's worried
talking to
about,
me.
Rob's so dangerous. He's, quote, worried about the future of the country. Wow, Dusty, you got me.
What we
Woo!
should be worried about, ladies and gentlemen, is hitting that dono goal. And you have 30 minutes to do it, or else we just all go away. And I'm okay with that. Back to you.
You go over to
guys.
Dusty's channel. I'm sure you'll see a lot of fucking fun, relevant shit over there.
We can make fun of
Greg
Rob.
Talbot being a fucking asshat, and Dusty making fun of people for having faith. Yeah, that's what Dusty's channel is.
Trippy's got a good thing here. Flo, can you say something nice to Rob?
Rob, I really like your picture of the dude behind you.
The dude is cool.
You have excellent taste in stuff.
You have excellent
You're-
taste in the
you're-
shows that you call into. Unfortunately, that's all.
That works. It was something nice. I'll take it. Yay, win.
Tell me Steve doesn't look
All
like the
right,
dude.
cheers to that. Cheers.
But
Steve totally looks like the dude. It's hilarious. And if Destiny had showed up, I would have told him that my wife, when he was in I was watching a video of Extravaganza or something with Rob, Nor, and Andrew, because they were talking about what they thought of Destiny. And my wife walks by and she goes, "Is that guy from wrestling?" And started explaining it. And she meant Mick Foley. She thought fucking Destiny looked like Mick Foley. Made me laugh my ass
Destiny
off.
look like Mick Foley?
Yeah.
He's a
I-
5'2" troll. What do you?
with no facial hair.
I
She
just
has no
want
context.
to
Mark
That's
point
nice
out
thing.
some
It's
love.
in life. It's
Almighty
world
Nate,
fashion.
pardon me for a moment. Almighty Nate saving all of your asses with his kind donation to just go ahead and take care of the dono goal because he already wants more. So please throw all of the tomatoes in the motherfucking chat right now. Thank you so much because red is my favorite color on screen. Ben, I interrupted you. Please go ahead.
That's no problem, Sarah. Especially for Almighty Nate here, obviously. But yeah, we're old fashioned. Like my wife doesn't really have a size comparison to understand the difference between Destiny's size and Mick Foley's size.
But
Who
she doesn't
really
know
was-
who Destiny is, which I think is a significant point. That most of the country doesn't have any idea who Destiny is. He's not influencing them.
I did see quite a few people in the chat actually saying I haven't heard of the name Destiny until now. So
It's certainly
that is
But everybody knows George Floyd.
It's certainly
Right, I
it's
would
certainly
say.
true. I will say this: definitely more people know of Destiny and everyone else on this panel other than fucking Dusty. He certainly ain't moving the needle on anything, right? Even though he used to be a proud boy. Holy shit!
Maybe if I could get out here, maybe if I could freak you out and be the new delusion boogeyman.
He's a
for
boogaloo
Rob,
boy
you could
now,
be out
Rob.
here
He's a boogaloo
promoting
boy
me.
now.
Yeah, he's got the Hawaiian shirt on. Yeah. Wow. Go ahead, Dusty. Freak us out,
hey
man.
now.
Go ahead.
With what?
We don't claim him.
Destiny's watching you.
lay it out there.
Great.
Lay it out there,
And?
Flo.
What am I laying out?
I don't know, whatever it is to freak us all out.
Oh,
Your shoulder holster.
Destiny's listening, definitely. You know how tweakers see shadow people?
Whoa.
Destiny seems like he's Rob's shadow person.
Whoa.
If you just ignore it, it'll go away.
Whoa.
It'll go away.
Whoa.
Amazing.
Wow, you just did it, man. Well, and
DOD,
let me
when
freak
is the
you out.
last
Let
time
me
you
freak
took a
you out,
shower?
Dusty. Let me freak you
How many
out, Dusty.
subs?
Well, man, it's like everyone's trying to censor you right now online, man. Like, you're really worried about that, man? Like, the government's watching you right now, man, and they see you used to be a really powerful Proud Boy, man, and they're trying to censor you, right, man? Whoa, yeah, whoa. It freaks you out, huh?
You two need to get a freaking room. Jesus Lord have mercy. on
Nah,
my
he's into
soul.
Destiny. He's not into me.
I am not into Destiny.
Rob, you need a new character
You,
that
on
does
the other
that.
hand, you seem to
I
be
don't
quite
even
the-
watch
You need a
Destiny.
character.
Me neither. So
You don't?
How many subs? How many subs does Destiny have?
700,000 on Twitch.
Across which platforms? Because
Yeah,
he doesn't
he's got
just stream
several.
on Twitch anymore.
Well, he
Which
had
is
it on
smart
there.
because
There's
Twitch will
some
ban
people.
anybody just like that.
There's a
no
couple
recourse.
million at least.
Historically, yeah.
I wonder how
Um,
many new people learned about Destiny just from this debate. From
Well, he
Monte
had-
and Rob.
I mean, he shows up on Piers Morgan all the
My
time.
entire
so,
audience has
Whoa.
came and went. My entire audience has came and went. Like,
It's probably in the double digits.
yeah,
Flo.
probably
I mean,
probably a lot of new subscribers to Destiny from
wow,
no,
wow.
like double
Wow,
digits, like,
Dusty, excellent
like
point.
12.
Keep
13
going,
maybe.
Dusty. You're fucking killing this
13.
company. Go ahead.
Oh, you
Go
don't
on
think
more.
that was a valid point?
No, yeah. Wow, a couple new people
But-
maybe subscribe to Destiny. Great point. Great point.
Flo, you're making the
Yeah,
bad
there's-
platforming argument right now.
Were
I
you
don't
I'm just
Destiny
making I'm
Rob
making
said
the
about
I'm making the
subscribe to my
ineffective
audience?
actor argument. What I'm saying is that Rob is ineffective at what he's trying to accomplish or what he
No,
states
I'm
he's
not.
trying to
I
accomplish.
not only did me and Marte easily win this debate, you haven't made one salient point here. All you can do is misrepresent people, and then when people
You
ask for
guys
proof
think
of your
you won
blatant
that
lies, you
debate?
say I refuse to give
You
them.
think there's no way you guys think you won that?
Yes,
You won
there
it.
is a way. We
Come
did.
on, What? In what universe do you?
I
live
know that you
where-
think
where
they won
Rob
that
and
EOD.
Marte
I
didn't
get
fucking
it.
Absolutely dominate that fucking debate. Okay, I mean honestly,
Can we do a poll in the
listen,
chat?
and I
before
give
we
you,
win the
Rob,
debate?
can I
offense
give
to
your
Marte,
weed hookup?
you're a little bit
Do you
soft-spoken
want
and a
to?
little
Does
bit
everybody
quiet a
want
lot
to
of
know
times.
who actually won the debate?
Let's have a poll, Sarah.
It.
Let's do
Oh,
it.
hold on, stop. It was the cat. The cat crawling
Parsons.
behind Benjamin won this whole debate.
That's what
Okay,
did it.
hands down,
did it.
won.
Also,
sounds
not
right.
the dog. The dog didn't win. That got his little short, scene on camera. That's crazy. Pro cat, but
Parsons
not
did have
dogs.
a
I see how
dog
it
too.
is.
Yeah.
Bro,
That's true.
I live off grid. You're if it wasn't for my wife, you would have saw alpacas and cows coming and going in the fucking house. and my wife
All
picked it up.
I
Wait.
see right now is your fucking nostrils, bro. Why am I?
Wait,
looking
hang
at
on,
your
you-
nostrils?
Because
You hugged your dog.
Everybody else's mic overrides mine. So I feel like I need to kind of lean into it a little bit, and then I lean back because I don't try to
You're
overtalk
fine
everybody
leaning
else.
back.
It sounds
There's
the same
no volume,
exactly.
There's no volume change from you leaning back. Okay, just lean back.
Well, thank you for
But Ben,
telling.
you hugged your dog. You threw away your cat. You pushed your cat away, but you hugged your dog. So who?
Oh, it depends on which cat,
That's
bro.
a good point. Yeah.
It depends on which
Just
cat.
just since I've been here, I didn't see the entire night. My bad. But just since I've been
My
here,
to
there's
finish
been
my
one dog that you
Lauren.
hugged. And
you guys start
I'd like
talking
you
over
and
each
one cat.
other. I start talking money. Everyone shut up. Lauren sends a big 5. I think this is over on Flo's side, saying the title of the stream was Democrats are the party of violence. LOL. Cope harder. Rob, you're welcome
Okay,
to
Lauren.
respond.
Now let's do a little. Does that show that no one that's not a Democrat can commit violence?
Nope.
The party of
Cope
violence
harder, Lauren.
implies the party
Send
of
another
violence
$5 to
is
Sarah to cope a
exclusionary.
little harder. You fucking idiot.
That
I'm glad
$5
to
was
see
sent
that
to
the
Dusty.
stupidity's not limited to just Dusty, but also his female supporters are equally as fucking stupid. Amazing. You guys are
Rob.
amazing.
Lloyd
Rob, doesn't
says,
the-
go ahead.
Isn't the an exclusionary word there? The party of violence.
Is the an exclusionary fucking?
Are you Rob?
serious right
Calm
now?
your ginger ass down.
The is an exclusionary word.
The party.
The
party.
Yeah.
Right.
That means
The
that
party.
means
That
the,
means that-
the party that is most.
It doesn't say one of the parties.
It says that the left is the party that is most.
No, it doesn't say that.
to-
It
to
doesn't
violence.
say that.
That's what it says. That's what the point that you're talking about says. That's what it says.
No.
The party,
no.
the
You're-
Democrat Party.
First of all,
is
I
the
wasn't
party of
talking to your
violence.
ginger ass at all.
I will.
Can I share
fucking-
screen, Sarah?
Oh, you're dyslexic.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
My
Well-
video title from 10/6/25 this morning's are Democrats are party of violence. Call-in show 10/6/25. Lauren lied. I don't use the word the. Care to respond?
Ban
Dusty?
her. Get her out. Get her out of the compound.
Now, just like, hey, she learned from the best. She learned from the best from Dusty there, right? I'm just making
We've
shit
got a
up.
dangerous,
Well done, Lauren.
disingenuous
Well done.
disagreeer.
Well
Ban
done.
her.
Well done. See? And Dusty doesn't give a shit. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah. Ha ha. People are
You
lying
got
blatantly.
EOD. I got Lauren. I mean, Lauren's better looking than EOD. Smarter than EOD.
I don't know. I haven't
I'll
seen
give
a
her
picture of
that.
Lauren, nor do I care. Right? Like, Dusty, by the way, if we're going to talk about this morning, now you were diligently going to search for like an example of violent right wingers keeping left wingers from speaking on campus. Any examples yet?
No, I wasn't going to do that.
Oh, did you find any examples of right-wing like terror groups that are
Rob,
constantly?
I don't know why you're confused.
Let me finish.
Why
Let me
did you
finish.
think
Let
I-
me
why
finish.
did
Let
you
me
think
finish.
that I was
Let
taking
me
homework
finish.
assignments?
Let me finish, Dusty.
Gentlemen.
Violent
Well, you're going
right-wingers-
down a wrong path here, Rob.
Violent right-wingers. Did you find any examples of violent
Rob,
right-wing groups that
I
are
don't know
attacking
where-
federal law
This is
enforcement
another
in the
one.
city
Rob
over and
knows.
over
Hold
again?
on. Everyone
You see?
stop.
Mm-hmm.
Rob, please finish, and then Dusty to you.
Did you find any examples of violent right-wing groups over and over attacking law enforcement in the city, basically being allowed to operate with impunity by city officials? Did you find any
No,
examples of
Rob,
that?
because we never discussed me looking for any. This is another one of those delusions you got.
You said that it happened
I
and you
wasn't
just
taking
didn't have.
homework assignments.
Well, that's funny. You
We
seem
didn't
to
make any. We didn't make any plans.
Well, that's true. We didn't because you lied
Because you
and then were
blocked.
ceremonious.
So why would I take a homework assignment from somebody who's going to try not to see me in the future? It doesn't make sense.
I'm
Rob.
seeing you right now, motherfucker. What do you have to say? Nothing. Again, nothing. Just lies. And your little supporter that you're saying is good looking lied as well. Wow, you're crushing it, Dusty. Great job.
You went and changed the title. Let's be real.
I did not change the title.
Definitely said the.
No, Rob never changes the fucking titles.
Maybe my
Oh my God, EOD. We know what your
The
position
one,
is going to be on
thing
every
Rob will,
single thing.
the one thing Rob will do to
The Mandela effect.
is hide them because he's
Probably
afraid
Mandela.
that leftists like you, Dusty, and your followers will come and
I'm not a
fucking
leftist.
mass report his ass.
Now you lied. Now
and-
you're
and get
banned.
him cut the fuck off the fucking platform.
The title
This is
on
something
Rumble,
we've been dealing with for a
Democrats are
decade.
party of
For a
violence.
decade we've been dealing with this.
I just want to be clear. Your
For a
argument
decade you've been
is
dealing with
that
this.
I went
See,
through
This is
and
the paranoia
all
I'm talking about. This
all
is
the
why you need
channels-
to get outside
your
your echo
paranoia-
chamber.
just
EOD
be-
thinks I'm a leftist that's going to get you guys kicked off of platforms. That's
Your
absurd.
paranoia is I literally went through to every platform I streamed on this morning and changed the title just so I could win this argument with you, hoping that you would call in. That's your paranoia.
It's not paranoid.
On X, where you can't change the title. Democrats are party of violence. 14 hours ago, Collins Show, 10-6-25.
You're just
Now,
joking.
can you explain how I went in on X, where you can't change the titles, and somehow change the title, hoping that you would call into Sarah's channel tonight so that I could beat you on this argument?
No, I feel
When
no
did I
obligation to
change
do
it?
that.
Now, just to be clear, Lauren presumably sent that super chat in the past half hour.
Yes.
So the argument is, after Lauren sent that super chat in the past half hour, I had the time while sitting on here discussing with you to somehow go back and change the programming through like a Wayback Machine or something, not only on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, but also on X, where I'm unaware that it's even possible
I can
to
solve
do so.
this. I can solve this right now. Dusty, I went to your prior stream when you joined the call-in show and you had the StreamYard pulled up from Rob's end. It does say in the top left-hand corner, the StreamYard title that's up there. It says Democrats are party of violence.
Oh, it didn't say
show
the?
10-6-25.
So why is your grammar bad?
It didn't say the.
Rob, I'm on your side on this one. However, I'm live on Twitter right now, and like I can edit the title unless you
But
mean
not
after
from
it ends.
14 hours ago.
If you mean after it ends, then no, I don't think you can do
Yes,
that.
this was 14 hours. And again, notice that Dusty gets called out again, and he's like, "Oh, you're bad at grammar." You see, it's a big joke. I lie about you.
It is a big
and then
joke.
when it gets called out, I say, "Oh, big joke."
Do you know
Why
why
won't
it's
you
a big
talk to me?
joke, Rob?
Why
Do
won't
you know
you
why
talk
it's
to
a
me?
big joke? Because you're a coward who wants to self-isolate. You're not willing to engage in conversations that are
I'm not
going to ruffle
willing
your
to
little comfort
engage.
zone.
I'm not willing to engage with people that blatantly lie and then make excuses for it. Fuck you.
Okay,
Fuck
hold
you.
on. I just want to bring this one thing up, okay? Dusty, after your encounter with Rob earlier today, did you or did you not say that Rob agrees with me more than he agrees with himself?
I don't recall. I assume I did because you're asking me about it.
I don't recall.
So go on.
Yes, in fact, you did. I have it on video. So
Okay.
All
So
I find that particularly interesting because you're being so antagonistic at this point, where you're just like, Rob, you're such a piece of shit, and you're just lying to yourself, and you're lying to your community, and you're gaslighting everybody right now. Why are you so antagonistic? What is the problem?
There's no problem.
What is the real essence of the issue that you have right now?
Well, yeah, I have a question, Dusty. According to your own logic, if Destiny doesn't matter and he's just irrelevant, even with his 850,000 subscribers on YouTube, why do you care if Rob? Let's say Rob is paranoid. We'll grant you that he isn't, but let's say he is. What does that matter to you? Why? What's the big deal? Based on your own logic, doesn't matter, right?
it doesn't matter. No, it's not a big deal. It's not gonna. It's not gonna.
See him.
This is a YouTube argument, right? Most of this shit doesn't matter. Nothing we argue about here. I have news for you. Listen, nothing we argue about here tonight.
That's what you're admitting.
This discussion tonight is going to change nothing for anybody in the big
Okay,
picture.
great. That's
always
awesome.
Except for
Hey,
Destiny.
glad that
Except
you
for Destiny, he
admitted that
probably
you're
got a lot of new
completely
subs.
Fucking vaporous and meaningless to the fucking conversation. That's excellent.
I like that
I'm
Blasterbot's
just not
chat's the
self-deluded
same.
about what's going on here.
Blasterbot's chat's the same color as Dusty's shirt.
Rob,
Makes sense, I
would you
guess.
consider yourself a Christian?
Yes.
Oh, I think that's the problem. Flo always sides with the heathens.
Right, it's a conspiracy.
That makes sense.
I mean, everything you say is a cell phone. Oh, you guys are paranoid. But yes, Rob, I believe that in the last half hour, you changed the name of all the titles of your video in order to beat me in this argument. And then you want to call other people paranoid.
Rob, am I paranoid or am I disingenuous?
Both.
Okay.
Are those mutually exclusive?
It seems like it. It seems like they typically are.
So you're dumb as well. You're paranoid, disingenuous, and stupid.
Sincere paranoid. People who are sincerely scared. People who are sincerely scared are not normally running jokes on people.
All right, I have to do this now. Blasterbot sent in 50 to get rid of Dusty, who is a liar and has completely derailed the panel to deal with personal beef with Rob. If anyone wants to fix the boot, it's only 40 because Flo did have a $10 credit from earlier.
Which one of you two is Blasterbot?
I don't give
He's
a
not
fuck which
paranoid,
one it
though.
is.
Trust me, he's not paranoid.
It's Rocky.
I got money.
Blasterbot likes to give us dino facts all the time. Rob and I are both completely fucking ignorant of most of that stuff. Like that's been educational, honestly.
On dinosaurs?
Does that mean Dusty is out for 40 minutes or until
He just
somebody
goes
brings him
back
back.
in line. He goes back in line, and unless the line if there is no line, then it goes to the time frame. But if there's a line, which there is, he'll go back in line.
Just to clarify
but-
the mechanics there.
Okay. All right. Say goodnight for now, Dusty.
Good night, Dusty.
Learn to
So
debate.
I do wanna answer Rocky.
I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick.
Just like with
Britt?
EOD, AlanMarcus.com or AlanMarcus.com. If you guys want to come bang, despite what you would
No,
think.
I do not want to
Lloyd,
bang. I do
despite
not
what
want to
you
bang.
think,
Let me be very clear about that. I do not want to bang. Okay.
Despite what you would think from Marte's roid usage, he's the only ortho bro that's had balls to show up. So I will give him that.
What kind of compliment is that? Crazy.
Let me read some supers for a minute, if you gentlemen don't mind. Leutnen says Dusty should know that Rob will not allow misquoting. If Dusty paid attention, he would know it. No, it's Rob's favorite to weaponize direct quotes from the left. And then Tom says Rob's wife won the debate.
It's true. She did.
She always does, right?
Yeah.
And
That
Almighty
was a banger.
Nate says we need a Andrew and Rob versus Dusty and Ben Thorpe debate.
Oh,
I don't think
that
any.
would be epic. That would
Well,
be epic.
even Flo doesn't like Ben Thorpe. Like nobody likes Ben Thorpe. So I
Look,
think-
Dusty's a sack of shit in different ways, but I haven't heard Dusty say anything that's like egregious, like attacking someone's family. Like, so Ben's a different level. So
Ben is. It's like it would take a lot of convincing for me to host Ben.
yeah.
Alexander says, ever since Rob got disowned in their debate, Destiny has turned him unhinged. Only person I've seen live so rent-free in Rob's head. You're welcome to respond, Rob.
I don't know what to say other than it's amazing the cope that people have when you have someone who has tens of thousands of eyeballs on them on their live streams alone and then goes on to national platforms like Piers Morgan and says things like, we want Republicans to fear for their lives. In a world where we have Democrats, 55% of them saying that they can somewhat justify the murder of Donald Trump. And people are like, dude, why are you talking about this? What are you guys, cowards? Why are you talking about that? Why are you talking about the people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, huh? Why are you talking about it? I'm not going to fall for the gaslighting that we should just sit back and allow these violent lefties to espouse this rhetoric and to go do this violent shit, and that I should somehow be ashamed for noticing it. Go fuck yourself, Alexander Wren. I didn't get disowned in a debate. Destiny rage quit on me and then blacklist me. I didn't give a fuck. Rarely ever talked about the dude other than when he'd send his minions over to say blah, 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 blah in my chat. Other than that, I don't give a fuck. Now, would I also say that you have me on the mind? You're actually sending money in to talk about me into a channel. So do I infest your dreams? Or am I living rent-free in your head? Or did you just think that there was a reasonable thing to criticize about me that you wanted to talk about? This debate in particular, you can ask Sarah, Marte, or Balderson. I didn't set the fucking topic, right? I said the whole time I think it's kind of a weird topic to talk about. But nonetheless, I am heavily vested in, as I've been for a long time, talking in the following two topics. Violence that I see that's so commonplace on the left, and corruption that I see from institutions on the left. And I've seen prominent people and Democrats make those two arguments over and over again. And I've talked about many of them. Destiny happens to be one of them.
All right.
I thought we put on a good show for not being like totally into it. Like I don't think any of us.
He has been for a long time.
This was
I
a
thought it
hill
was
we were
good.
going to die on.
Yeah, I thought it was good overall. A nice little funsy. Mike 23 sent with the 10 to say, Rob, relax. You are not winning a year for free at Burger King. Dude, you will catch a heart attack soon. I recommend stop eating too much fast food and work out.
Thank you so much. I've actually lost a decent amount of weight since I started streaming. I don't eat as much fast food anymore. And I would say that I've lost weight fucking your wife, but let's be honest, dude. There ain't no chick with you, so I won't even make that joke. So.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, his mom
Rob.
is still a valid option.
And I need to boot Rock E because it's past his bedtime and he needs to change his Depends before he goes to sleep. Bring up anyone you want. EOD, yes, you. You get to pick who gets to come back up from the backstage. Backstage, I have Zombie, I Stand America, Orthodox Guy, and Dusty.
Dusty.
Well, let me make the decision for you, because Almighty Nate sent 20 and said drop Rocky and bring up Orthodox guy. Okay, where's Rocky on?
What's
here?
that mean? I got like 30 minutes.
You're just going to the back in line. You'll be all right. And warning to you, Orthodox guy. Orthodox guy, I've heard you on your own stream saying very specific words that are not appropriate to be said on stream. You do that here, I will ban you for life. Understood? You're muted, honey bun. Are you with us, Orthodox guy? Earth to OJ, wake the fuck up.
OJ.
All right, well,
Dusty's my choice.
Yeah, my bad. I was not expecting to get up here that quickly.
OG's back.
Okay.
right.
Did you hear Sarah? Did you hear Sarah? OG.
What?
Orthodox
She
guy,
asked
did
you a
you hear
question
what
about
I
words.
said?
No.
Okay, I've heard you on some of your own streams say very particular words that are not appropriate for any of our streams. If you say any of those words, I will boot you for life. Is that understood?
Oh, you didn't need to say that. I don't use that language on other people's stuff.
All right, well, as long as we are on the same understanding, go ahead.
What's up, OG? You sexy bitch.
Oh,
What's up,
so
Michael?
no one has anything to say. How about you, Clay? You're a lefty. What'd you think? Who's worse, Floyd or Destiny?
I'm not a lefty.
You play one. You play one on stream. How about that?
That's the funny.
Okay, hold on.
Wait.
No, because now I have to ask the question. How do you define the left?
Well, for me, I think there's several ways to define it. Normally, what I would say is I define it in the way that Jordan Peterson would talk about, where you look at it through the lens of hierarchies. The right says that hierarchies are inevitable and exist and they can be useful. The left says that hierarchies can sometimes become corrupt and we need to look at the bottom, people at the bottom of those hierarchies. So that's in general, I would define, that's in general how I would define it. I think that we could use it when it comes to more specific issues to say that the left tends to be people that are more interested in sort of politics that are sort of focused more on identity. They're more focused on things that would require big government economic action and less government social action is normally how it plays out.
Yeah,
Rob, would you also say that that includes that hierarchies are unjust as a part of the platform.
They could be corrupt or unjust.
And that's why you have to fight against it. Then like blah,
Clay,
slay the dragon. Blah, blah,
let me ask you this.
I agree with your Peterson definition though, but that's because hierarchy. Well, my understanding of hierarchy is it's authority, right? So authority is from the top down, and if you really look at authority, and you say, okay, if right-leaning policies are based on hierarchy, that's authoritarianism, right? So the less and less and less authoritarian you get, that's left-leaning, correct?
No, but a hierarchy is not necessarily just authority. For example, a hierarchy could exist of competency. For example, in a hunter-gatherer stage, we could say there's a hierarchy of people that are talented hunters, right? Just because you're the best hunter that's bringing in the most food doesn't necessarily mean that you are using some sort of authority on people. They would just be the best at that hierarchy. And so we as a society might say, that's good. It's good that there's one person that's bringing in 40% of the food. That's a good thing. We understand that it's inevitable and that we shouldn't try to equalize that. Because the left is against
a lot of authority in that society.
Well, they may. But authority is not
how it works.
Authority is not necessitating whether or not that hierarchy exists. What the left would do is
you don't have a position in the hierarchy without authority within the hierarchy.
That's not true. That's not true.
That's fundamentally how hierarchy
That's not fundamentally true. You could absolutely be at the top of a hierarchy and not have authority on it. For example, do we have a hierarchy?
There is no hierarchy without power.
Yeah, there is no hierarchy without power and authority.
Do we have a hierarchy? Please, let me finish this.
You don't understand
hierarchy on athletics. Do we have a hierarchy? Is there a greatest hierarchy of
only
the greatest
because of
basketball
power,
player in the history of the
strength,
world? Okay,
power?
What's
Yes,
authority?
power.
You didn't say power. You said authority.
Yeah,
that's
power.
what you said,
all
and therefore
these words are
authoritarianism.
synonymous.
Okay, so then what's the authority that Michael Jordan has over basketball?
Well,
he could say,
sells a lot of
"I
shoes.
declare that 3-pointers are now worth 4
He sells a lot of
pointers."
shoes.
Okay, he sells a lot of shoes.
That hierarchy would be irrelevant. Let's talk about the club owners.
So again, so what we can see is then
actual power.
One at a time, please.
When we're criticizing authoritarianism and authority, we're not saying, "Oh, by authority we mean someone that was very influential in the sport
So it's
of
only the
basketball."
authority that you like.
No, tell me the authority that Michael Jordan has in basketball.
The only hierarchies that exist
He's
for
not
you on
part
the
of
right
the hierarchy.
are the hierarchies
He's
that
not a
you
club
like.
owner.
No, that's
all
not true.
hierarchies sit on the right.
No,
How
that's
is that
not true.
hierarchies that are
What the fuck are you
You're so
talking about?
disingenuous. You're so
Leftism is
do
about
not-
destroying hierarchies.
Exactly.
So,
Yes.
So
Holy
Clay's
fuck.
right.
Let me
It pains
repeat.
me. It pains me, but he's right.
Hierarchies are inevitable. Yes or no?
They are they are in
Everybody
nature,
has
yes.
what I said.
No, so
everybody
wait,
has,
so wait, let me finish,
everybody
Grumble.
has
Let
a
me
boss.
finish. If
I'm sorry.
hierarchies-
Bro,
If hierarchies are inevitable, does that mean every hierarchy is on the right?
The
No.
left is literally about
Thank
diminishing
you.
fucking
Thank you.
hierarchies, like
No,
destroying them.
Allow me to make some space. Marte's going to make his exit from the panel. If we could give him a moment for his final thoughts.
Sexy bitch.
So this debate was very fun. I appreciated it. Rob was extremely kind. I got so much fucking respect for this guy. Matter of fact, he took this on a whim. I just said, hey, by the way, I have this debate coming up. Would you like to take it? I understand, Rob, that you don't want to debate Destiny, and I totally understand that. But I was like, well, it's a debate about Destiny. Maybe this could be a little different. Rob, you not only killed it, but like you were killing them on so many points tonight, especially when it came to like your conclusion about influence. And I mean, basically we like had the same argument. You just make a better argument than I do, to be honest with you, when it comes to this. So that's experience talking. So Benjamin, I appreciate you for accepting the debate. I appreciate Sarah, all of her shit. Please donate to her channel with the super chats. Hit the damn like button, people. So I have an admission right now. I chloroformed myself during this whole debate. I took a Benadryl and thought it would be a daytime one, and I've been struggling to try to stay awake. That's why I'm bowing out. So,
You lefty drug addict.
yeah, I'm taking an L. That's the only L we're taking on this side, and I can self-admit that. But not with the debate. Of course, we definitely crushed it. So, and EOD could definitely co-sign this as well, too. But yes, I appreciate you guys for showing up. This was an amazing debate. I wish I didn't chloroform myself. This is great. But yeah, it's hitting me. I'm like struggling to stay awake now. So stupid. All right, guys.
Thanks,
You
Marte,
guys
man.
take care.
It was fun.
Thank you, Marte. Have a wonderful evening.
Let me
And
just
keep it sexy.
Alexander says, "Oh, Rob, you went on an unrelated tangent the moment it got brought up. Oh, and I'm sorry, buddy. Didn't mean to hurt your feelings. This is just some donos for Sarah, and you're easy to get a reaction out of. Hugs and kisses."
Well, I'm definitely someone who is entertaining and likes talking about things. Alexander Wren, for me, the day that you had super chats about me and got my attention was the most important day of your life. But for me, it was just Monday. So fuck you. So let me clarify real quick the me not debating Destiny. No, I'll debate Destiny on this topic of his calls for violence and his support for violence. That's it, though. I'm uninterested in whitewashing this by having a conversation about tariffs or some shit like that. That's all.
Okay.
There we go. Look at this guy furiously looking up. Did Rob change the name of his video from V? Go ahead, get it, Dusty. Get those thumbs working on the
Get his
phone there. You
DoorDash.
got it, buddy. Oh,
I was
you're muted,
actually
too.
kind of coming in.
You're muted, Dusty.
EOD, you're unblocked from my echo chamber. You tried to get me back up here. I appreciate you. So, what are we talking about now?
Echo chamber.
I didn't think I was blocked from your echo chamber.
No, I mean it was only for like 5 minutes tonight. It was a retaliatory isolationist
okay.
move.
Oh.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
What I want to see, Dusty, is for you and Rob to have a good faith fucking discussion. That's really
It's
what I
not
want.
possible. He's not capable.
I don't think it's possible.
Because of you.
Well, I mean, nobody could actually provide definitive.
Here, I've
Because-
had good
George Floyd.
interactions with Dusty. I think Dusty can be good faith.
All right.
I think Dusty
And-
has been less than good faith in his interactions.
And I
with Rob
showed up in
today.
good faith. I've had good faith discussions with both of you. But the minute that he was like, "If you're wrong about this, you're banned forever,"
You
Well,
lie.
at that point, I'm not dealing with somebody who's interested in interacting in good faith. Why would I treat somebody with sincerity who's insincere?
Dusty, why did you say you like
I was
essaying
asking
women?
EOD a question. Can EOD
Dusty, can you,
guys
answer?
just
Why
talk for
did you
each
say
other
that? Why
like an
did
old
you
married
say?
couple?
Why did you say that you enjoy essaying women? Why did you say that? Why did you say that? Why did you say you enjoy essaying women?
Well, I didn't say that, Rob.
Oh, that's bullshit. I know you did.
Oh,
It's so easy.
okay. This is what you're. Is that what I said about you? Did I say
Does that feel
That's what
good,
you
Dusty?
said. You said that.
That's what you said.
I won't show you proof, but I assure you
Yeah.
that's what you said.
No, that was
kind
you.
of sucks.
You're being
it kind of
delusional
sucks
again.
to have someone blatantly lie like that and then admit once it's proven that I'm
Rob-
lying, saying I'm not going to tell you where you said it, but trust me, you did. You see how that sucks? I don't want to interact with people that brag about the fact that they lie
so
about
eager,
me.
You're so eager to be a victim. You're like tripping over yourself to fake an injury like you're
Oh
a
my
soccer
God.
player. Bruh.
This coming from the guy who came
Yeah.
onto a panel clutching pearls.
Mhm.
Why did I get banned from your chat today? Oh my God, why are you such a victim? I
Oh,
got
I'm not
banned
clutching
from your
pearls.
chat.
I'm mocking you
come
for
on
being
and just talk
sensitive.
about that the
I'm
whole
mocking
time.
you for being sensitive,
And it's
worked
not
up.
the one
is a
that's
little
sensitive to you,
paranoid.
Dusty. Dusty, you're
I mean,
so
it's kind of
sensitive.
gay to be sensitive.
You're
Like
so
that.
sensitive.
It
You
is-
came on
it is
here
kinda gay.
talking about
Patrick.
this the entire time that you're on. That's how sensitive you are.
Well, you guys weren't talking about anything better. What do you want to talk about?
I
Destiny,
talk about-
Destiny. Oh my God, Destiny.
So just to be
How
clear,
did you
because
spend
I
enough
took
time
a
today
debate
talking about Destiny.
because I took a debate, right? That this happened to be the topic. You're saying that all I talked about Destiny. All you've talked about today was me and Destiny.
Yeah, that's about right. The last video you uploaded
that's about right.
about Destiny.
Also,
the last short you
showed
uploaded
up to
about
Rob's thing.
Destiny.
You said I'm a Proud Boy because I got a Proud Boy T-shirt, and now you're wearing a fucking Boogaloo Boy T-shirt. I mean, give me a fucking break, bro.
You
Just
should
a white
put on the
shirt.
Proud.
Not every
you
kind
need
of
to
shirt has some sort of deeper meaning. Sometimes
Oh, you need to put on your FBA shirt with that hat.
I literally just got back from the beach, EOD. I just got back from the beach.
That you were actually a fucking Proud Boy, do you?
I couldn't hear anything.
Yes, I do.
All for the last like.
To be fair, I was not. To be fair,
Gentlemen, to bring us back around, Stan, I think you had a question for Rob if you wanted to ask.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir, we hear you
So,
just fine.
Rob, I
Wait,
was,
are you the one with the CPAP?
Oh my God, Grumple, what the fuck? You do this every goddamn time.
Sorry.
Shut your mouth.
He does,
Just shut
but
it.
pretty funny,
Just shut it. Go ahead, Stan.
Thank you. Rob, I was listening to the debate earlier on the panel. I think you brought up the George Floyd where he held the gun to the pregnant woman's stomach. From what I read and from what I understand, the woman wasn't actually pregnant. It was the wrong woman that they listed in the situation, and it was actually another woman that wasn't pregnant. So I don't know. Maybe you have some other sources that say otherwise, but from what I understand, that's the case. I don't know if you have a different version.
I don't. I have not heard. It was widely reported that he held a gun to a pregnant woman's stomach. If he did not, I guess that I apologize in the slightest way of besmirching a violent criminal that held a gun to a woman's stomach, and it happened to be an unpregnant woman as opposed to the woman that was pregnant. I don't see how that affects Jermaine anything that was said in this debate.
I can provide some clarity to that. It was actually it was actually he didn't put a gun to a pregnant woman's stomach. She actually had a kid in the house at the time that George Floyd did that.
These are
That
all very
makes it
egregious
better.
and bad.
It wasn't. She wasn't pregnant.
Can we agree that that's just as bad? That's just as bad.
Yeah,
that's
probably
exactly.
worse, actually.
Yes, exactly. I'm just
one at
no,
a
no,
time.
no,
One
no.
at a time.
I'm just
if somebody
providing
else is
clarity.
talking, like right now, Zombie, if somebody else is talking, please just shut the fuck up for a second. Go ahead, Zombie.
Talk over her, Zombie. Don't let her dog you down like that.
Shut up, Dusty.
Shut the fuck up, Dusty. Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I just want to be clear. That doesn't derail anything. You know, it doesn't
Insubordinate women.
make anything that happened, any better. Obviously, it's still terrible.
I think that being clear about actual facts are important. So I appreciate if that ends up being true. I certainly do. But yeah, I don't think it changes the arguments per se. But yeah, we should be clear on sort of the stuff we're saying. So I apologize if I'm wrong. Now, I can't just 100% take your word for it, but you may in fact be true. That may in fact be true. I think there's a lot of stuff that was like, I've heard tons of rumors about George Floyd that I can't independently verify from all sorts of crimes that he was alleged to have committed in real life. It was sort of irrelevant to me from this perspective of the actual video was symbolic of what people were upset with. It was, let's say that George Floyd was the worst criminal ever. If you look at that video of Derek Chauvin kneeling on his neck and say that's murder, it would be irrelevant as to whether or not he was a piece of shit in real life if he was murdered in that moment. Now, you might say this isn't a guy that you would want to lionize or a guy that you'd want to celebrate, but it doesn't make the actions of the would-be murderer any more or less heinous when it comes to that. Because unless you would say that, like, Derek Chauvin in his personal interactions with George Floyd witnessed him point a gun at a woman or something like that, and so he was like, this guy's a scumbag, I'm going to take him out for those reasons. Otherwise, it doesn't really have bearing on those actions of that day. The only thing that would have bearings are the actual crime that he was being pulled over for and then his feuding with police in that moment. But yeah, sure, for the sake of being correct on all the details, I accept that I may be wrong about that specific detail.
No, you weren't like particularly wrong. He also died an hour later at the hospital. He didn't die on scene.
True. And there's solid evidence that he died of a fentanyl overdose and not of...
Exactly. With 3 times the amount of fentanyl and 2 times the amount of meth.
And it wasn't on his neck either. That it was a taught maneuver. It was actually textbook.
That's the best defense of Derek Chauvin, that they were taught this maneuver. And like, for example, look, I can't. I was never in law enforcement, and I'm certainly
I agree with you, Rob.
But like, I was in my previous line of work doing home health care with adults with like autism. You learn some restraints. Now, if I'm trained to do a restraint and I do it properly as trained, and it harms someone, should I be sued? If I'm literally doing what a licensed trainer taught me to do, I don't know. I don't know that I should be held legally accountable. I think the person that did the training should maybe be more accountable if you're going to say that it was an illegitimate maneuver.
So you went from a job
I was taught that particular thing.
Just you, Dusty.
No, this whole panel is autistic as shit. You got to be kidding.
Dusty, most of the people...
This is weapons-grade autism on this panel.
The Saint sends a big 10 to say, here's a question for all of the panel. Is Sarah the only mature adult on the panel? We got Rob and Dusty whining like 2 little girls over some boy. Boot zombie since he loves to talk over you. Thank you, Saint.
Now listen, I'm not arguing like a little girl. I'm arguing like a little boy, which is different, So I'll admit to some immaturity, but you're watching.
Somebody clip that for me.
Yeah. What about you, Dusty? You're conceding to being a little girl?
Chad Hominem.
And,
I didn't concede to shit. I just said I want that clip.
Mo needs to make his exit. If you want to give your final thoughts, and everybody else will shut the fuck up. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Sarah. Sarah, appreciate having me on. I love these panels. Thanks everybody for coming out and having a good time. Rob, I enjoy the fun back and forth just for kicks. That was great. I love your stream, man. Keep it up. I'll see you around next time, and I'll catch you guys later.
Thank you, Mo. Have a wonderful evening.
Good to see you.
I wonder why Mo felt the need to address Rob with such kid gloves. Every time he addressed Rob, he softened, what he was saying with, just for fun.
What would you like Mo to say? What would Mo?
It was just an interesting observation that he feels like he needs to kind of.
I don't think that's true at all. I think
the
specific
characteristic of Mo, I guess, is my question in your view.
I didn't see him behave that way with anybody else. Did you?
No, I think that Mo came in asking probably the most pointed questions of me right out of the gate, despite the fact that he's a fan of mine. He said at the end, hey, I thought I was a fan of yours, etc. But he actually, unlike you, he asked questions germane to the topic and was actually asking pointed questions that could be on topic.
So you're saying you agree with somebody inside your echo
came in
chamber.
and brought in some bullshit beef
So
from
you're
your
telling
lies
me
about me
you
this morning.
agree with somebody in your echo chamber?
No, I'm telling you that someone disagreed with me with questions they were asking, and it's not an echo chamber, which is proved by the fact that they could challenge me on those points. What I'm saying is you call an echo chamber anything that you're not part of. Did you try to ban EOD here and only brought him back when he said
only
to bring
very
you up?
briefly.
Oh, so you wanted an echo chamber. That's what you wanted.
There was no try.
No, I wanted retaliation.
No, an echo chamber. That's what you were looking for, an echo chamber.
No, the motivation,
so when you ban people,
the motivation has nothing to do with
let me just
the
clarify.
has
Dusty.
nothing to do with excluding other perspectives that I don't like.
These ladies
It has
are both
everything
pretty.
to do with being petty.
Motivation
in
has
return.
nothing to do with excluding
Yeah,
people. It's nothing
Flo
to do
likes
with
to
it.
put
Not at all.
Flo likes to put bounties on people when they're being like tards, but I will be agreeable that Flo.
Antagonisticism.
I'm pretty sure I have one fucking rule, EOD, and I know you know better. But Dusty has had, like, I know he runs open panels, and I've never seen him really go into echo chamber mode. I don't think anybody on his panels agrees with anybody at all. It's more like a absolute shit show buffet of opinions.
I bet we all agree that Rob's sensitive.
Alexander.
I think we all agree that fucking Dusty is sensitive, right?
Alexander says 100% confirmed that the woman he held up was not pregnant and was unharmed. Floyd was one of 6 men who got in by claiming to be with the water department, and he didn't have the gun, just searched the house. Any thoughts to that?
No, that could be entirely believable. Obviously, I, won't
mean-
believe something just saying it, but that sounds as reasonable as anything that I've heard. I just want to, like, are you sure you're not a Democrat, Dusty? Hashtag it's different. When you ban someone, it must be because you want an echo chamber. But when I ban them, it's for good reasons. I assure you.
I'll explain it again. When I ban him, it's because I'm being petty, and I want to be petty in response.
Yes.
It's not because I'm scared of
the why you banned
of
me.
the
Yeah,
mind
okay, great.
blowing perspective that EOD brings to the table, which is
So you
basically
think-
a protective one. That's really all he's bringing to the table, right? Is he's shielding you.
Dusty, I just want to. So you're claiming that the reason you think I banned you is because I'm afraid of your perspective.
I'm shielded.
Yes, and I think that's why you ban other people as well.
Dusty, you're one of the worst people that I've debated. I literally debate anyone from the left or
Rob,
even on the right wing.
have
I've
you
debated
not
people
said
that are
on your
abject
own
geniuses.
panel-
You're a fucking moron.
Rob,
You're a moron.
have
You
you-
think I'm afraid of you. You think
Have you
that
not
that's
said
why
on
I
your
banned
own
you.
panel
Not because
that
you
you're not
blatantly fucking lied.
associating? Calm down. You don't need to filibuster. Have you not said on your own panel recently that you don't need to associate with people who disagree with you politically?
No, I said that I don't owe them an answer. And I said that if people are suggesting that Charlie Kirk deserved to be murdered and people that share that mentality
So-
about me, that I don't want to associate with them in real life anymore.
You
yes, I
haven't
did say that.
Right. That's why I'm saying.
So just to be
that you're
clear,
being
me
honest.
saying, me saying I don't want to associate for people that want me murdered and would cheer my death is you saying, isn't that you saying you don't want to associate with people that you don't agree with politically? You're
said
saying
that-
those are
no.
the two same things.
No, I'm not. You're
Okay.
you're fighting straw men again, Rob. Leave the straw men alone. What I'm saying is you've been on your show making the claim that you don't want to associate with people who are not in the same political minds.
Show me. Where did I say that?
I'm not going to do homework for you.
So I
Do
just
you-
want to be
that's
clear.
Why, that's why the first thing I asked is, do you disagree that you said that?
Yes, I disagree that I said I will
Okay.
no longer associate with anyone who doesn't share my political beliefs. I don't believe I've ever said that.
Okay. Well, then
Now,
maybe I'm
is this
mistaken.
going to be the same?
Maybe I'm mistaken. I'm not going to
Oh!
go do homework for it though.
Oh, yeah, maybe you're mistaken. Again, another just bullshit claim. Just like before.
How's-
Are you going to have
That's
one
not
of
a
your
bullshit claim at all.
supporters? Are you going to have one of your supporters?
I asked you a question about the impression I had of what you said. You answered me, and I accepted your answer.
You didn't ask a question.
Do you
made
see
a
how
declar-
hard you're working to be a victim of something?
No, I'm not. You didn't ask a question. You made a declarative statement. And then I said that didn't happen. And then
asked
you
you a
couched it,
question.
and then you couched it in, oh, I'm just asking
Okay.
questions. That's not what you said.
You're
said,
desperate to be a
you
victim
said,
of some
would you-
wrongdoing.
Dusty,
Rob, okay.
Dusty,
You can have it.
Let be quiet. You made a statement. I said it wasn't true.
quiet.
Then you tried to default saying, I'm just asking questions. That's all, I'm asking questions. Everyone can see through your bullshit. Dusty, I assure
asked you the question.
neither me nor anyone
were
else that
all
I've
here.
ever seen. Would you stop interrupting for 3 seconds? Neither
No.
me nor anyone that I've ever
stop
seen on this
interrupting.
panel is afraid of debating you, Dusty.
Then, I mean, I believe it more when you don't keep bringing it up. Thou dost protest too much, Brutus.
He was trying to whisper sweet nothing into your ear, man. You shut up, girl.
Bennington says, question for Dusty, is the faded Hawaiian shirt good at charming guys at the local dive bar? Slay, my queen.
I don't go to those kind of bars, but
You don't even
You
drink.
can let me know. Yeah, I barely even drink.
I like that. His response wasn't, I'm not trying to pick up guys. It was just not at dive bars. Sounds about
No,
right.
it's gay bars.
Mike 23 says, I would like to ask the fat man a question. Why are you so hype? By the way, you are dead wrong about me being alone. I do have a girl with me.
I'm sure she's watching right now. She's probably enjoying the program. Well, I assume I'm the fat man. I've used my context clues to delve that. Why am I so hype? I don't know. This is how I am in real life. You should think I'm hyped talking about topics like this. You should hear me talk about the shitty-ass Pittsburgh Pirates that I've been a lifelong fan of. I don't know. I guess that's part of the reason that it makes me a successful streamer. Meanwhile, Mike, you don't seem very hype at all, and I assume no one listens to you. Maybe the girl that you're lucky enough to have with you. Hopefully, you guys have a good relationship. So,
Mike is pretty hype.
I have to go. Thank you so much, Sarah, for having me. Cheers, Rob. Dusty, stop being a piece of shit. Okay, like fucking come in good faith.
Get your boy in check. Get your boy in check.
Get my boy in check. I fucking invited you back up here,
and I appreciate
he
that
wouldn't
about
fucking talk to you. I'm
EOD,
I'm laying out the fucking red carpet for your
I
ass.
appreciate the work that you're
calling
doing.
Me some kind of fucking fuck you.
Fuck you too.
EOD. Before you go, I have a question for you.
Sarah,
I have a
I
question
love
for
you
you.
so much, okay?
How many?
Clay had a question for you, EOD.
Okay, let's.
How many of Rob Nor's farts do you keep in the jar at a time?
This many.
That's
The answer is zero.
inappropriate.
This many.
So two.
Straight out of the ass.
Come on, Rob.
You're all right. You're all right. You're all right.
Y'all
You're all
suck. Fuck you. Okay.
Listen,
EOD.
Clay, just because we all saw that video of Destiny going down on you doesn't mean that other people are into that.
You
sort of
watching some
sports,
weird
you
shit,
know?
Rob.
Nah, it just came up on the X feed.
Did you call
know,
Clay
I'm sorry you were
Nick?
unaware of
Came
that.
into your feed.
I am
People
unaware
are
of
making AI videos of all kinds of shit.
Alexander
Dusty,
says, with the Big Ten, apologies. The woman was struck by the gunman when she screamed for help. No excuse for Floyd, just correcting the record. There is reference to a 1-year-old being there, but no details.
What does that
interesting.
change?
It doesn't change anything, but I do think for the specificity of the argument, it's totally fine. Like, again, though, it's very interesting for people that say that I'm obsessed with people because I took this debate. They know so much about what I say in my channel. Dusty, how often do you watch me?
About like 5 minutes every other.
Oh, guys,
stream.
it's getting sexy. Is this sexy time?
This is sexy.
You with
Your
your
hands
cat?
off each other.
I mean,
What do you have, 2 cats?
Benjamin, are you
Oh,
wearing
dude, I got
trousers?
like
That'll
30
be the
cats.
definition of if it's sexy time.
I got
would
like
so
30
much rather
cats.
watch this.
That's why when he said I moved that cat off my lap and I preferred the dog, I said, well, which cat? Like this one?
It was a
That's
kid.
Oh, no,
fine. This one's
is
like,
that a cat asleep on the top of the bookshelf on the far right of the screen too?
Yes.
yeah. I live in a farm in the forest, and there's these Norwegian forest rats
You're a cat lady.
that will invade
I'm-
your
I'm
property
sorry.
like nothing you've ever seen.
Catman dude.
The only
Listen,
one-
let's talk about
Benjamin's
something.
literally drowning in pussy. My bad entirely.
Yeah,
Balderson.
Go ahead, Rob.
Look at this.
Balderson.
Go ahead,
Can you
Rob.
breathe,
Watch
sir?
this. Watch this, you guys.
Shut
Shut up.
Look,
Go
look
ahead,
right here.
Rob. Bring it
Here's the
back.
cat.
Dusty,
Hold
and
on.
maybe Clay, seeing as how
Here's
Dusty and
the
Balderson.
dog. Here's the cat.
Okay,
They're
Balderson.
sitting there both on my lap right now.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Go ahead, Rob.
Rob, you should pet
Balderson,
a cat sometime.
Balderson and Dusty.
It's
It
a
seemed that
calming.
both of you made allusions today to sort of both sides engaging in political violence in a commiserate way. Are you both prepared to make that claim that when it comes to political violence today, that it's nearly equal on the right and the left?
No.
Dusty?
It
No.
definitely goes back and forth. Currently, it's more on the left, but I've been expecting that for a while, to be honest.
You
And
agree with that,
I
Dusty?
already stated my position earlier. The left is more initiates more violence. The right does better at it.
Okay, so give me examples of when the right's done better at it, like in a significant way here in the last 5 years.
Before
Like-
you answer, I'm stepping away for just a moment. Clay, take over for the people.
They take
So I'll be
over.
back in 2
Damn,
minutes.
you're moving up in the world.
So give me an example.
Okay,
Oh,
I'll
you
give you the
got
same
it.
example I gave this morning when I went
Okay.
to DC in December of 2020 as a Proud Boy,
Mhm.
and there was fights between Antifa and Proud Boys.
So your argument is this: when we're talking about the large scope of political violence, and we've seen riot after riot, hundreds of riots during Black Lives Matter, right? We see them constantly attacking Portland's ICE facility. We saw the Chaz Zone in Seattle. We saw assassination attempts against Trump. We saw Charlie Kirk assassinated. We saw an assassination attempt against Brett Kavanaugh. When you're like, yeah, but the right's better when they decide to use violence, and I'm like, give me an example, and you say, well, in December of 2020, I was in the Proud Boys and we beat some people
You asked
up.
for an example in the last 5 years. I gave you exactly what you asked for. Maybe you should have refined it. If you wanted something else, maybe you should refine your questions.
Okay, so your argument is, so if you know what, actually, I knew a guy that was on Antifa and said that one time he beat up a Proud Boy. So now we're even, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I guess it was implied. I guess it was implied when I asked for these examples that you gave something that was public knowledge and not your super secret little clique that engaged in a personal fistfight with some members of the left. That wasn't even reported as national news.
It was reported as national news.
Okay, bring up the article.
It was when you did okay.
Flo,
It was the same
Proud
event
Boys.
when Enrique Tarrio burned the Black Lives Matter flag, and no, you weren't paying attention to that.
No, I remember hearing that story.
Okay, it was the very same event.
So what happened was the left wasn't doing anything, and you guys went there and used physical violence against them.
They were mostly hanging out in the little park they had cordoned off in downtown DC. They would venture out and do antagonistic things here and there, but at night, yeah, the Proud Boys went out and hunted them down, and it was very much the right pursuing the fight.
So you were involved in a violent assault of people for no reason.
Wait, Rob.
I was involved in a crowd.
Hunted them down and did what?
I was
Rob,
in
let him
DC at the
finish.
time.
Hunted them down and did what?
Just got in fist fights, street fights, shit like that.
Do you have your collar pins from when you were a Proud Boy? Because I'm not this is a surprise to me that you're. This is the first time I'm hearing that you are in the Proud Boys at all. I know
I probably got a challenge.
I'm in the
card.
other. I may or may not be closely associated with the other organization that is.
I'm not associated with them anymore, but hold on.
Which I'm not either, but I was kind of at the time.
Nonetheless, the point that seems to be making here is the violence is overwhelmingly coming from the left, at least in the past decade. And the idea that someone's like, well, the left starts more shit, but the right, when they use violence, it's far more significant. And I'm like, give me an example. Let's assume that we go with that. Can you explain to me, Dusty, how you getting in some cool-ass fistfights against Antifa is more successful violence than, say, the assassination of Charlie Kirk?
Rob, couldn't hear you until just now.
I said, regardless, right? If your argument is the right uses more intense violence, more successful with violence, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So really, my position is that there's just not an amount of violence occurring in the country that we need to really be.
Okay. Can you explain to me how your really cool super secret fist fight that occurred where you guys beat up Antifa, how that's more effective and strong violence than, say, the assassination of Charlie Kirk?
I don't think that the assassination of Charlie Kirk is a coordinated left-wing attack.
Was it a left winger that killed Charlie Kirk for his political beliefs?
I don't know why he killed him. It was a crazy person. One crazy person acting independently shot somebody whose job is to be antagonistic.
Oh, so first off, we don't know that if it's independent. There's still an ongoing investigation. Second,
so you think Antifa and Destiny and this dude are working in cahoots? Everybody.
I don't. Dusty, talking to you is completely irrelevant because the straw man you build it's not just that you're building straw man; it's the speed of which you erect them. Okay, so tell me in anything that Dusty, please.
Bigger attack on Rob.
Let's show me anywhere in what I just said where I said this guy was working with Antifa and Destiny to commit this murder. Go ahead.
It was definitely implied when we were talking about Antifa. And then you use as an example, Charlie getting shot.
Mm-hmm.
You use it as a comparative example,
And so that's me saying Destiny instructed this guy
No,
to
that's
shoot
not
Charlie
you saying
Kirk.
the fucking words. That's you. That's implied in the question.
So
It's
I'm
implied in your claim.
implying, without using the word Destiny in the
Bruh.
last half an hour, I'm
And you
implying that
accuse me of
Destiny
being
ordered this
disingenuous.
guy to kill Charlie Kirk.
Okay, why did you bring up the guy who killed Charlie Kirk right then in the conversation?
Because I'm talking about left-wing violence being more expansive. Yes.
Because you're including the Charlie Kirk murder in politically active violence.
Correct.
As if it's a singular monolith.
No, it's not a singular monolith. There's many examples of left-wing violence. This is one of them.
You mean alleged?
What does this have to do? What does this have to
false
do with
flag?
me blaming Destiny for the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Well, you seem to be putting all these
CIA.
independent actors into the same boogeyman pile.
No, that's
and
you.
saying, look, and using them to validate the threat that's you.
No, that's you. You're a fucking
That's not
idiot.
me.
You just jump to conclusions that no one's saying. If I say the left's a party of violence, you're like, oh, so you're saying no right-winger
The
can use
left.
violence?
The
No.
left.
Do you want me to read the title again,
you're
you lying
talking
fuck?
about a
Do you want me to
singular-
read the
a
title of the
singular-
video again,
the
you lying fuck?
You can read it again.
Or do you still think I changed it?
You need help with the grammar on the next one?
Rob,
Do you still think I changed the
Rob,
title?
I
No,
wanna
I
give
just
you
think you're
guys
bad at grammar.
I want to give you guys as much room as possible while I'm, I guess, taking over. But I believe what Flo is saying is essentially because you're trying to put all of them into one basket. It seems to him a little disingenuous than to turn around and say that all of the right-wing violence is somehow not all in the same basket as well. And
I'm making a claim that says this, that left-wingers are engaged in far more political violence than right-wingers, right? He says, well, the left starts more stuff, but the right's more effective when they use violence. And I say, where's your example of that? He says, I was in the Proud Boys and we got in a fist fight in December of 2020 and we beat up Antifa. And I'm like,
asked me
you
about
think
my
that that's
opinion.
more successful violence
You asked
than
me my
shooting Charlie
opinion
Kirk?
on the violence.
He says, oh, so you're saying Destiny was connected to the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Right.
You asked me
So-
my opinion. I wasn't making a statement of fact when I was about the who's doing more violence.
And so I believe what's being stated here is it's individual incidents, not all one umbrella.
Brick, how is it that you understand what I'm saying, but Rob doesn't?
Because
That
you're
he's a good
goofy
debater.
fucking lefties, and you guys think alike. I don't know.
No,
like
it's not
I
a
understand
lefty-right
what you're
thing.
doing is you're building a straw man. Me
Be-
saying
because
this,
it's not a
me saying
lefty-right
that there's an environment being created where left wingers believe that they are morally virtuous and therefore they're justified in using violence against the right. Right? That's what happens. We see this overwhelming violence occurring over and over again, whether it be people attacking ICE agents, while it be people attacking places like in Portland that they've gone after law enforcement many times, whether it be people attacking MAGA people, whether it be people attacking Patriot Prayer people, etc. There is an environment created that you have gaslighting from prominent left-wing voices saying they're fascist, they're fascist, they're fascist over and over again. They're saying these sorts of things, and people that are mentally ill or that are loners or that are willing to act on that are going out and committing acts of violence. That's what I'm saying. Yes, I've said over and over that any lone wolf could do crazy shit in the name of any political party
Glad
or
to make
individual.
you some more money there, Sarah.
Anyways,
Hold
to
on.
finish this point,
Hold on.
however, what we
Not
see
yet.
that's unique with the left is how commonplace it is and
Wait,
how it is excused or defended by prominent voices and how many voices in the left. That's what I'm talking about. So that's why we can see Charlie Kirk assassinated and tens of thousands of people go online and celebrate it. Show me the equivalent of that happening on the right.
And before anybody goes, Alexander says, Rob, you know for sure that he's a leftist with leftist ideologies, but are hesitant to say if he was working alone. Where did you get the leftist part? If he texts, he says he did it alone there too.
The investigation is to whether or not he had partners that helped him get weapons, whether or not he was planning this on the Discord, etc. I would think that it's implied that he's a leftist based on the fact that his parents said that he had radical left-wing ideology. His trans boyfriend was someone that people said had a radical left-wing ideology. And he literally wrote, "Catch this fascist" on the bullet, which is something we hear that's ubiquitous with what the left calls right-wingers.
Was that on the projectile or on the shell? Or like
It was
on
on
the
the
casing?
shell, the casing.
'Cause I still.
I was
okay.
wondering that too.
All right. And Saint says, will you two little whiny boys kiss and make up? Do you two need a room alone by yourselves to hash out the sexual frustration between you two?
He's into Destiny. He's not into me. We've already been over this.
Dusty just grabbed the baby oil and meet Rob and boot Rock E. Okay. Trading one
Sarcastic
old
Saint,
dude
it
for
sounds
another.
like you're fantasizing about two men hooking up.
Ooh.
Pretty scandalous, Sarcastic Saint.
It was kind of a
Root
wild
Mud Crab
comment.
Says some right winger Cardi is it Card?
I'm not sure.
Carry two
Ah!
keeps the other.
CAR is a Colt AR. It's like it's an
Pew,
AR-15,
pew.
but it's made by Colt.
Pew,
I don't know.
pew.
If
Two
it's-
plays the other day over a
Card.
Kirk post. I'm guessing like harmed in.
I think
some
he's saying
He
that
ran
some
them
right
over,
winger
is what
ran
he's saying.
over two people.
Oh
based
yeah,
on-
that
I haven't
would
seen
make
any.
sense. Hard. Yeah.
I haven't seen any evidence of this. And did we have tens of thousands of people going online celebrating it? Did we have people like the New York Times writing articles saying those people that got ran over, actually, they had a lot of really bad rhetoric? So, no, we didn't see any of that, did we?
Do we see a lot of people? Do we see a lot of people on the right saying things like, "Oh, well, you know, he was a drug addict," about George Floyd, right?
Yes.
So people on the right dismiss victims of things just like people on the left do.
No, it's completely different. It's
I
not
don't think it's the
near.
same
It's not
scale.
near the same. It's not even close, right? Saying that George Floyd, who evidence seems to suggest did die of a drug overdose, was a drug addict, is different than saying Charlie Kirk, a man who was blatantly killed for something that he had no responsibility for whatsoever, was shot in the neck, and we saw tens of thousands of people celebrate it and say more people with his ideology should be killed. Completely different. Not even close.
Political assassinations these days are more than likely going to be false flags. He was on our radar.
Yeah, I saw some interesting conspiracy.
He was on our radar. Hashtag he was on our radar.
videos,
That's all.
Too. Saw some
That was
interesting
gonna
False
be my
flags for
question
to what to win
to
in
both of you
to
two.
excite people.
That was
Not
gonna be my
necessarily by the
question.
U.S. government,
That was gonna
even.
be my question
Probably,
to
but
both you
possibly
two.
or to distract.
Hold on, Ben.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
we can hear
Benjamin.
you.
That was going to be my question to both of you two, is if you'll both admit that it's going to probably come out that this kid had an FBI handler.
May.
Ooh.
But then certainly it wouldn't be that he acted alone.
No,
I would say
shooters
there's a
always
better
do.
not. I would say that there's a better than not chance. A handler might be strong. He may have, but I bet
you
in
won't know if
those
he had a
Discord.
CIA one though.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I would bet that in those Discord chats, there's probably someone that was a Fed that was in there. And by the way, if you're watching, just to be clear, I don't give a fuck if you're on the right, left, or center. If you're in some text message chain or a Discord chat where people are suggesting violence, I guarantee you the feds are going to get wind of it. So don't do it. One, don't engage in acts of political violence, but don't be so fucking stupid where you think I'm just yuck talking about that. You don't know what fucking people out there are taking seriously, and they may go out and commit these heinous acts, and you don't know if the feds are there watching. So don't even engage with jokes about that shit, because you would hate to be held responsible for something like that, especially if you didn't mean it.
And that is
Every DM you ever send, every message you ever send, the United States government has it. Just FYI.
And read 1980 and read 1984, kids.
And Chuck
There
in
you go.
Tennessee,
Audulous Huxley. I'm sorry.
over on Dusty's side, sends a big 10 to say, Mr. Fat Man, it's a shame you aren't this motivated for the gym.
Totally agree. Now, what I say is I'm already like pretty much the best damn debater out there. I'm pretty much the funniest person. So if I was the best looking as well and I got in shape, what fucking chance would the rest of these streamers have? So I give you all a chance. Now, Chuck in Tennessee, though, I noticed that you don't have your picture out there. Let's see it, Chuck. Let's see your pic, man. Show us your physique.
He cams up all the time. Stop it.
Are we
He's
are we having a who's
Oh,
the
he's a
hotter
cam-
man contest? Is that what Rob's calling for?
He's a
Hey,
little
what can I say?
guy down
I'm
in
self-confident.
Tennessee. Chuck's very sweet.
Rob, am I
but that
catching
was funny.
strays on this one?
I don't know.
Another new account says you have a Republican teenager that was deleted by his left-wing neighbor with a car, and an elderly man ran over by an ATV for handing out Trump flyers. I mean, if we want to make comparisons, ...
You want to here? You want to go? Look, now, not all of these are examples of left-wing violence. Since Thursday, here's 8 prominent stories. Nick Sorter, a right-wing journalist, has been attacked in Portland, where he was recording Antifa. As he predicted, he was arrested. The Antifa people weren't. Kavanaugh's would-be assassin, a mandatory minimum of 30 years for the crime that he pleaded guilty to, came out as trans. The judge gave them 8 years and said that it was sweet that he came out as trans and got him closer to his family. There was a young white kid that was murdered by a man with a knife 10 years ago in 2015 who stabbed him so violently, a 6-year-old white kid, that the blade broke, killed him. He's been left out in about 10 years for good behavior. Jay Jones, a candidate for Attorney General for Virginia, has came out and said that he wanted the death of children of
How was that stabbing
Republican
political?
opponent. Please, let me finish, then you could ask specific questions. ICE attacks in Chicago, at least 2 of them, where then police were told to stand down as people were violently attacking ICE vehicles. There was explosives found outside the church that Supreme Court justices were going to. Antifa in Portland is literally committing an insurrection every night and is running the show, directing traffic as police stand down and allow them to do it. And we had a judge stop Donald Trump from sending the National Guard in to protect federal agents in places like Chicago and Portland. So we could see just how bad. That's just since Thursday, right? Now, You would say, how is it political? Yes, it is left-wing judges that are allowing violent criminals.
Only about the stabbing one. The stabbing one.
It is a left-wing judge that allowed violent criminals to once more walk the street, where we could see that these.
So it's not actually
criminals,
political.
So we could see these violent criminals that are left out over and over again that go on to commit heinous attacks once more. It is political. It is part of the agenda of the Democratic Party to get these people out early.
You are really reaching to try to find something that is an example of political violence.
It certainly is political.
That's not
it
an
is,
example of political
it was
violence.
all.
It is violence that is being allowed for political reasons.
It is violence, and it is a lenient judge.
How is it not political violence? How is it not political violence? Explain that to me.
There's no political motivation. Action, like nothing about that crime was political.
It doesn't matter if the motivation.
You have somebody who got too lenient of a sentence, and you're acting like this is an attack by the left on the right.
That's
crazy.
not what I'm acting like. What I'm saying is these were a list of things that had to do with actual physical attacks or attempted attacks by left-wingers or by people in the judicial system that is being lenient on people that are committing heinous attacks, which is part and parcel to the Democratic agenda.
Republican. Do you know if that
wouldn't matter?
Look into the judge.
Wouldn't matter to me.
It's still left-wing. It's still
Which party wants to have far less harsh?
You didn't even look into the judge. You don't even know. You don't have any idea if there's any political motivation behind the stabbing at all. You're just
I'm telling you, which party is the party that is more likely to embrace leniency for career criminals?
You're inviting me to speculate instead of just knowing.
So it's speculation for you to answer that question. If I said which party is more let me say if I asked you, I answered your question.
You're asking me to speculate.
I answered your question. Now see if you could answer mine. Which party is more likely to support Medicare for all?
The left.
Well, that's speculation. How could you just speculate? That's ridiculous. You fucking.
So we're just going to assume that this is a leftist judge. That's pretty sloppy. That's pretty sloppy.
What we're going to assume is that this aligns with the political goals of activist left-wing judges and of the Democratic Party.
So this is my point. You're just happy to have any sort of attack on you.
No,
you're reaching for things. You're not looking into them. You're just sweeping it all in the paranoia pile.
No, that's not true. Dusty, just because you're incapable of looking at trends and what the political ideology are of the two major parties in this country doesn't mean that the rest of us are morons.
I understand
capable
trends.
of doing
I also understand outliers.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think that James Comey fraudulently went after Trump?
What does this have to do with anything?
I'm just asking a question. Yes or no?
Because he wants to talk about the Epstein and all that.
He wants to move
I don't want to talk about Epstein. That's not an answer to the fucking question. Why do you people try to think like me? You're not fucking capable of having the intelligence of me. Answer the fucking question. Answer the question.
All you got to say is, I didn't do my due diligence.
Answer the fucking question.
I don't feel like it.
Okay, well, let me answer as if Dusty was good faith. Yeah, Rob, I think that James Comey and his FBI did do things that were terrible.
He just wants to talk about the things that
and then I would
talk
say,
about
see,
instead of
Clay
actually
doesn't
the
know
topic.
either. Clay,
Okay.
instead of
Hey,
interrupting,
it's
why
your
don't
show,
you learn
Rob.
something? You ready? Let's see if I was going where you thought. Oh, but James Comey was Republican. Well, Clay, I wasn't going where you expected. No, Clay, why don't you admit? Yes, Rob, I'm a fucking idiot and said that I knew where you were going, but I didn't.
Why don't
because
I?
I'm a dumb fucking
This is all
asshole
deflection
who
from
doesn't
Rob
know
not
how to
doing his
debate.
due diligence.
I'm a
to know
dumb
the
piece
Rob,
of
you
shit
should have looked
that has
into
to
it.
interrupt because I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Are you
Answer
actually
the
trying
question, you
to-
fucking
What is
idiots,
the-
'cause
what
you're
is the
not
name-
capable
what is the
of
name-
keeping up with me, you stupid
You're on a
motherfucker.
soapbox.
Don't even pretend to try
Rob,
to.
let me do your due diligence. What is the name of the dude?
The name of what dude? James Comey?
What is the name of the dude that got released too early? I'll look into
Don't
it
know his
since you
name.
didn't do it earlier.
I don't know his name.
Do you know the names of anybody involved in this?
Nope, don't have their names at the top of my head. And?
Okay, well.
Okay.
I guess none of us can do your due diligence for you.
Alexander says the casing of the bullet that was shot had notices, bulges, OWO. What's this? Not the catch this fascist with the arrows from the Help Divers game.
Pedantic argument.
It had catch this fascist on it as well.
No, EOD, please. Yes, you're right. There was
Oh, yeah.
only one bullet that was shot. There were 3 casings that were found. One that wasn't shot said catch this fascist. And what's the point of this?
94%.
Some
of
gotcha.
my
Oh, the one that was
Rob
shot.
is
So
sensitive.
what?
The one that was shot wasn't
Let's
the
take
right
this
one.
argument to the logical extension. So he wrote catch this fascist on one of the bullets, but he didn't shoot that one. So clearly that message was irrelevant.
94% of my chat said yes. Rob is sensitive. So we have one thing that we agree on.
Oh, that's great. I would assume
You
that your
built an
chat's
echo
as
chamber.
intelligent
Quite
as you.
excellent. Quite excellent.
Yes, an echo chamber.
We could do the hell. We could probably do the poll on Rob's channel, and people would agree.
Yeah, no, let's do it.
I can't do polls on Rob's channel though, so you're gonna have to do it for me.
Saint says, Rob, I do respect you a lot, but I don't want Dusty's attention as much as you do. So I would say you are having those dreams about Dusty. I'm sure 10th Man can teach you a few things. He did ask to boot Russ, but Russ was already booted right before that, so he chose Orthodox Guy instead. And then Rude Mudcrab said, so Rob knows about the left-wing violence, but has no idea about the right-wing violence. Not shocked.
He doesn't even know about the left-wing violence.
That's true, I do.
He knows about the fucking right-wing violence too. All of us do, and all of us fucking discount it every single time. And Dusty, I cannot fucking fathom how I have vouched for you in this fucking discussion, and you attacked me for it. You attacked me.
I'm sorry for letting you down, EOD.
For fuck's sake. For fuck's sake, Dusty. Okay, here's the thing. All of you refuse to accept the idea that there is any such thing as left-wing violence. This shit
That's not at all true. That's not at all true.
Me.
Hold on. That's not at all true. There's plenty of left-wing violence, and I do denounce it. Like, you got to get that thing out of your head because that's just not.
Where is this? Where is it? I looked up this story, Mudcrab, of supposedly a right-winger ran down 2 people in a vehicle over Charlie Kirk. Has anyone on the panel heard of this story?
I've never heard of this.
No.
Clay?
You should.
Clay, have you heard of this story?
I don't believe
you know that
want
one
answer to any of your questions.
All right, hey Sarah, I'm out then. If the only 2 people here that are gonna fucking talk doesn't want to respond to me, then fuck it, I'm out. You can hang out with those 2. So it's me or them. I don't give a fuck.
I'm sad.
Well, to be fair, Rob, I don't play that game. So if you hold on, I'm gonna put it to you this way: I host open panels for a reason. It is up to the chat to boot people from the panel. If you want to send a brigade to send $100 to officially boot somebody for the night, we can go that way. But I don't play the whole, well, it's me or them kind of bullshit because that kind of negates the entirety of my show.
So then, okay, that's fair. So then I will just sit here where they say we're
important.
not going to respond to anything you say.
You don't have to respond
that's
to
fine.
them.
That's fine.
I'm not gonna force you to do anything you don't want to do. I don't care. But I don't play the like me or them thing because that's kind of like an asshole move. Number one. But number two,
no. Wait, it's not an asshole. I'm not saying that you have to boot them. I'm saying, what's the point of this panel if the only 3 people talking, if they're like, we're not going to respond to anything you say, we're not going to answer questions.
Then somebody else can ask questions too. That's fine. Alexander says, Dusty, like so many other sophists out there, Rob sees snippets of information online, then uses them to prove what he wants to believe. When proven wrong, there's literally nothing behind it but feelings and conspiracy.
Where was I proven wrong?
I think he's talking to
about the example that you used of the kid with the knife that we were just talking about.
Okay, where was I proven wrong about that?
You have no idea the political positions or even the names of anybody involved. There is no evidence at all.
This is a really strange attack from Dusty here because Rob lists like 8 examples and like, aha, well, there's one where you don't have all the details, therefore this entire argument is fault. Like this is just
that's not what I did either though. I was asking about the one.
It's not at all about Rob's
you're hyper focusing on one of 8.
And again, I already explained that the political denominator
if Rob
of the judge
is presenting bad information, it's
the political
significant.
denominator of the judge. For example, I gave an argument. So your argument would be if someone identifies as a Republican, then they couldn't have political motivations that would be antithetical to other Republicans.
My argument is that you included as one of your 8 examples something with absolutely zero evidence that there's any political activity at all. You don't know nothing about it.
There is evidence. The evidence is that the actions align with specific political policies promoted by the left.
That's not evidence.
The actions line up.
That's you feeling like this is the sort of thing
that is evidence. That is evidence.
You disagree with
that.
You disagree with the actions of the judge. You disagree with the leftists. The
actions of the judge line up with a specific political policy, and it appears to track with what I would expect from a judge who is left wing because it tracks with their rhetoric. So that is in and of itself evidence.
How much criminal court have you been involved in?
That's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant.
This is a genetic fallacy. You're committing a genetic fallacy.
My point is that you don't understand how judges hand out sentences. You have no experience in the criminal
What
court.
I do
You're assigning
understand,
intention.
what I do understand is the left-wing position on criminal justice reform, and what I
You
do
understand the
understand is
political
that
hype
this
that you-
lines up.
Ed.
This lines up with left-wing positions on criminal justice reform.
Do you have any evidence that right-wing judges are not lenient?
I have evidence that the right-wing position on criminal justice reform is
Let's be
actually
real. All
like
you
pretty
have
close
is your
to the
field.
exact opposite of the left-wing position on criminal justice.
I would like to see something more substantial than just I feel like this is what it is. Because that's what you're saying.
So what specifically do you want? Do you want like a list of like stats on sentencing from
just
Republican
literally
judges?
All right, I'll give it to you.
anything.
I'll give it to you, and I'll give it to you, and then when I get it, will you say, "I admit, Rob, you were correct, and I'm wrong"? If it turns out that more of them were
probably
Democrats, of course you won't. Of course, right? Okay, so the parole board, which was responsible for leaving him out, is made up of the following people: Ladira Jones, Democrat, Bashir appointee; Shannon Jones, Democrat; Donna M. Patton, Democrat; Christopher McClure, Republican; Rhonda Trauber, Democrat; Jonathan Simpson, Republican leaning; Tammy Allen, Democrat; David Norman, Independent Democrat leaning; Kathy Craycraft, Republican leaning. Policy role only. Okay, so
Seems
more
pretty
Democrats. Seems like way more. It seems like more Democrats than Republicans. Okay,
pretty
there's your
split.
proof. There's your proof.
You think that's proof? You
I
think
think
that's
that you
proof?
said, show me, is that more
Bruh.
Democrats than Republicans?
That's not proof at all. That's not what I asked for.
What do you mean that's not proof? What do you mean
Well,
that's
yeah,
not proof?
so
I asked for proof.
Dusty
How is
didn't
that
ask-
not fucking proof?
Hold on, Dusty
That's a
didn't ask
list
for
of
proof.
fucking Democrats
Look,
being fucking shit.
Hold on.
Because here, EOD, if you're a
I
conservative,
really
right?
need to point
You're a
out like the silly
conservative
word game
and you
that
choose to
Dusty's
eat
playing right
at
now.
Burger King.
Dusty
Adam,
asked
no
for
shit.
evidence.
Hold on. Let me answer EOD.
Hold on. Dusty and then Adam.
Okay, EOD, because what's going on here is it's like you're a conservative, and if you decide to eat at Burger King this morning for breakfast, does that mean your decision to eat there was a politically motivated decision? No.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Adam. Then I'll respond to this.
Could have been.
Dusty is doing like
Could
this
have been.
really funky thing where he's like equivocating between evidence and proof. Initially, he asked for evidence. This is
I
clear
did ask for evidence.
So clearly, this is evidence. The fact that the majority of people are Democrat is
That's
evidence,
evidence
that
of
they're
political
that
motivation.
it's going to be informed by their politics because politics informs.
I asked
all sorts
you
of
for
shit,
evidence of
especially when
something
it's
else.
related
Dusty,
to-
shut the fuck up and let him talk.
Especially relating.
No,
to,
I'll
like,
talk when I want to.
especially relating to like when you're doing things that align with Democrat positions that would track. And now he's saying, well, no, that's not proof.
So,
Correct.
I
It's
didn't
not
ask
proof.
I didn't
because
ask
evidence
Rob
is
Dusty,
for
different
shut
than
the
proof.
fuck up.
And what he's
No,
doing
Rob.
is this weird
Make me,
equivocation
Rob.
game where he's like changing his mind. Oh, well, I don't want evidence. I want proof now. I want you
I
to
asked
provide
you
me
for evidence
irrefutable
of
proof
your
of somebody's
feelings.
mental state.
Hold on, Dusty. Now I asked for you to go a minute ago, and everybody was quiet, and now it's Adam's
But they're
turn.
being fags.
That's
Also, again, this is another example of Dusty committing the genetic fallacy. It doesn't matter whether or not the evidence comes from me or Rob. It is still equally as valid, regardless of who it comes from. Again, Dusty doesn't understand what he's talking about. Again.
And again,
Okay,
the
so you
point
agree with
was-
yourself. Good job.
The point was, I gave the argument why the motivation aligns, or this decision aligns with the agenda of the Democrats. He says that's not good enough. I want to see the political persuasion of the judge involved. Well, it wasn't a judge, it was a parole board. So I provide evidence that they were overwhelmingly Democrats. He says that's not proof. Right. What would be proof, Dusty? What would be proof to you? They would have to say, I'm doing this for political reasons?
That this was a political act of aggression from the left against the right?
What would, if for these people to parole this guy for quote political reasons, what would suffice as proof for you? Only an admission by them? We're doing this for politics?
Yeah, that would help. That would help. You have a crime that has no you have a crime. You have a crime with no political components at all that happened 10 fucking years ago.
And there you have
And
it.
you're saying,
and now
and you're saying that because this guy qualifies for parole under state guidelines, that this is a conspiracy from the left. You, sir, are a delusional victim.
And see,
Yeah,
there you
he's
have it. There is
absolutely
no,
right.
There is
So-
no level of proof that
This
would
is a
suffice.
straw man.
There's none.
Rob,
And what he's saying is
you
when you
think
show
that
that,
that
it
was a high
aligns with
level
the
of
Democratic
proof?
Party agenda, right? Then when you show that they're overwhelmingly Democrats, which he was saying, show me the proof, show me. When you show both of those things, he's like, still, the only amount of proof that I
Rob,
would accept is an admission
like
by them,
half and
which is
half.
nonsensical. Dusty,
All right.
why can't you be quiet when other people are talking?
Because he doesn't like
That's a
it when
great
you tell him what to do. If you don't tell him what to do, he'll actually oblige more accordingly. Naughty says Ronald Exantis was the basketball American released early by the parole board that Rob was talking about. Any thoughts to this real quick before I move on to the next super?
Just
thank you for providing the name.
Okay.
Basketball American is a funny term to use, by the way.
Another
It's only ever been American, right?
another new account says, I guess lefties like Alex are going to keep coping forever, claiming that CK Assassin wasn't left wing and that those were just meme bullets with no political meaning. So fucking ridiculous. You can't even admit that. Anyone have a thought to this one before I move on?
It's obviously the case. Like, and this was the same argument that you see other people making, where it's like, well, the bullet that was shot wasn't the one that said "catch this fascist." So, like, what the fuck's the point there?
Well, so here's the thing, Rob. I've actually heard right wingers say that fascism is also on the left, which actually to me isn't true. But I've heard right wingers say this. So how does that equivocate? Like,
how does
it's
fascism
wild.
equivocate to the right? Tell me how fascism is right.
Exactly. See my point? See my point?
So wait, your
Look,
point
here it
is
there's a
your point
right
is-
winger telling you that fascism is on the left.
I just
and
want to
there's
be
a
clear.
lefty telling you that, that
I'm not
fascism
saying
is on
that
the right.
fascism is on the left. I'm asking you to explain how it's on the right. That's what I'm asking.
I just want to be clear. It
Exactly,
seems that Clay's. The point you're trying to make is, well, because I've heard a right winger say that fascism could be on the left. We don't know what the motivations of this shooter was that killed Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, he could
maybe
just
it
be
was a
crazy
right winger
person who
saying that
believes
Charlie Kirk was a
fascists
left
are
winger.
only on the right. Yeah.
Maybe it was a left winger, or maybe it was a right winger that thinks Charlie Kirk was a fascist left winger. That's your argument.
Maybe.
Yeah, fuck you.
Maybe he's a crazy person. Maybe he's just a crazy person. Hey, did Jeffrey Dahmer do it for political reasons?
I'm not answering your questions.
Of course you're not.
Sarah,
I'm going to move on with the super chats, please. Thank you so kindly. EOD, I'll give it back to you in a few minutes. Orthodox guy says, Rob really is a sensitive little lad.
Thanks
Rob,
for calling
would
me
you
little.
like to respond?
I want to fuck
Good point. That's a good point.
That's all I have to say.
All right. And Alexander says, you said the casing of the shot was catch this, fascist. You thought Floyd personally beat a pregnant woman. You assume the politics of the judge. The first two are provably wrong, but it made no difference to you.
The difference is there were things that weren't technically correct, right, that were irrelevant. For example, can you anyone here show me saying that Floyd beat a pregnant woman? I believe what I said was he pointed a gun at her stomach. Now, does it matter? Is Alexander Wren going to send another $20 in to go, I was wrong. I'm sorry, or doesn't it matter to you that you were wrong? What you're saying is, well, it's irrelevant if you said, it's irrelevant if you said pointed a gun at her stomach or beat a pregnant woman. You get the point that I'm trying to make. Exactly.
But Rob, can you show us that
hasn't
she was
that been
wrong?
the entire official even story the entire time was that he pointed a firearm, a pew at a pregnant woman's like baby area?
I mean, regardless, it's all bad behavior, right? It doesn't really, it's not really material.
I mean, again, I just want you to think, because I said while talking about this, the bullet said, catch this fascist. He's like, here, let's do this. Actually, it was only one of the casings. Actually, you're incorrect. The actual bullet that was fired did not say catch this fascist. It was one of the bullets that was not fired. So therefore, you've been proven wrong and you don't even care about it. Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Oh my Jesus, Lord have mercy on my soul. That was good.
I was wondering that is how brass have
Can
stuff
you
written
clip
on
it
it?
and ship it for me, please? Saint, clip it and ship it. Thank you so kindly. Alexander says, Rob, maybe show proof that no reasonable person could have made that choice, but for politics. The people on the board are actually decent proof of your claim.
I don't have to prove beyond a reasonable I don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. When I have to prove it, it is the most likely situation that these same people that we see involved in the legal system that have been allowing violent criminals to run the street, we're also using that same sort of mentality to allow a violent black man who murdered a young child in one of the most heinous ways possible through stabbing many, many times to the point where the blade broke, was left out in 10 years. And that probably has to do with the same political motivations that's allowing people out. Can I 100% prove it? No. Unlike Dusty, what he wants, I don't.